Why, hello there, hello there, hello there, hello there. Welcome back to the Agostino Zinga Show, starring I, your host, Agostino Zinga, and this is episode number 901. That's Nuevo Zero Uno. Nuevo Zero Uno. Nuevo Zero Uno. What's going on, people? How you doing? How you feeling? Good to be here with you once again. We're back in the blood clot hot seat. So for today's podcast and podcasts after the fact, I'm planning to do something that I stumbled over, tripped over, not go over the finishing line many a time. So I'm going to do it again because why not, right? If you fail once, you fail twice, you fail 3 times, you fail 4 times, you fail 5 times, in an effort to win and to not fail again, you know what you do? You add more things onto the thing that you failed onto. That's what I do, right? I make it even more difficult and strenuous for myself. So what I plan to be doing over the next 31 days, it's going to be hard to keep a hold of it because sometimes I lose my absolute mind, but we're going to try it once again. I'm resetting the clock on the random show, so I'm going to reset the clock and I'm going to start the clock again here on Tazs, the Agostino Zinga Show, the #1 cultural commentary podcast in the world. Say that again, the #1 cultural commentary podcast in the world. So we're going to go for 31 days, starting from today on Tazs and also starting from today on the random show. 31 days of streams, 31 days of content, 31 days of podcasting, 31 days of yapping, in the hopes of reaching 500 members on both platforms. It's going to be really difficult to do so. It's going to be really difficult to do so on both platforms. I'm going to be going at it from both flipping barrels, firing, while also doing Patreon, while also doing Kick. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. But damn it, I need it. Okay, I need that kick up the ass. Right? I need to be pushing myself and really going fucking nose to the grindstone. So that's what we're gonna be doing for the next 31 days. So from the 7th of May, which is today, all the way until the 6th of June, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So from today until the 6th of June, we'll be doing a stream, a podcast every single day on the Taz, every single day on the random show. Now, what do I ask from you? What do I ask from you lovely people? Well, if you do like what I'm doing, you do like what I'm saying, you do like the content I'm putting out every single day, join and become a member. That's what we're doing it for. We're doing it as a membership marathon. We're trying to put as much content out as possible, flood the flipping timeline, flood the flipping feed. So if you like what you see, click the link down below in the description. I'll put it in the description of the podcast app as well so you can see. Become a member of the random show. Become a member of the Agostino Zinga Show. I think memberships start from like $1 on each channel all the way up to $4.99 per month. And you get access to members only content and also you'll be supporting the channel. So make sure you do that. But I will be making sure that I bring myself to the flipping table and fulfill my side of the bargain by providing you with content every single day. Taz Random Show. As you can see already today, there's a Taz scheduled for later on today. So let's see how that goes. But yeah, let's see. Because last random show, I think I did it all the way until 14 days. Then I stumbled. This last marathon, I did 3 days. Then I stumbled. So let's see how far it goes. But I'm aiming to go all the way until the 6th of June. So pray with me, be here with me. Even if you can't become a member, you don't want to support the channel, that's okay. Just be here with me for emotional support. Hold my hand, you get me? Send me emojis through the stream chat, you get what I mean? Send me emails, send me DMs, all that good stuff. Support me, hold me, squeeze me, kiss me, love me. No Shannon Sharp. Okay, that's all I want to see. That's all I want to hear. Appreciate every single one of you. It's always a blessing, never a flipping chore. Let's flipping go. 31 days of non-stop content on Taz and the random show coming at you from today, the 7th of May, all the way until the 6th of June. We're not playing, we're not stopping, we're going boom, 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 boom. I can't wait to see some of you guys here. I can't wait to see some of you guys here as we continue on. So enough about that, enough about all that soft promo out of the way. Today's show is going to be a really jam-packed show today. We got to cover some football stuff. We're going to cover Met Gala. We're going to cover Riccardo Tisci's allegations, which obviously you guys know that's the main theme of the show, and a few other bits and pieces here and there. Oh, as well as the Berghain June program that's just launched as well. So we're going to be covering all that and more. So strap in, strap on, grab yourself for a drink, a snack, whatever it may be, rock your baby, get out your titty, whatever it may be. Let's lock in. The Agostino Zinga Show, the #1 cultural commentary podcast in the world, begins right now. So, first thing to talk about, god damn it, last night, Inter Milan v Barcelona, the second leg of the semi-final in the Champions League. That might go down as one of the best games of football I have ever watched. And it might go down as one of the best Champions League games in Champions League history. That was such an amazing match. Back and forth. In total, over 10 goals on aggregate. Both teams pushing themselves to the right until the end. Flipping Inter Milan coming back from Barcelona being 3-2, coming back as well to being 3-2, like crazy. Barcelona scoring 2 goals before half time. Barcelona turning it around in the second half and scoring 3 goals without no reply. And then Inter Milan sealing the comeback by scoring a couple of goals right at the end with, if I'm not mistaken, one of the goals was scored by a centre-back that's never scored ever in his career. That was one of his first goals ever in his career, and he ended up scoring in the second leg of a flipping Champions League game. I think that's the defender called Serbi. A very decent finish too on the near post, and then of course the finish at the end. The winning goal was like one of the best celebrations. That I don't think you get better celebrations in football than Italian players or Serie A players in general. Serie A players have a real good way of celebrating. I'm not sure if it's because of the ultras or it's because of the way their stadiums are built, right? Because some stadiums in Italy are like with racetracks around them. So you have to kind of run over the hoardings. You have to kind of jump over the advertising hoardings to get to the fucking fans. Or because some of the ultras are always like in these corners with massive fences. So when you like run up to it and goon and go flipping crazy, the whole fence is shaking and you can feel the atmosphere and vibrations from when you're sitting on your laptop. It's amazing. I don't know what it is, but there's something about Serie A players, Italian players, and their celebration is just incredible. That Fratesi celebration, he climbs all over the flipping gate and just starts screaming. I'm sure he's pointing at some of his family sitting up there at the top in the corner, but he just starts going wild and you can see the electricity from his face. Like, honestly, one of the best celebrations. On top of it also being one of the best goals. That was an amazing goal, by the way. An amazing flipping goal. But anyway, going back to the game in total, really interesting game. More so because I really did like how Inter Milan did a real number on Lamine Yamal, right? Lamine Yamal, the 17-year-old wonder kid who, let's be honest, he's probably going to win a ton of Ballon d'Ors. He's probably going to win a ton of Champions Leagues later on in the future. This is just a one little stumbling block early on in his career. It's probably better to get these sort of these hurdles, these L's out of your way early on, so you can kind of, strengthen yourself, strengthen your resolve, toughen yourself and whatnot, so that you can go next time, because that kid is special. To be 17 years old and to be that dangerous and to be performing at that kind of level is incredible. But Inter Milan did a good job in the second leg. Essentially, if I'm not mistaken, they had 3 players on him. I think it was DeMarco and somebody else that was playing on the left-hand side were always like doubling up on him. And then the centre midfielder would also come across to kind of block his space, whether that was Mkhitaryan or whoever else was playing in that midfield. It was absolutely crazy. They were going 3 men, 3-on-1. When you're 17 and you're having 3 proper defenders for Inter Milan going at you or just trying to stop you, that's when you know you're a player. And even though Inter Milan did a good job in terms of like kind of stifling Yamal's kind of influence on the game, he did still have an influence. That's how good of a player he is. But also went to show, like, they were just running around too much, probably expending too much energy. But I felt like after the 60th minute, Lamine Yamal was having a lot more influence in the game. I thought Frankie de Jong played pretty well for Barcelona also. He's unlucky to lose. I thought those 2 guys probably were the main, and maybe, of course, the wing backs for Barcelona also did a good job. So they were doing a good job in terms of keeping Inter Milan penned back. I thought Pedri was really good for the majority of the game. Probably unlucky to get taken off. If I was Hansi Flick, I probably wouldn't have taken off Pedri. I thought Pedri could have stayed on, because he was the one, again, always like when he got getting the ball off Frankie de Jong and keeping the ball ticking over, spreading play, pulling Inter Milan from left to right. Absolutely been amazing. But special shout out goes out to Lamine Yamal, because that kid, man, that energy, that cardio, that fitness to be able to go that hard for the entirety of the match. He never really looked that tired. I know probably it's part of his style, because he kind of walks around the pitch a lot. When he's not on the ball, he sort of walks around the pitch. When he loses the ball, he does track back, but he doesn't really try to expend too much energy. But or it just could be because he's 17, isn't it? When you're 17, you probably got boundless amounts of energy. But his ability to just keep going was really impressive to see. But also like Inter Milan's defending of him and basically limiting the amount of chances he had. Only towards the end of the match, you know, that near-on penalty that Mkhitaryan gave away, that was a free kick at the end. You only until towards the 60th minute plus, you could see Inter Milan kind of getting a bit more tired, and then Lamine Yamal was getting a lot more space. He was running into space, cutting balls back again, having a lot more influence. But by then, the game also, all the other players were also tired, so he wasn't able to find anybody in the middle. But Inter Milan's resilience, like Inter Milan for me, are what United should be kind of going towards, in my personal opinion, because I feel like Barcelona have way more match winners and individual brilliance in their team, but Inter Milan are probably better than the sum of their parts. Like, they've got good players across the ball, but there's no one savior. Even Lautaro Martinez, for as amazing as he is, he's not the Inter Milan savior. Nor is Marcus Thuram. Like, none of these players are their saviors. They have a good base of players spread out across the whole team. They play well as a team, they defend well as a team, and they give it their all. Defensive, attacking wise, it was really impressive to see. Because on paper, personally for me, Barcelona probably have the more talented side, more match winners, more people that could probably hurt you on the counter, in the moment, wherever it may be. But Inter Milan still found the way to beat them. And not from any kind of, I don't feel like, you know, Hansi Flick came out after the match and said that the referee was giving loads of favorable decisions to Barcelona, not to Inter, sorry. I don't think that's true. I think the referee did a pretty decent job in terms of refereeing that match. Even when he made a call, he wouldn't just like not go to VAR. He still went to VAR if there was a decision that maybe he got wrong in a couple of things. But I think he handled the game pretty well, in my personal opinion. No one got sent off, even though it was a to and fro matches, loads of challenges going in. He kind of kept it. It was very competitive on either side, and I think the referee did contribute a lot to that. So I think Hansi Flick criticizing the referee was a little bit, you know, out of touch. Overall, an amazing game of football. Again, a reminder for me that I don't feel like we have any right to be in the Champions League. If we do somehow end up scumming and winning the Europa League, we'll qualify for the Champions League. But I feel like we belong in there. The teams in that Champions League are very good, and we are not that good. You know, we are not that good. So I'm very scared and worried that if we do make it, we do win the Europa League, we're going to be playing against this type of level of opponent, and they're going to really expose us for the chances, for the fucking, you know, for the chances that we are. I don't want us to be there. If anything, I don't even want us to be in Europe next season. Personally, it feels me. I don't want us to be in Europe next season. I want us to just focus entirely on the league. In FA Cup, League Cups, we've got enough to worry about in that regard, and let Amorim kind of, you know, get his players in, get the players that he doesn't want, and go from there, because Amorim's got a lot on his plate. The last thing he needs is Champions League distraction. And the fans also get too giddy with trophies and shit. We're too shit. We don't need that distraction, because if this is the level that Manchester United need to reach, we are far away from it. If we need to reach the Inter Milan Barcelona level, we are far away from it, because that was an incredible game of football, and I enjoyed it thoroughly, and I enjoyed it absolutely thoroughly. Talking about other things I enjoyed thoroughly, I'm enjoying this rumor that has just been posted all across social media, and Fabrizio Romano has also been reporting on it. The rumor is as follows. Al Hilal have a genuine interest in Bruno Fernandes as one of their top targets in the summer. Man United see Fernandes as a crucial player, same with Ruben Amorim. No talks will start between the clubs, no bid or club approach. Man United insist on a clear plan to keep Bruno. Now, if this is me, and I'm in charge of United, I have a say-so in who gets picked for United, who gets sold, who gets bought, who gets whatever this may be, right? I swear to God, I am putting Bruno Fernandes on my back, and I am walking to Saudi. I am walking over to fucking Al Hilal. Doesn't matter how I have to do it, I am carrying Bruno Fernandes on my back all the way to Al Hilal if they want to buy him. I have no problem selling that guy. No problem. I think his importance to the club is overstated. I think he's incredibly overrated. Yes, he's a good player, but I also think we're incredibly shit. So he's one of the only good players that we have. So he stands out, but I don't think he's as good as people make it. And personally for me, if you're asking me as a United fan, I really detest that we always seem to play through one player. I detest this in this modern Glazer era. We are less of a team and more of a collection of individuals, or we play through one individual. And I hate the fact that Bruno's the only person we play through. We don't play Bruno, we play shit. We play with Bruno, sometimes we play good, sometimes we play shit. But we always go through him. I hate his omnipresence. I hate the fact that, for whatever reason, I don't know why this is the case, but he's a player that never gets subbed. Even Lamine Yamal gets subbed, right? All these world-class players that everyone's wanking over, they get substitute or rotated. But for whatever reason, Bruno Fernandes can never get rotated or subbed off. I think that's absolutely diabolical and doesn't really bode well for the team harmony. That there's one player that's somehow untouchable, no matter how good or bad they play, or no matter how badly they play, obviously. Doesn't seem to hamper his flipping performances. And I also think, in general, with this new system we're going to play, does he really have the legs and the athleticism to play in this kind of double 10 thing that, you know, Amorim wants to play with, which is his system, right? 3 at the back, the midfield, and then the front 3. But it's kind of like he plays with like 2 10s behind the striker. That's sort of like his model of how he played the sport in Lisbon. If that's the case, I don't necessarily think Bruno is that good of a player to play in that 2-10 position, because you have to be quite athletic to cover the flanks. You also have to be quite dynamic to be able to kind of, you know, chop inside, pass up like transitions. He just hasn't got that in him. But obviously he's a good player on his day. But I think now, considering his age, I think he's maybe hitting about 31 or something. I would be more than happy to let him go, especially if we're going to try to give this Ruben Amorim thing a go. I think allowing someone like Bruno Fernandes to go for 80 million, 100 million, whatever much it would be, because I think getting 100 million for a 30-year-old player of Bruno Fernandes' level is a lot of money. I know this transfer market's a little bit crazy and players' valuations are all over the place, but if you could even get 60 mil for Bruno right now in this transfer market, I know it's not a lot because of his, you know, his level and the fact that he's always fit and stuff. I get it, but I would snap their hands off if Al Hilal, you know, offered anything above 60. I'm snapping their hands off. I'm getting rid of him, because you could easily get 2 or 3 players for that amount. Especially if it's like north of 80 million, you could easily get 3 players in for that amount. Now, whether or not you trust Ineos to get players in of good quality is another thing. But I would just much rather we play as a team and not be reliant on one player, on one savior, one scapegoat. That would be much rather my way to go about things, because I feel like the United that we are now, in this current iterations, with the amount of debt we have, with Ineos being a bit shit, the best we can hope for is to be a good team. That plays good football from time to time. I don't think we can hope for having these like starlit world-class players, like, you know, Galactico types. We're not ready for that yet. We're not in that position yet. We're not ready for it yet. Personally, I don't even want that anymore, to be honest. I'm tired of that Galactico star player era thing, selling jerseys. I want us to be a competent football team that plays well week in, week out, and that's able to slowly but surely climb up the league and slowly but surely get back to competing in these cup competitions and slowly but surely winning the league again. That's what I would like to be. So if that means, you know, sacrificing someone like a Bruno Fernandes, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Personally, I'm all for it. Most United fans aren't going to be for it, but me personally, I am all for it. So please, for the love of God, if Al Hilal are serious and they want to sign Bruno and they offer him life-changing money, like, you know, how these, you know, Arab clubs are, they might offer him fucking, you know, I don't know, a mil a month, right? A mil a week or something. Like, he will be dumb not to take it, because he's never getting that money again. But on the switch side of things, he's also only 31. If he does decide to go to Saudi, you're kind of ending your career at 31. It's a bit mad, you know? He's still got a lot of time to go left. I think if he decides to play in like La Liga or goes back to the Portuguese league or even Serie A, he can definitely continue to play way into his late 30s because of his style of his play. He doesn't need to run that much, especially in those type of leagues. He can definitely be of influence and still play at the highest level in the top competitions. But if you do decide to go to Al Hilal, you're kind of, you know, announcing a soft retirement. So a player like him, could I imagine him doing that? Probably not. He seems to be somebody that wants to still be challenging and compete at the top level for all the biggest honours in Europe. So most likely he wouldn't want to go anyway. Not because he loves United, personally, I don't think so. More so because I don't think he wants to end his career just yet. So if I was United, I'd sell him, personally. I'd sell him, raise the funds, buy other players, remove our dependency on just playing through one player, especially Bruno Fernandes, and just kind of shake up the club a little bit, because I feel like even the fans as well, they become a little bit complacent. They kind of treat this guy like he's the next version of fucking Cantona. He's okay player, he's a good player, don't get me wrong, but he's not that good. Like, we need to fucking relax, because we are absolutely horrible. That's why he shines so brightly. But regardless, hopefully that's true. Hopefully that's true. One thing I'm sad about being true, one thing I'm sad about being true is this song courtesy of Ye, courtesy I think of Sneaker Stream. So Ye's been streaming a lot with Sneaker recently, and he decided to preview a new song about Virgil, and the song's called Virgil Let Me Down. I'm not too sure if that's the official track, if that's the official track name, but that's the main, you know, part of the chorus. And as you can guess from what I just said, it's a track about him, you know, pouring his heart out about Virgil letting him down. So I'm going to play the song for you in full so you can hear what it sounds like. Don't be surprised if you think it's a bop, because it is a bop, but it is disappointing to hear Ye disrespecting the legacy of Virgil so many years after he's passed, and essentially not willing to let this part of his sort of history go. But it does sound like a good song so far from what I heard through the speakers of this live stream. Let's play the song. Go get it. So you get the gist of it. Like I said, it's a tough one, isn't it? It's a tough one to pass through, because who am I to say that someone should get over something, right? Because I have a love and appreciation for Virgil, because obviously I got to meet him once, or no, a couple of times, and worked with him on a little project back in the day. And obviously before that, I always looked up to him, somebody that I was always a big fan of. So to suddenly be in the presence of this person that you absolutely love and adore was really fucking amazing, especially because I'm somebody that really adheres to the philosophy of like never meeting your heroes, you know, because I've had some, unfortunately, very not so good experiences with like DJs and stuff, right? That's mostly the people that I kind of usually, if I'm out and about and I see somebody, that's somebody that I maybe would have said hi to. And those people, you know, for whatever reason, don't seem to give me the warmest welcome. So I tend to kind of, you know, keep these people that I kind of look up to and adore, like, you know, to give them a bit of distance and stuff and not try and get too close. But when I did have the opportunity to meet him, he really did seem like a really nice person. And since he's passing, or even before he passed, everybody just has good words to say about him. I think I was talking to somebody about it the other day, and this is a really bad barometer to judge somebody. But I was like, since he's passing, you've not heard a single rumor, a single story about him being weird to women and shit, right? You heard of all these other big influential people in culture and media, entertainment. You know, people are coming out with allegations after the fact. Some are false, some are true, who knows? But still, they're coming out allegations. But with Virgil, you haven't heard a single thing about him pertaining to being a weirdo, being a creep, or whatever else it may be when it comes to women. So I think all of that sort of stuff says a lot about him. You also don't hear anything bad when it comes to him treating people that he works with and collaborates with and people that he kind of employs, blah, 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 blah. Everyone just has only good things to say about him. So when you marry that all up and then you see someone like a Kanye who's known, or that's known Virgil for a very long time, known him way longer and way deeper than I would have ever known him, it's hard to say how he should feel. It's hard to criticize how he's reacting or how he still wants to kind of, describe his relationship with Virgil, because it's clear before Virgil passed that Ye and Virgil weren't on good terms. I think we assumed because of that hug that we saw after the first Louis Vuitton show, and I think subsequent interviews, I think one that he did with like Zane Lowe, where he spoke quite well about Virgil and stuff, I think we all just assumed that they were cool. But the real telling part of it was obviously when Tremaine kind of dropped that nugget that Ye wasn't allowed to speak at the funeral. Now, some could look at him not be able to speak at the funeral as like, oh, maybe because they didn't want him to go on and ramble and make it all about himself. But I think when somebody like that passes and the family, or maybe one of Virgil's dying requests was to not let Kanye talk at the funeral, that says a lot, That says a lot about if somebody is your friend or not, if somebody feels like you are within their trusted inner circle or not, if you and that person are on good terms or not. I think that's a good indication. It's kind of similar to like, if you have friends and that friend decides not to invite you to their wedding or something, that probably is a good representation, example, description, or probably where you stand with them in terms of friendship. So when Tremaine did drop that nugget or that truth bomb that Kanye wasn't allowed to talk at Virgil's private funeral, I think it was. I think he might have said something during the public one. I'm not sure how it went, but allegedly he wasn't allowed to talk at the funeral. I think that kind of gave us an indication of like, oh shit, things weren't good between them. So I can kind of understand, if that's the case, why he's not faking the fun. Because there's nothing worse. Because I think one of the things that kind of pissed me off when Virgil did pass, RIP to him, was all the fake friends coming out pretending like they were cool with him in the first place, right? And kind of like all the fake love. And a lot of these people in the industry who I personally had been in contact with, some of them are, a lot, I won't name who they are, obviously, because that's in bad taste. But I remember speaking to a lot of these people, in private about being a part of this project when I was working on in collaboration with Virgil at that time. And they said some very not nice things about him. Like, they made it very clear that they weren't going to do this project because Virgil was in charge. I remember one particular person who was, writing some eulogy and some massive paragraph on the notes app on their profile was basically saying, if I remember correctly, they was basically saying, I won't do this collaboration with you guys if Virgil's involved because I feel like I should be the Virgil in this project. I don't even know why he's the Virgil on this project. I mean, I'm more influential, I'm more important, I should be like those type of things. And then this very same person's the ones that's crying on the timeline when Virgil passed. So all that sort of stuff is weird and fake. And I'm a big believer in like, if you weren't cool with somebody before they pass and they do pass away, going out your way to kind of pour your heart out on the timeline and act as if you guys are super cool is really fake. So me personally, I wouldn't say anything. If that was me and I fell out with somebody and they pass, I wouldn't say anything. I'll just kind of keep it strum and keep it moving. But you also can't tell Ye not to say what he said because, him and Virgil weren't cool. So I'd much rather he be honest about their relationship than lie just for the sake of like, oh, respect the dead type of shit. It's like, we weren't cool though. Do you know what I mean? Like, what am I respecting? You're not even here. You know what I mean? You're not even here to hear what I'm going to say, disrespectful or not. So I get that, but it doesn't take away from how distasteful and how much this stings, It still doesn't take away from how distasteful it is and how much it stings to hear Ye croning on one of his best songs that he's released in a long time. Virgil let me down. It's fucking hard to take. Even though I'm a fan and I love the guy, it's hard to listen to him denigrating and talking down upon somebody who meant so much to a lot of people, especially post his passing, and caring very little about other people's feelings. That's the thing that's very interesting about Ye in general, right? That's the really, really, really interesting about Ye in general. Like, he says in this song that, I don't know, or maybe just the feeling, the vibe you get in the song is that it's almost like nobody cares about my feelings and about how I feel about the situation, but he tends to not really give a shit about other people's feelings either, right? He's very sensitive about when people piss him off, when people hurt his feelings, when people betray him, when people let him down, but he's then has no ability to understand how he lets down and hurts people with some of the things that he says and does. And some of the things that he says and does, it seems like he does it intentionally to hurt people's feelings, you know? Because I don't even think he even, part of me thinks he doesn't even think much of Virgil or like this deeply. I just think it's one of those type of things, classic Ye, where because people say to him, you can't talk about Virgil, he goes out of his way to talk about Virgil, right? Because he just wants to be a contrarian. Whenever you tell him he can't talk about something, or this topic is out of bounds, taboo, you can't say this word, you can't be a fan of this person, you know, Hitler being a good example, immediately he's going to double, triple down just to show you that he can, because I'm a billionaire, I can say what I want. So I'm not even sure if he actually feels like this. Maybe it's just him going out of his way to say this because he wants to make sure people are reminded that, hey, I can say and do what I want. But it's completely tasteless the way he does it. One of the bits in the chorus, or is it the chorus that starts says, I did everything I could to put you on. I don't understand why Virgil did me wrong, especially when I made that boy my protege. They expect me to forgive because he's not here today. But like, what exactly are you like? What could be the hate? What could be the thing to even forgive? It's awkward. Don't get me wrong. Like, I remember this one time, right? This is a really shitty story. I think I might have shared this before. But I remember this one time when I used to work at Dr. Martin's, the one in Carnaby Street, right? As a sales assistant. It was a pretty decent job at the time. Met a lot of cool people there. You know, good time you'll have to kind of work there. I definitely recommend if you want to get a retail job, I think Dr. Martin's is probably one of the best retail jobs you can get. Decent hourly wage. I think they give you like 2 free shoes every season. So essentially you get 4 shoes per year, which is crazy because Dr. Martin's shoes last a lifetime. And they're fucking bulletproof. So imagine being able to have, you know, in 2 years, 8 pairs of Dr. Martens. So you get that. I think the discount back when I was working was like 60%, which is crazy too. I think it was a bit lower for made in England stuff, but 60% of the discount too. Decent hours. And again, the Carnaby Street store was always busy, which made it good as well, because working retail, one of the worst things you could do is work in a quiet shop. But I remember when I was working there, I had just started, because I kind of went quickly from working as a weekend person, part-time, to quickly being hired for full-time, and then quickly becoming like a supervisor type of thing, right? With a key holder type of thing, which is one of the worst positions I ever had. But I remember when I was a full-timer and the job came available to be a supervisor, and it was me and this other guy who started together, but he was a little bit older than me. And we were both kind of quote-unquote competing for that supervisor role. And we were friends. We were cool at the time. But also, you know, in the retail world, the managers are very good at kind of pitting you against people, right? They're very good at kind of keeping the atmosphere competitive on it. I don't know. Retail managers I think personally for me, I'm not sure if you guys agree, but I think managers within the service industry are a lot better at kind of cultivating a work environment than office managers, you know? I think office managers can sometimes be very toxic or be shit, but I think across the board, retail managers or service workers managers kind of keep you, you know, they kind of keep you honest, for lack of a better term. So in this particular job, we were made to compete for this one role to be a supervisor, which basically allowed you to, you know, be the key holder, earn a little bit more per hour, essentially £1 more per hour. But also, you know, you had the prospect of maybe becoming an assistant manager down the line, where you're able to earn a lot more, open stores, blah, 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 blah. So we were competing for this role, and eventually I ended up winning the role, because I think I just did well in the interview in general. People just liked me on the shop floor. And then I remember that guy, like, basically, you know, turning kind of sour to me after the fact, and, you know, not really liking me too much. And I think, to be honest, I think he might have been the first person I actually noticed who legitimately unfollowed me on social media. I think, if I'm not mistaken. Big up Greg, wherever you are. Big up Greg. But I think he's the first person I've noticed that, oh shit, you don't follow me anymore. Okay, cool. No problem. But I could understand why he unfollowed me. I understand why he was pissed off at me, because in that kind of work environment, when you get kind of overlooked for a role and we're both going for it, I can understand his feelings being hurt. But later down the line, I'm sure if I ever bumped into him at a pub, if we bumped into each other at fucking, whatever, at some record store somewhere, at some gig, I'm sure if we saw each other, we'd be cool again, you know? It wouldn't be no hard feelings. But in the moment, I understand why he was pissed off, because he wanted that job and I got it instead of him. So it's not that deep. That's what my conclusion is. So like, what does he really have to forgive Virgil about? If the story goes that Virgil got the Louis job over Kanye, which I do believe, because the story goes that LVMH were going to, if not hire Kanye to take over at Louis V at that time, they were going to invest in Kanye's brand. So this was before Ye did whatever he did with Adidas on Yeezy. They were going to invest into a Yeezy brand so he could do it himself and kind of, you know, own half of it and let him kind of run the thing, similar to what they're doing with Phoebe Philo. So it wouldn't have been, you know, I get it, but it still wasn't that deep, because if I'm not mistaken, around that same time was when Ye started flirting with Trump and stuff, whatever it may be. So he should have known that at that time, politically, socially, his political affiliation, societally, what he was saying in public and shit, would have probably fucked up his chances to work with LVMH. And just in general, Virgil's just a way more easier person to work with than a Kanye. So as much as if I was Ye, I would also be upset if I was called the Louis Vuitton Don and I was pining for this LV job, and I was the one that kind of took me and Virgil to go to Fendi to go and intern, because Ye's always been into fashion. I think people don't really understand. I think for me personally, I think I look at Virgil RIP as more of a streetwear, communications, ideas, you know, experience type of dude. But I think Ye's always been the fucking fashion dude. From the time he did that first collection, his namesake one he did in Paris Fashion Week, all the leather that was really kind of, you know, overhated. He's always wanted to be a fashion designer. He's always wanted to have his collection down the runway. He's always wanted to be, you know, regarded in the same way with all these luxury houses and shit. He's always wanted that. So I understand it being kind of heartbreaking that the thing that you wanted forever and ever, you don't get. And then your best friend, your protege, somebody that you kind of, you know, you hired to work with you, blah, 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 is now got the job. I can get why that can hurt. And I can also understand how that conversation can be awkward. Like, I'd imagine Virgil probably didn't tell him, you know. It's probably an awkward thing to tell somebody that you got the job that they always wanted. Maybe Ye found out about Virgil getting the Louis Vuitton job in the media. That kind of hurt his feelings. But you can also understand on Virgil's side of things, how do you bring up that topic? How do you tell one of your best friends, your mentor, that you got the job that they always wanted? You know, it could be a hard one to kind of broach. So I get why there's a bit of a weird feeling behind it. But I don't think, in my personal opinion, it warrants Ye's unbridled, almost ridiculous kind of attacks towards Virgil. There's one other clip that I probably won't play here now. Maybe I'll add it in the clip later, where Ye makes a joke about, oh, I need to piss right now. Where's Virgil's grave? I feel like I need to piss. Where's Virgil's grave? And it's like, I don't think it's that deep. I don't think there's hatred that deep on both sides. I think it's very one-sided. I think if LVMH chose Virgil over Ye, I don't think it warrants making those type of jokes, making these type of tunes. It's just not that serious of a beef. Unless we don't know, unless there's something else we don't know about, which is also possible, because, you know, this industry works that way. We see Kanye crashing out on social all the time, you know, early on about Drake, and then later on we found out that Drake was, you know, saying some things to Ye behind the scenes that we weren't too privy to. That was what's kind of making him go and kind of goo gaga. So maybe there are some things happening behind the scenes, or that did happen, that we're not too privy to, is why he's going so hard at Virgil. But I don't think, from what I've heard, that there's anything that bad that Virgil did, apart from taking the Louis Vuitton job, that would warrant this level of a response or a tune. Doesn't make any sense. The first verse, he says, "I'm the reason you worked at Louis V. You know they only hired you to fuck with me. Niggas screaming at me for my MAGA hat, but they ain't never question where my children at. Every day I'm going through pain. Niggas ain't going to help no way. Niggas say I'm going insane because I'm going by Yitler's name. She been trying to get me committed. So I just beat my wife. So I just might beat my wife. Okay. She been trying to get me committed. So I just might beat my wife. They say Ye don't talk about Virgil just because he isn't alive." Now, this is the typical Kanye shit, isn't it? Typical Ye shit. I'm the reason you worked at Louis V. That's a flex. In my opinion, that should be a flex. You should be proud of that. You should be proud, and I think Ye is, that he's got such an illustrious group of, like, you know, ex-students, ex-hires, collaborators that have gone to do amazing things in fashion, in streetwear, in design, in culture overall. From the Jerry Lorenzos to the Justin Saunders of Jound to the Heron Prestons to all these people who have gone on that that Jalil guy that does architecture, Samuel Ross with what he's doing. So many people that I've worked with Ye over the years have gone to do amazing things. So you should be really flexing. You should be happy. You should be proud that you've been able to allow somebody like a Virgil to work with you and then go work with Louis Vuitton, especially considering, you know, no one is saying here, even me, I'm one of Virgil's biggest fans. I'm not going to sit here and say Virgil got the job at Louis V solely based on his design skills. I think even him at his time wouldn't admit that. So the fact that he got that job should have been a flex for everybody included. Everyone should be super proud and kind of rallying behind that. So that's not a bad thing. The second line, you know, they only hired you to fuck with me, is a little bit self-absorbed. It's a little bit self-absorbed and it doesn't really make any sense. If anything, LVMH probably went for the safer bet at the time, right? Who is in touch with culture? Who do the kids fuck with the most? If we can't get Ye, let's get Virgil, which is essentially like Ye safe, Ye on safe mode. I understand why they would hire him in that regard. But you also have to imagine at the time when they hired Virgil, he was working on all cylinders. He was really going for it. DJing, collaborations, appearances, this, that, drops with Off-White. Like, he was going hard in the paint. Super hard in the paint. I'm sure someone will make a documentary later on down the line, kind of documenting his whole rise. But that period before he got the Louis Vuitton job, like, that might be one of the most... That might have been the highest amount of output I've seen from a single person in culture ever. Like, that period just before he got the Louis Vuitton job, like, he was going so fucking hard. Some people even say, some conspiracy theories people out there are alluding to the fact that maybe the fact that he was going so hard and treating airplanes like Ubers, like back when I was working with him for like very, very short time, I remember like he legitimately would fly from like Chicago with his family, be in Chicago with his family, fly straight to London to come talk with us, have meetings, fly from London to Milan to Off-White Studios, then go to Paris, then back to Milan again, then back to Paris, then plane straight back to Chicago to hang out with his family. Like, he would literally at least check in with his family once a week and fly back and forth like that, treating airplanes like Ubers. So some people, even conspiracy theory people, would say that he might have got that cancer that he got as a consequence of pushing himself and burning himself out so much to that point where, you know, the cancer came about. I don't think that's true personally. I think that's a little bit crazy, but some people say that. So, you know, I don't think they only hired him to fuck with him. I think they hired him solely based on his work and obviously on his influence at that time, which made a lot of sense. And obviously culturally what he meant was a really big draw as well. Because people forget, you know, remember the runway shows, remember the cast of models that he had walking those shows, you know, the Kid Cudis, the Pusha T's, the Playboy Cartis, like, he was really going for it. For the photography, the fucking documentary he did behind the show, like, there was a lot of cultural assets and things going on at the time that kind of contributed the whole thing. The fucking skate team with Lucian and shit that he was doing, you know, the parties, all this sort of shit was all part of it. So culturally, I think they did really, you know, they did kind of smash out of the park by hiring Virgil. Maybe the designs weren't the greatest, but I think in terms of what he did for Louis Vuitton men's, in terms of making it a cultural moment, especially during Fashion Week, it was a #1 show to go to. Everyone was excited for it. There was always a massive, you know, elaborate set. Like, he really, really went for it. So I think a lot of him getting picked for that job was based on what he did. Niggas screaming at me for my MAGA hat. Again, like, I love Ye, but this reluctance to not accept that some people are just not gonna fuck with you solely based on you liking Trump and being MAGA is really, really dumb. Really, really dumb. Like, nowadays it's a lot more socially acceptable maybe to wear a MAGA hat, or to proclaim that you're Republican, or to proclaim that you're MAGA, or to say that you're a Trump fan. But I think back then, especially when he was wearing his, you know, SNL days, when he got that hat custom made, when he was hugging up on Trump and saying Trump is like his dad, like, you can only imagine how much that turned off certain people from him. And I would hazard a bet, maybe his proclamation and his, you know, him announcing his undivided love for Trump might have way more of a negative effect on his career than him, you know, being a self-admitted anti-Semite and shit. I honestly think the Trump thing probably fucked him way more than being anti-Jew. Because at that time, when people really hated Trump that first term, woohoo, to come out and be proud and be saying you're MAGA, especially in this industry where everyone's kind of, you know, is liberal more so, or left-leaning, or at least pretends to be in public. You know, I don't think there's anybody in culture really. I'm trying to think in the scene who is proud to say that they're Republican. They probably do vote for the Republicans, or even in this country, the Tories, but I don't think you'll find many people culturally that would be proud or that would be confident to say, yeah, I'm a conservative, yeah, I'm a Republican. Not many would say that. So the fact that he did say that, and he's, you know, at that time, and he's not accepting the fact that some people are not going to be fans of you for saying, like, you can say you're a MAGA fan, or you wear the MAGA hat, but you also have to understand what some people will think of if you do wear the MAGA hat. But he doesn't want to accept that because this is Ye. But they ain't never questioned where my children at. Again, I don't see, like, he says this a lot. Why doesn't everyone talk about where my children are? It's like, why is that anybody's responsibility? Why is it anybody else's responsibility where your children are at? Why don't you worry about your children? Like, you're hanging around with Sneeko and them, man. Go hang out with your children. Figure it out. I don't know. Work it out in some regard. It's probably going to be difficult. You know, I'm assuming the Kardashians, the Jenners are not the easiest family to deal with when it comes to these parental issues and shit and custody battles. I'm sure it's not going to be easy. But I don't see what the internet, what society at large, what his fellow. I think there's one tweet I saw of him where he's basically asking the likes of Jay-Z and Beyonce and Rihanna. It's like, bro, didn't you just say recently the other day that you think Jay-Z and Beyonce's kids are regarded, and now you want them to help you to get your kids back? Like, huh? So I don't understand that line. Makes no sense. Every day, every day I be going through pain. Niggas ain't gonna help no way. Niggas say I'm going insane again. I don't have any sympathy for people like Ye who've got money and resources to help themselves, but they refuse to help themselves. Like, what do you want us to do? Like, we all are going through our own pain. We're all going through our own struggles. If anything, I am one of the fans who just want the product and the art. I could care less about his mental state. I'm not going to lie. As toxic as that may sound, when it comes to the artists that I love and shit, I could care less about their personal life. I could care less about their political opinions. I just want the art. Give me the music, give me the music videos, give me the albums, give me the tours, give me the merch, give me the clothes, give me the shoes. I don't give a fuck. Vote for MAGA, be a fucking Hitler fan, be a fan of Mussolini, whatever you want to do, I don't care. As long as the product is good, I'm going to rock it. But I'm not going to care about your mental space, especially if you've got the funds and the ability to kind of help yourself and you're not wanting to help yourself. It is what it is. Because I'm going by Yitler's name, that's funny, by the way, calling yourself Yitler is fucking hilarious. She be trying to get me committed. So I might just beat my wife. It's fucking hilarious. People are saying that might be the reason why Bianca disappeared for a while. We didn't see her on the timeline or with Ye for like a month, I feel like. And then she finally, she suddenly pops up again. But allegedly it was to do with Bianca Censori trying to get Ye some help. And because I don't even think she tried to get him committed. I think Ye just uses explosive language to kind of always sound like a victim. Like, so something I've noticed. I think maybe when you get older, you notice this sort of thing. Ye loves being a victim. Weirdly enough, he loves being a victim. So I think he uses these big words about committed and my children, all these facts, just to make him sound like he's more victim than what he is. Yo, big up King Bayu. Wagwan, GG.
Have said put the swastika in the back group, lol.
I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know why my TTS is Spanish. But big up King Bayu. It said, AZ said, put the swastika in the bag, bruv. That's hilarious. And that's what it means in Spanish. Let's play that one more time. Big up the Spanish TTS. One more time. That's amazing. Big up the Spanish TTS. I want to play that. What's that say? Let's play that again. Is it going to play it? No, it didn't say it. Is it? Come on. AZ said what? AZ said put the swastika in the bag, bro. It's hilarious. Anyway, yeah, but big up King Bayu. Appreciate you. And basically, yeah, they say Ye don't talk about Virgil because he ain't alive. And again, this goes back to my point I said earlier. I'm not even too sure if Ye does have a problem with Virgil, and if it's just not more of an issue of Ye not liking people telling him what to say. Ye's got this thing about if you tell him what not to say something, he's gonna go out there to say it. So maybe because people are going out of their way to say to him, hey, that's in bad taste, respect the dead, don't talk ill of the dead, blah 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 blah. He doesn't agree with that notion. So he goes out of his way to show and prove that he can say whatever the fuck he wants. Hence why he's saying Virgil let me down and sing all these fucking things. The other chorus is one of the worst ones, really, where it says Virgil is in the ground, but he still let me down. Virgil let me down. Virgil let me down. I did everything I could to put you on. I don't understand why Virgil did me wrong, especially when I made that boy my protege, except they expect me to forgive him because he's not here today. Virgil in the ground, but he still let me down. Virgil let me down. Virgil let me down. Virgil's in the ground, but Virgil let me down. Now, unironically, this is also a really good song. I think there's something about the croning. There's something about the simps. There's something about the beat. There's something about the melody. There's something about the simplicity of it that it actually does bang. I can imagine myself like closing my eyes, being somewhere and kind of singing this at the top of my lungs. You know what I mean? It is a really good song. It really does kind of bang. which kind of goes, which kind of lends credence to what people say about artists when they're going through their worst time, personally, financially, whatever it may be, spiritually, right? Mentally even. It's usually sometimes when you get the best material. That's why some people, fans included, are super toxic when they hear their favorite rapper, got divorced or got cheated on or whatever it may be. Usually, you're going to get a really hard song. It's kind of like the first day out sort of thing, right? You spent a lot of time locked up, first day out, you're ready to fucking go, you lay one of your best fucking tracks out there. So I'm not surprised that this song bangs because, Kanye's going through a bit of a hard time, but I'm also not going to sit here and extend him every courtesy and, feel sad for him or whatever it may be, because I feel like he is weirdly enough going out of his way just to be mean for the sake of it. And I don't think it's necessary unless he decides to come out one day and tell us what the actual issue is. He probably won't. Because it's better just to kind of, stay in this sort of weird vagueness of an issue that he allegedly has with Virgil. But I would love for him to one day come out and say, hey, this is my problem with Virgil. Here's what happened. Here's some added context. You guys don't know exactly what happened. He didn't recommend me when they asked him for a recommendation for me to get a Louis Vuitton job. He said I shouldn't get it and that he should get it. He scammed me, that whatever, something deeper, because so far, LV deciding not to invest in Ye's brand because he went MAGA and it wasn't good for business and it wouldn't look good optically, and deciding to go for Virgil, who was an easier person to work with, as you can see, based on his collaborations. Just look at Virgil's list of collaborators over the years. You can tell he's an easy person to work with because, he's worked with the Evians, the Ikeas of this world and shit. Those people don't want to work with somebody as volatile as a Ye. So maybe it's just a simple case of them just going for the person that's going to be the easiest to work with. And it also helped that Virgil at that time was fucking, hotter than fucking fish grease, and they went with him. I don't think it was a slight against Ye. If anything, Ye kind of fumbled it himself, really. But Ye's never going to admit that and be accountable for his own, errors and actions and shit. So unfortunately, we're going to get this song. So as much as I love this song, it really does break my heart, again, like I said, because I'm a big Virgil fan. And it's sad to see these two guys who, I looked up to a lot at the time, who were very, very close and kind of did a lot for culture and kind of inspired a lot of us to kind of do the things that we're doing now, to, still be going out of each other. Well, not two of them. It's only Ye really going at Virgil. But it's just kind of sad that it didn't end on good terms, and that Ye, for some reason, just can't let it go. And yeah, it's just heartbreaking, really. It's heartbreaking. But R.I.P. Virgil, R.I.P. Virgil, R.I.P. Blood Clot Virgil. Continuing on, let's talk about the main thing of the show, the main part of the show. Bear with me 1 second, I need to get tissue paper. The main part of the show is regarding Riccardo Tisci. The main part of the show is regarding the blood clot Riccardo Tisci. Also, big up all of my allergy man them out there who are suffering the same way that I am suffering. If you've got allergies out there, make sure you bang your chest, because god damn it, my nose is leaking. So let's get into the main part of the show. Riccardo Tisci drama. This happened just before Met Gala. The Met Gala, by the way. Just before the Met Gala. Pretty fucking crazy. So, the title says as follows, courtesy of The Independent, who broke the story exclusively. Fashion designer Riccardo Tisci accused of drugging and sexually assaulting New York restaurant-goer. When I heard this story, it immediately reminded me of the Alexander Wang allegations from a couple of years ago. Maybe a few years ago, when he was basically accused of, if I'm not mistaken, spiking guys' drinks with like care, allegedly, or what was it? Maybe it was GHB or something, and then taking advantage of them. I'm not too sure how that ended. I think he might have settled out of court with that, but for whatever reason, it didn't really stop or hamper his career, which was really interesting. He seemed to kind of get back to doing things, presenting shows like nothing happened. He still got his show displayed on Vogue.com and shit. So it's pretty wild that Ye was super basically went on his anti-Semite tour and also wore a red hat, so that Vogue.com decided to remove his picture. Remember when Ye walked the Balenciaga show? He walked that one Balenciaga show. I thought it was a mud show, and they removed his image from the Vogue runway review of Balenciaga show. But for whatever reason, Alexander Wang can settle out of court for sexually assaulting people, but he still has his collections displayed, his namesake brand, on Vogue.com, which is interesting. But hey, who knows? So let's read a bit of the story, and then I'm going to go through the actual court documents as well to read in detail what actually happened, because this is pretty wild, but also not surprising, because I feel like this has been like, if you've been paying attention to fashion Twitter, I feel like you would have seen this coming, because I felt like over the last 18 months, I've seen a lot of conversation about Riccardo Tisci, former Givenchy designer and all-round fucking, legend out here, on the timeline talking about his tendencies or his proclivity or his likeness for black gay guys. Not sure if you've seen it. If you're in a timeline, maybe it's just my timeline, but I think over the last 18 months, I've seen a lot of people talking about how they've seen Riccardo Tisci pop up like at certain spots around the world, especially in America, where a lot of like black gay guys go to party and shit. And it's the type of place that you only go to if you know Wagwan. Like, it's not baked places, right? Which is kind of, weird in itself, because you're kind of fetishizing certain people. But I also saw a lot of people saying, oh, that's pretty cool that he's like, he's gay himself, but he goes and and touches the people. He's actually going to the real places. He's not just going to the bait pride events here and there or the bait gay clubs. He's going to the actual quote unquote hoods. And I remember one in particular case story was when he went to this place. I'm not sure if it's DC, but there's a particular gay pride celebration. Maybe it's DC, maybe it's somewhere else, where allegedly all of the gay black guys go to. It's like the mecca that they go to every single year. And allegedly he's always there every single year also. And also think back to that time when Riccardo Tisci had that interesting little love affair with Frank Ocean, allegedly, during the Oscars one time. So yeah, whatever, So I feel like for whatever reason, this story's been rumbling for a while, because out of nowhere, people start talking about, Riccardo Tisci's preferences and what he's into and stuff, and then roll on 18 months later, an allegation comes up that he's drugging and sexually assaulting people. Now those two things aren't related, right? You can be into gay black guys could be your thing if you're gay, and you could also not be a sexual assaulter. But it's interesting how for whatever reason that appeared in the timeline as a thing, and now all of a sudden we've got this story. So anyway, let's go through it, courtesy of The Independent, and then we'll read through the actual court document itself. So it says here, a New York man claims iconic fashion designer Riccardo Tisci drugged his drink while out at an East Harlem restaurant, after which he woke up in the former Givenchy creator's multi-million-dollar townhouse naked without any idea how he got there. Oh my God. Okay, that's bad. I don't know about you, but that's kind of bad. And I'm wondering if this story may have fucked up his chances of getting whatever job he's meant to get. I don't think it was Dior, because now obviously JW is at Dior, but there was a rumor that he was going to go to another big house, another big luxury brand. But I'm assuming this type of case might put the brakes on any appointment that was meant to come. I would assume so. But, fashion's a weird place, because, John Galliano got a job, soon after what he said. So who knows? Arizona Wang is still on Vogue.com, so who fucking knows? In a state lawsuit filed on Tuesday, Patrick Cooper accuses Tisci of sexually assaulting him while he was under the influence and unable to consent, alleging that the 50-year-old dosed him with unknown substances. Yo, big up, Ayumi love.
Sometimes it seems like thing I wish he said was homosexual.
To be fair, do I wish I was homosexual? No, probably not. I don't wish I was homosexual. No. I don't wish I was anything. I wish I was myself. Why would I wish I was something I'm not? But I do wish I had more gay friends. That's what I wish for. I wish I had more gay friends. I wish gay guys liked me more. If anything, I feel like I get, I feel like I would do well in a group of lesbian, I feel like lesbian girls would probably be my friend. I feel like, lesbian girls would probably give me more of a chance to be their friend than gay guys would. For whatever reason, gay guys don't seem to like me too much. And I remember actually big up Kat Barker. Big up my girl Kat fucking Barker. Make sure you fucking check her out. Kat Baker, sorry, Kat Barker. Big up Kat Baker, right? I remember saying that to Kat Baker one time, and she told me, well, duh, look at your timeline. I was like, what do you mean look at my timeline? She's like, you're a bit aggro, you're a bit laddie and shit. I was looking at my timeline, I think it was after the United game, and obviously I was effing and blinding, saying mad shit all the time. Just going, me, when United's playing, I'm going crazy, but also just generally what I talk about. So I was thinking, maybe I come across way too, I come across way too straight for a gay guy, with my interest. And they probably would think that I would not be fans of them, maybe. But I am fans of them. I would love them. I would honestly love nothing more than to have way more gay friends. But unfortunately, for whatever reason, the gay guys seem to like, you know, when they see me, they see a walking red flag. They see a toxic male, which I get because of my interests and stuff and the way I speak and how loud I can be and blah, 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 blah. And obviously being into sports and shit, mostly the sports. Maybe it's mostly the sports thing. That's probably the issue, because I think everything else I kind of line up with them. You know what I mean? I take care of myself. I like to work out. I like to wear nice clothes and shit. You know what I mean? I get haircuts regularly. You know what I mean? I do all the stuff. I do all the stuff that they do. You get me? But I think the sports side of things, that toxicity side of shit, the UFC shit, is a little bit too much for them. Maybe, or just maybe my personality as well. It couldn't just be in sports. Maybe just they just look at me and think, you know what? F this guy, which I also get. It is what it is. Big up the stream chat. Big up. Big up. It smells like poppers in here. Big up Coiler. I love that. Big up Fashion Roman. Wagwan G. If the rumors was he was going to Gucci, Demna doesn't work. If the rumor was he might go to Gucci if Demna doesn't work. Oh, really? Oh, actually, you know what? I could see that working, actually. But again, I don't know. Me personally, I don't actually, like, he's never been able to replicate the fucking magic he did at Givenchy anyway, Riccardo Tisci. That stint at Burberry was horrendous. That was so fucking bad. So bad that people forget that he was at fucking Burberry. Like, do you know what I mean? No one speaks about it anymore. But that stint at Burberry was really fucking horrible. So I'm not too sure why he's deserving of that spot, really. That would be a very undeserving appointment if he did get the Gucci job anyway. If this allegation never come out. If Tisci got that, because what are you basing that appointment on? But I would actually love to say that would be an interesting. I would love someone to do an article on that, or maybe do a deep dive on why that happens, like why designers like Riccardo Tisci aren't able to replicate that sort of like magic, because for whatever reason, that one stint he had at Givenchy, those amazing fucking seasons he had there, the looks, the models, the fucking cultural moments with Ye, all that sort of shit, he has never been able to replicate that success anywhere else. It's been fail after fail after fail after fail. He's kind of lost a bit of his magic. I know some people on the timeline, specifically Luis Pisano, are alleging that a lot of it has to do with him partying, which might also kind of line up with these allegations and the rumors that came on the timeline that him going to all these gay clubs. So maybe his inability to kind of replicate that level he was at Givenchy might have everything to do with his partying, which is interesting in itself, because I think that also goes to show that, you know, no matter what level you're at, if you're distracted and you're not doing what you're meant to be doing, because, you know, you'd imagine being a designer of a house at that level, you've got a lot of assistance, a lot of help, a studio you can kind of work with. But if you're not on the ball, the work's going to suffer. So it's proof that if you take your eye off the ball, it's going to be very obvious that you're taking your eye off the ball. And maybe he needs to kind of get sober again, you know, figure stuff out, stop going out as much, and his work might improve. People said the same thing about Demna, Balenciaga and shit, and how that's ended. But yeah, the Gucci thing would have been a weird appointment, personally, if it was me. But anyway, let's continue. In a lawsuit filed on Tuesday, Patrick Cooper accuses Tisci of sexually assaulting him while he was under the influence and unable to consent, alleging the 50-year-old dosed him with an unknown substance in order to make him so disoriented as to no longer know where he was, what he was doing, or what other people, particularly Tisci, was doing to him. And again, I remember speaking to somebody about this in my personal life. Oh yeah, I spoke to somebody the other day about this, right? I don't know about you guys, but I remember when I was coming up, like, we had this thing, like, me and my friends in the area, me and my friends in Ends, big up Brian and Claudio, we'd kind of go out every weekend and try and like pick up girls and shit, right? We'd go to like Ilford, we'd go to like Barking, we'd go Dagenham, we'd go to Lakeside and shit, pick up that Lakeside shopping mall back in the day, and we'd just go on a Saturday with our fresh haircuts and our fucking Hackney Market Nike tracksuits and try and pick up girls and get numbers and shit. And even sometimes we go to house raves and whatever maybe, right? Try and bag some baddies, right? Some shorties. But I remember back then when we were doing that a lot, it was never a win. You would never take it as a win if, like, you ended up, you know, quote unquote, bagging somebody that was drunk or fucked up. If anything, you would go out of your way to make sure that person got home safe. Like, we'd all chip in and make sure that girl got a cab home. No one's going to go home with her. Just what's your address, put her in a cab and kind of send her on her way and shit. But there was never any kind of win about doing that sort of shit. And I feel like, for whatever reason, in recent years, this kind of like drugging people, or this kind of idea that every win is a win, even if the person's inebriated, has become way more accepted. Back in the day, that was never that accepted. It was always kind of looked at, you look at it as a real creeper, as a real weirdo. But I think nowadays, you see a lot of people, especially in certain parts of London, where you see a guy walking down the street with a girl and she's clearly sloppy, like about to fall over, and he's trying to hold her upright to kind of walk her back home so he can kind of do the deed. And it's like, brother, man, she's fucked off her mind. She doesn't even remember her name. Like, put her in her house, you know what I mean? Make sure she's kind of looked after and go home. Like, you don't need to do this, brother. That's not a win. If anything, it makes you look like a creep. But anyway, let's continue. As a result, Cooper 35 was unable to reject, fight, stop, or defend himself from Tisci's predatory, sexual, and unlawful assault and battery, according to the complaint. He told The Independent that he just went out to have a good time. My intentions were never to end up in Riccardo's bed. When I woke up, he was kissing me. Yo! Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Could you imagine the outcry if this was a black designer? If this is a brown designer? That's the thing. Sometimes you think, I feel like I've not even seen this. I don't think I've even seen this on Vogue.com. I saw in my life, I don't think I've seen this on Vogue.com. Maybe I'm lying. I don't think I've seen this on Vogue.com. I'm not sure about Business of Fashion, but I'm pretty sure I've not seen this on Vogue.com. But can you imagine if somebody black or brown did this? Can you imagine? Cooper, who described himself as bisexual, said that he headed to the hospital for a rape kit, tested immediately upon leaving Tisci's Lux Soho home. They contacted police to make a report. I remember sipping a drink, and I don't remember anything else, Cooper contended. To this day, I still don't remember anything. Nothing. God almighty. God almighty. Imagine, right? Imagine the horror. Imagine being bi-curious. Imagine being bisexual. And you go out, you end up bumping into Riccardo Tisci, you end up kind of having a bit of a flirt and shit. And then the next thing you know, you wake up in his bed and you're naked and he's on top of you, lips on you and shit. Could you imagine the horror? You just want to have a little bit of a flirt. You're not even sure what way you swing. You're still undecided. You're in the middle, right? And then the next thing you end up doing is end up being stark naked in fucking Riccardo Tisci's, loft apartment somewhere. You're like, what the hell is going on? But I've heard of this like spiking thing a lot, especially in the dance music scene that I'm kind of a part of. Some of the stories, like when it comes to spiking as well, it's weird, isn't it? Like, part of me thinks a lot of these spiking, not this guy in particular, but some of the other reports I've seen from people in nightclubs, I wonder if a lot of the spiking is not just people just not knowing how to control their drugs and just going too crazy. You know, like how sometimes when you go out and then you come back home and you check your bank account and you're like, oh shit, you can't believe you spent that much amount of money, right? You can't believe it. You think someone stole your card. It's like, no, you spent that, right? So I think sometimes people get so fucked up, they don't believe they got that fucked up. So the only way to explain it is, oh, my drink got spiked. Because I'm not too sure, because I've heard so many people say they got spiked, but nothing happened. So are there tons of people in clubs spiking people just to watch you get fucked up and not do anything to you? Is that a thing going on? Like they just get like a perverse joy and pleasure out of seeing you stumble and get all sloppy and look like a zombie, but they don't take any advantage of you whatsoever. Is that a thing? Or are you just getting a bit too crazy? And the other thing too, especially people like myself that have been to Berghain and stuff, or these big clubs, people can attest, mandem and geldem that have been to Berghain can attest. The amount of people that go to Berghain and don't take any responsibility for themselves, or don't protect their drinks, or don't, whatever, keep their head in the swivel because it's like a club and they think it's a safe space, it's crazy. It's crazy, the amount of people who don't really, take any responsibility for their whatever. Leave their drink on the side. Like, imagine, like, there's a side, there's like a back bit in the Berghain on the main dance floor. Like, so, I don't know what the capacity of the Berghain, it might be like 10,000 something. There's a back bit where you can kind of like stand or lean on, and it's got like a little ledge where you can leave your drink. Some people will leave their drink there, go and rave, come back and come and drink it again. Now you have no idea somebody spat in it, pissed in it, like put a booger in it. You have no idea. People will literally leave their drink at the back of the fucking club against the wall, go and rave at the front, and then go back and drink it like everything is good. Like, honestly, people are bizarre. So if you're that person, please don't do that. Please take care of your things. Please, take your drink with you wherever you go. Toilets, wherever it may be. Take it fucking with you. It's not that fucking deep. And don't leave it unattended, because there are some people out there that might do some crazy shit. The article continues. Reached by phone, Tisci hung up shortly after being informed what the call was regarding. Reached by phone, Tisci hung up shortly after being informed what the call was regarding. His agent, Ann Nelson of United Talent Agency, told The Independent, I regret to inform you I cannot comment on the matters related to a pending litigation. Oh my God. It's interesting, by the way, that he's still represented by a UTA. Most people that get accused of this sort of stuff, they get dropped by their agents ASAP. But it's interesting that his agents are still working with him at UTA. Again, when you're white, things are different. But imagine if you're a black person and you're represented by CAA, represented by WME, represented by UTA, and an allegation like this came across your table or came across your inbox. Imagine, you think they'll stand by you? Come on, man. In an email, and look what happened to fucking Young Philly. Look what happened to Young Philly. Lost everything after one allegation. Everything. This guy has not lost anything so far. In an email, an NYPD spokesperson declined to confirm or deny reports of the case, but they said the NYPD takes sexual assault and rape cases extremely seriously, urges anyone who's seen a victim to file a police report so that we can perform comprehensive investigation, offer support and services for the survivors. A native of Apulia, Italy, Tisci has dressed as star. Okay, cool. This is just the background of him, right? Cool. So that's what other. Okay, cool. Have we got any more? Yeah, there we go. Let's see some more details of the case. The alleged assault took place on June 29th, 2024. Wow, so it's recent. Holy shit, it's last year. Wow. When Cooper met Tisci through a mutual friend, according to his complaint, after spending time at a club downtown, Cooper said he and his friend Tisci and another man went to Two Sisters, Four Brothers, a soul food spot. You see what I mean? You see? Two Sisters, Four Brothers, a soul food spot at East 116th Street in New York. So he definitely has a thing for black guys. So I'm assuming this guy's a black guy as well. So there's a black fetishism going on here. Jesus, that the timeline was right about that sort of shit, right? That's where Tisci surreptitiously slipped something into Cooper's drink when he wasn't looking, Cooper complaint alleges. Cooper, who said he's 6'1" and handles his liquor very well, told the Independent that he had only had two or so glasses of wine up until the point and hadn't been feeling drunk at all. However, the complaints continued shortly after Cooper finished his drink at Two Sisters, Four Brothers. He became disorientated, confused, impaired, intoxicated, unaware of his actions and surroundings, and unable to comprehend what was going on. Once the drug took effect, Tisci brought Cooper back to his home, where Tisci prevented Cooper from leaving. Ooh, ho, ho. Dicey, bro. Isn't that like kidnapping as well if you do that, right? Technically, in law. If you stop someone from leaving. Wow. Prevented Cooper from leaving and sexually assaulted in the complaint states. When Cooper woke up, he found himself naked with Tisci also naked next to him. Upon information and belief at the time of the aforementioned sexual assault, Cooper lacked the capacity to consent. Fucking hell. Riccardo Tisci out here doing an absolute madness. Absolute madness. When Cooper came to while at Tisci's Swank King Street pad, which he once shared with artist Marina Abramovich, his throat was so dry he could barely speak, he told The Independent. Okay, I want to see this. What's this? What is Riccardo Tisci's King Street pad? Can I see this? Can we see this King Street pad? I want to see what this pad looks like. Jesus Christ. What an absolute horror. Okay, we can't see that. Riccardo. Let's see. Riccardo Tisci, King Street. Let's see if we can find it on the Google image. I want to see what the place looks like. I'm assuming like high ceilings, beams and shit, exposed brickwork, loads of really cool modern interior, loads of really cool modern furniture and shit. I'm assuming. Do we see the inside of it anywhere? Nah. Oh, there we go. We got a little bit of it here, right? Is that there? What's that say? Riccardo Tisci's spaces. What's that say over here? Yeah, Tisci's New York there we go. That's a little bit of it there. Oh, it's pretty. It looks pretty swanky, doesn't it? That outside of it looks really nice. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, okay, cool. A little bit different than what I expected it to look like, but still very beautiful indeed. Let's continue. Completely discombobulated, Cooper said he asked Tisci for a glass of water. Completely discombobulated, Cooper said he asked Tisci for a glass of water, who walked away unclothed, then came back wearing a pair of shorts. I was like, how did I get here? I kept saying, how did I get here? I kept asking him, how did I get here? And he's not responding. I'm sorry to laugh, but that is fucking nightmarish, bro. That is legitimately nightmarish. How did I get here? and the guy ain't responding, and you're there stark naked, and you have no idea how you got all your clothes off. Scary shit. We go upstairs. My clothes are there next to the couch. Cooper said he left unsure of where he was, then called a friend he had been with the night before. He's upset at me, saying, "Why would you leave me? I couldn't find you." Cooper went on and he said he was asking everyone if they knew where I was. I told him I don't remember last night at all. Fucking hell, bro. Fucking hell. To be fair, this I'm not surprised by as well. People that do this sort of shit love to like isolate people. They love to like try and get you alone. That's probably not that it's a bit deep to say this, but I think especially if you're a girl, if you're a guy, if somebody's going out of their way to kind of push for you to meet alone. No, imagine if you're out with friends and then the person that you meet is really being pushy about separating you from the group. That's a bit of a red flag. They should be okay to like let you all hang out. Then if you want to stay after your friends leave, that's one thing. But the person that goes out that like is really pushy, really insistent when you're out together as a group to be like, hey, come back to mine by yourself, just me and you, or keeps pulling you away to corners and keeps pushing you away places, they're usually on the weirdo side. Usually most guys that have game, most guys that know what they're doing are more than okay with the whole group coming back. More than okay, because they know they can play their game, amongst a group of people, solo, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. And if anything, they want you to feel as comfortable as possible so that when you agree and don't regret it, and you agree and you're completely happy with your decision. You know what I mean? As opposed to being forced into it because you keep getting pulled alone somewhere. But yeah, that's a classic creepo move. Getting somebody alone by themselves to go places. The next day, Cooper said that he called Tisci, who insisted he didn't remember him, and asked for a photo. Oh my God. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. Oh my God. Could you imagine sexually assaulting somebody? You shouldn't do that, by the way. Don't imagine doing it. But could you imagine what type of monster you are to sexually assault somebody, under the influence, basically spike them, drug them, to take advantage of them sexually, and then when they confront you about it, you lie and say you don't remember who they are. You try and act like you have amnesia. You try and gaslight them and make them try and believe as if like nothing actually happened and it's all in their head. Wow. The next day, Cooper said he called Tisci, who insisted he didn't remember him, and asked him for a photo. I sent the picture and he goes, "I still don't remember you," Cooper said. I told him, "How do you not remember me? I was at your house." He goes, "Oh yeah, I remember you now. Nothing happened." I said, "I woke up naked." He said, "No, you had clothes on." That's when I knew. To be fair, I think most people, it's like similar to like when you can feel somebody looking at you, even if your back is turned to them. I would imagine that if you got sexually assaulted, there is no way that your body wouldn't tell you something happened. You have a gut feeling. You have something inside you is going to tell you something bad happened. Something occurred here. There's going to be a feeling you can't really budge. You can't convince yourself that it didn't happen. You're going to have the initial feelings and be like, oh, something had happened. So most likely you should trust your gut in that respect. He then decided to retain a lawyer, Cooper said, adding that he kind of broke down in the aftermath of the alleged assault. Yeah, I can imagine. I have not spoken to Riccardo since. I have not heard from him, Cooper stated. Cooper's lawsuit accuses Tisci of assault, battery, false imprisonment, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and violation of the New York State's Gender Motivated Violence Act. He is now seeking compensatory and punitive damages to be determined in court. Woo! That's a lot, bro. That's a lot. That is fucking deep. So I'm assuming most likely, he will end up settling out of court. I don't think there's any chance that Riccardo Tisci is going to let this go to court. No chance. He's going to let all this come out in discovery. He's going to let people, he's going to, allow more details of this case to come to light. Most likely, I'm assuming they're going to settle out of court. And I'll be curious to see what the fashion community does when that happens. Because I don't have any doubt in my mind that this happened. Based on the things I've been reading on the timeline and the whispers and the insinuations, and again the drama around him 18 months ago, people talking about his preferences and what he likes to do when he goes out and shit, and maybe being a bit too handsy and forward. I don't doubt, if you had to ask me, hand on heart, did this happen? I don't doubt that this did happen. Now I'm curious to see what these fucking fashion motherfuckers are going to do if he does settle out of court. Because for me, settling out of court on a case like this, considering his name, considering his notoriety, considering his legacy, considering the jobs he's trying to go for, that is career suicide. And that is also, in my opinion, somewhat an admittance of guilt. So if he does decide to settle out of court, will some of these publications, will some of these fashion houses decide to like overlook him for certain jobs? Will they stop covering some of his shows? Or will they do the whole Alexander Wang shit and just pretend like it didn't happen and keep it moving? Because I still don't really get the Alexander Wang thing. Because I know he settled out of court, but I wonder how did they justify, like, how could you justify removing Ye's image from a Balenciaga runway collection on Vogue.com because you don't agree with his political views, or his views on Jews and shit, but then you're okay, you know, displaying Alexander Wang's collection, you know, every season, despite him basically settling out of court and admitting in a roundabout way that he did drug that kid. Like, how do you justify that? You know? Like, and I'm not somebody that's for the whole cancel culture thing personally. I'm a big believer in the fans being the people that should decide if you have a career or not. I don't think there should be, like, you know, industry-wide cancellations in terms of people taking away your ability to make money. But you should have some, you know, there should be some lines in the sand that you can kind of draw. If somebody gets convicted of diddling, if somebody gets accused of flipping, you know, diddling kids, diddling women, whatever it may be, all that sort of heinous shit, there should be lines in the sand you're able to draw. Be like, you know what, you can't work in this establishment again, or you can't work in industry again because, you know, you did a pretty crazy thing. Now, if your own fans want to still support you and whatever you do independently, that's all for them. More power to you. But the idea that some people get punished for some of the things they say or do, and other people don't, doesn't sit right with me. Especially when sometimes the crimes are the same. In this regard, if I'm not mistaken, the Alexander Wang allegation was also one guy. I think he might have went on TikTok as well. One person accused Alexander Wang of doing a madness. In this particular case, this guy is also accusing Riccardo Tisci of doing a madness. So if both people have these, it's not like a catalog of people. It's like, you know, same thing, basically. When you look at it case for case, why is one person gonna get one treatment, the other person not gonna get a treatment? Now again, we don't know because Riccardo Tisci at the moment doesn't have a job, so who knows what's gonna happen in terms of coverage. But I'm curious to see if Vogue and all those places do decide to not cover Riccardo Tisci anymore, or to not promote his work, and if all these big fashion conglomerates and houses decide not to work with him. How can you kind of do that when you're okay to have Alexander Wang about? You're all right to have fucking John Galliano about all this sort of shit. Like, how? You know? Doesn't sit right with me. Doesn't sit right with me in the slightest. But, you know, what do I know? Big up the stream chat. What you guys saying here? Koila, the Abramovich lady is a demon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, true. Riccardo Tisci's got some interesting friends in it. Naomi Campbell, Marina Abramovich. He keeps some interesting company. That's for sure. What else are you saying here? Big up Pastor Roman. If John Galliano can weather the storm, anyone can. Yeah, that's, to be fair though, I don't know. I think saying some dicey things about Jews and then sexually assaulting somebody, maybe because I'm just not a believer in words of violence. So I'm gonna say, if you violate somebody in the way that Riccardo has been accused of violating somebody, I think that's a worse crime than saying what John Galliano said about Jews. Personally, it's still bad, don't get me wrong, but I think what Tisci's been accused of is kind of wild. That's kind of insane. It's kind of intense, you know. So, and he's also not, you know, he's not as gifted as, like, when you go down to, is he as gifted as a designer as a John Galliano? Probably not, you know. So I can also understand why the industry kind of turned a blind eye and was ready to forgive John Galliano quickly, because he is a bit of a unicorn in terms of a designer. So you don't want to lose a talent like that, right? It's like Hedi Slimane. If it ever came out that Hedi Slimane was, you know, diddling some of these fucking, you know, twink models that he uses, I'm pretty sure a lot of people in the fashion industry would turn a blind eye. I'm pretty sure if serious allegations came out about fucking Hedi Slimane touching young boys, no one would bat an eyelid. They would kind of pretend like it's not happening. You know, there's certain designers at a certain level, even Demna. If something came out about Demna, I think a lot of people will turn a blind eye. And I think it has a lot to say about the talent, about the money they make for their brands, sales and shit, the money they make, their shareholders, all that sort of stuff. People will turn a blind eye. That's a really unfortunate thing about this. So maybe in this case, Riccardo Tisci might suffer because he's not the same Riccardo Tisci he was at Givenchy. So he might be surplus to requirements, right? He might be easier to ditch. He might be easier to kind of, throw by the wayside because he's not useful to anybody. But I think if he was useful, if he was beneficial, I think a lot of these brands would be like, you know what? Let's turn a blind eye because this guy, he's a hell of a designer. I think that could possibly happen. It could possibly happen. Big up Black American. I feel like what you described is what happens. Yep, for sure. I think it's below 10%. Big up Alex Knox. The anti-Semitism that Galliano did is the most reported. He also verbally and physically assaulted people. The anti-Semitism was multiple times. The video evidence of freedom. Yeah, but like that's true. But I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. It's just difficult. Look at. But I don't know. I'm saying that now, and I think to myself like, look at my guy from Bottega Veneta, right? They accused what's the guy at Burberry now? I forgot his fucking name. They accused fucking Daniel Lee. The rumor was about Daniel Lee that he got booed from Bottega Veneta because he was allegedly abusive to a lot of people there too. He wasn't the most nicest guy in the world. And one particular allegation, again from that Luis Pisano guy, it depends if you believe him or not. He alleges that, or somebody told him that Daniel Lee called some girl at the Bottega Veneta studio a black something. A black, I don't know, a black cunt, black something, but basically said something derogatory to the girl in the studio. Now, if that's true, that's kind of a madness, right? But Daniel Lee got welcomed back in with open arms, He didn't have a timeout, nothing. Zero. And he is not, he's not as talented as John Galliano in the slightest. So, I don't know. I think when it comes to words, maybe you can turn a blind eye. Maybe. Also, it probably helps as well if the victim doesn't come forward, because in that alleged account of Daniel Lee racially insulting somebody allegedly at the Bottega Veneta studio back in the day, it probably helps if you can keep the victim quiet and maybe pay them off or give them a promotion or something. I'd imagine that happens in the industry a lot, which is really sad to think about it. I imagine in the fashion industry, especially nowadays with society and politics and whatever we're being at the workplace we're at, I could imagine a lot of houses, brands, whatever, deciding to kind of, quietly deal with these issues internally, promote somebody, give somebody a payout, whatever it may be, to keep this sort of stuff out of the media, out of the press. And unfortunately, because the industry is so competitive and there's so little opportunities around, if you are a victim of racial abuse but somebody gives you an opportunity to kind of, hey, you're an intern here and I can give you the job in the design studio as a pattern cutter full time, here's a salary, you're going to probably take the job, even though you probably should go all the way in terms of, let people know what happened. I can understand if all you've dreamed about is working in industry and you now get a chance to work in industry off the back of somebody insulting you or saying something crazy about you. I can see why you'd want to make that change or take that decision, take that on board as opposed to maybe airing people out. So I don't know. It's a hard one. Big up Koila. Is anyone in fashion nice and not likely to drug and addy you and diddle you? Yeah, what you call it? Charles Jeffrey. I love Charles Jeffrey. I've met him a couple of times. I think Charles Jeffrey's a fucking really, really nice guy. But he's also Scottish, Charles Jeffrey's also Scottish. I keep forgetting that. Like, whenever I think of like nice UK guys that are in fashion, I think, okay, he's a Scottish. It's really, I don't know, it's hard to find a dickhead Scots person, you know what I mean? Most Scots are fucking lovely people. So he's really nice in fashion. Who else I met that's really nice in fashion? That might be about it. Fashion Roadman in the stream chat, he's nice. He's a nice guy. He might be, again, one of the only nice ones again in media and stuff. A lot of them are kind of up their own ass, but he seems like a really cool guy. There's not a lot of them. But a lot of it, I don't blame people as well for being assholes, because I think the industry kind of enables the assholery, It kind of encourages you to be a bit of a dick. It kind of encourages you to be a bit of a cunt, There's a lot of like sucking up, idolatry, and crazy hero worship shit going on in the industry that kind of makes you believe that your shit don't stink and think you walk on water. So it's a bit of a weird industry in that regard. Big up, Sinners taught me about you people. Lols. Big up, Chris. Big up, Z. Yeah, the money in exchange for silence is what makes most companies do. Exactly. Black American, I think who you offend is as important at what you do. People take advantage based on the perception of power. And yes, opportunity scarcity is a reason why they get away with it. Yeah, of course, 100%. So it wouldn't surprise me if there's been a ton of things happening in the industry that we have not probably heard about because people quietly accept other alternatives, other alternative resolutions, especially if it means them keeping their job or staying in the industry. Plus, there's a lot of people too, I'd imagine, who probably don't want to give themselves a bad reputation, so they go out their way to just probably keep some of those things under wraps and not report on them or not say nothing because they want to keep their job and because those jobs in fashion are so scarce, you know? Especially if you've really worked tooth and nail. You're not a nepo baby. You don't have, you know what I mean? You kind of got your job through pure blood, sweat, and tears. The last thing you want to do is kind of go out of your way to accuse somebody, and also it had to have a negative effect on your career prospects. I don't understand that completely. I understand that completely. Okay, moving on quickly. Let's quickly. I actually want to quickly read a bit of the legal document as well, and then we're gonna move on. But I want to read a little bit of legal just in case there's any details that I missed out on this. So this is the full legal document, lawsuit that's accusing Riccardo Tisci. So here you got here, Patrick Cooper against Riccardo Tisci. Let's see if there's any more details that I missed out on the article because they're independent. Let's see what they say here. Patrick Cooper and his attorneys Held and Hines are have filed a complaint against Riccardo Tisci, hereby alleges upon personal knowledge of himself upon information relies at all times thereon mentioned the plaintiff was and remains resident of state. Statement of fact: on or about 29th of June 2024, the plaintiff and the defendant were at Two Sisters and Four Brothers restaurant, lounge and bar. Plaintiff and the defendant did not know each other prior to June 29th. On said date, oh wow! By the way, that's a detail I didn't keep in mind. Riccardo Tisci's first time meeting this guy, he allegedly sexually assaults him, and he's meant to be a friend of a friend. Yo, that's some monstrous shit. That's some monstrous shit. Hopefully, I don't get sued, but I would assume if this is the case, then this guy is not the first victim. There's probably a score of people out there that have had some not so nice experience with Riccardo Tisci, but haven't realized it, or maybe are realizing it now. Because if you sexually assault somebody that's like a friend of a friend, the first time you've ever met them, you're a bit of a monster, innit? You're a bit of a monster. Like, I thought they knew each other. Like, you don't even know this person, and they're a friend of a friend, and you do that madness allegedly. Oof. No way this guy's the first victim. No way. No fucking way. Allegedly victim. On said date, defendant approached plaintiff and started a conversation with him. During that conversation and on ensuing conversation, the defendant, upon information and belief, tampered with plaintiff's drink, whereby he discreetly put a drug into the plaintiff's drink where he was not looking. I wonder if there's a way that you can, I don't think you can prove, innit? Yeah, you'd have to the drink on you. But I wonder if there's a way that you can actually definitively prove if you've been spiked or not. I know sometimes when certain spies get poisoned and whatnot, even when they do toxicology reports, they can't exactly pin down what they got poisoned with. It's really hard to determine, especially some poisons. I guess they have a way of like dissolving or blending in or just being untraceable. But I wonder if you did get spiked and you had the ability to save your drink, could you actually prove that you got spiked? Because I'd love to know what the spiking thing is. Is it ketamine? Is it GHB? Like, what is it? What kind of drug is this that allows people to kind of black out completely and have no understanding or semblance of their surroundings or what happened? Because a lot of people that get spiked always describe the experience as having big gaps in memory. And as some of you guys know, when you're drinking, sometimes you can black out, but your memory is spotty. Like when you it's been a long time since I got blackout drunk, but when you get blackout drunk, usually your memory is spotty. You remember like flashes of bits, right? You remember standing outside. You remember being in a toilet. You remember speaking to a guy with a red jumper. You have like flashes of your timeline of your night out. But when people get spiked, they don't remember like huge chunks of the night, like 6 hours plus of the night, completely gone. Which obviously gives somebody that's got very evil intentions every opportunity to do a madness. But I wonder if there's a way to actually definitively prove what you got spiked with, because I think that would be an interesting way to kind of maybe, get some solutions to this sort of issue that clearly is becoming a bit of a big issue now. Number 7, defendant did not offer drugs to plaintiff. Plaintiff did not accept drugs from defendant. Okay, so they're basically laying it out that even though these white guys went out to party, there was no drug sharing. So you can't even say, oh yeah, we partied too much and got a bit crazy. They didn't share drugs, they didn't offer drugs. They're just having a drink at this bar. So there should be no reason why this person should have these big chunks of time gaps in them, which again leads me to believe that, or leads me to come to the conclusion that there's probably a ton of people out there that may have got sexually assaulted at an afters or something and have no idea that they did, you know, because they were maybe partying the night before and then things got a bit crazy and then you continue partying, but then you don't really remember that, hey, X and Y happened. Defendant did not inform plaintiff that he was placing a drug in his drink. 10. Plaintiff did not give his consent, either express or imply, to defendant to put a drug in his drink. 11. Plaintiff did not give consent or either express to do drugs with the defendant. 12. Plaintiff is not aware that defendant put drugs in his drink. 13. Upon information and belief, defendant knowingly placed the drugs into the plaintiff's drink with the intent to impair plaintiff or his judgment. 14. Upon information and belief, defendant intended to take plaintiff to so disoriented as to no longer know where he was, what he was doing, or what other people, particularly defendant, were doing to him. I wonder if there's any detail as to what actually happened. Like, was able to do a sex rape kit? Like, I don't know. Can you even do that? Plaintiff upon, I don't know if it's false, I don't know, don't hurt me, don't shout at me. Plaintiff upon consuming the aforementioned or aforesaid drug infused drink became disoriented, confused, impaired, intoxicated, unaware of his actions and surroundings, unable to comprehend what was going on for the duration of the drug's effect on plaintiff. Plaintiff was not aware that they consumed the drug that the defendant put in his drink. Upon information and belief, once the drug took effect on plaintiff, defendant brought plaintiff back to defendant's house, where defendant prevented plaintiff from leaving and sexually assaulted him. When plaintiff woke up, he found himself naked and defendant next to him. But I wonder how they can, if you blacked out, how can you categorically say you've been sexually assaulted? But I wonder, maybe that's a rape kit. Maybe the rape kit is a reason. Maybe the rape kit is a reason. When plaintiff woke up, he found himself naked with the defendant also naked next to him. 19. At the time of aforementioned or aforesaid sexual assault, plaintiff lacked capacity to consent. 20. Upon information and belief, at the time of aforesaid sexual assault, plaintiff was not conscious. 21. As a result of the drugs given to plaintiff by defendant, plaintiff was unable to reject, fight, stop, or defend himself from the defendant predatory, sexual, and unlawful assault. 22. As direct and proximate result of the aforesaid acts by defendant, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain for an indefinite period of time physical, psychological, and emotional injuries. Plaintiff repeats and reiterates and alleges each and every allegation contained preceding paragraph, the complaint inclusive, the same force effective thereafter, the force of length. The defendant's non-consensual tampering of plaintiff's drink caused plaintiff to experience fear and imminent responsible apprehension of harmful, offensive contact with his person. Defendant's non-consensual insertion of a drug into plaintiff's drink caused plaintiff to experience fear, imminent and responsible apprehensive. Defendant's predatory non-consensual sexual acts against plaintiff caused plaintiff to experience fear. As a direct proximate result of aforementioned assault, plaintiff has sustained in the past, will continue to sustain the reason for going, plaintiff is entitled to award the compensation damage and the amount exceeding judicial limits of all lower costs would otherwise have jurisdiction. I wonder how much money he's going to get from this, because he's definitely going to settle out of court. I don't see he's going to court whatsoever. No way Riccardo Tisci goes to court. This is not happening. He's definitely going to settle out of court. I wonder how much he's going to give him. By reasons of foregoing, plaintiff is entitled to an award of punitive damages, an amount the jury would find fair, just, and appropriate to deter said defendant and others from future similar conduct, while considering the depraved, malicious, fraudulent, and oppressive intent to injure plaintiff in conscious regard for his rights and safety. Plaintiff repeats, reiterates, and alleges and re-alleges each and every allegation contained in the preceding paragraphs of the complaint, inclusive of the same force and effect thereafter of the same length. Jesus Christos, mate. Absolutely crazy. So yeah, let's see what happens. I'm curious to see what the fashion industry does. Like I said, I haven't seen many reports on this outside of stuff I've seen on Twitter. I've not seen Vogue.com report on it, so I'm curious to see if he does settle out of court. Will these fashion companies, will these fashion publications, will they have a media blackout and decide to not cover Riccardo Tisci anymore? Will he not get a big job at fucking Kering or LVMH anymore? Or will he go quiet for like a year, like most people do? Go fucking quiet, move to Bali, talk about being sober and shit, and then come back after a year and take over at Lacoste or something. Do you know what I mean? I can see that happening, you know, having like a soft re-entry and then kind of worming his way back into the industry again. I wonder, because if this was being alleged is true, you know, man deserves to be excommunicated from everything, because this is fucking monstrous. Because I would, again, if this is true, I would say, based on the description of what occurred, this most likely isn't the first time, in my opinion. If you had to ask me, gun to my head, this can't be the first time. Nobody goes out and sexually assaults a friend of a friend the first time you meet them, if you've not had priors. You know what I mean? That's like sicko, weirdo, creepo, monstrous behavior. So that's a really troubling thing, that there's many people out there that have probably been victims of, you know, this guy's abuse, but have no recollection of it, you know? Or maybe you're too scared, too afraid, don't have the resources to come forward and kind of talk about it. If that's the case, hopefully when this case goes public and shit, they do get the courage to do so, because this is fucking heinous. But there's probably, you know, many of these stories in the fashion industry, unfortunately, because people are so desperate to make it and shit, and it's because there's so many monsters. So not people are desperate to make it, forget that, because there's so many monsters that don't get, you know, pulled up on, you know, that don't get fucking called out. There's a lot of enabling, a lot of turning of the blind eye because of somebody's talent level, which is really crazy when it comes to harming people personally. But, you know, what do I know? Big up God's favorite. G will put you out. That's why you're told not to drink alcohol with GHB. Oh yeah, big up God's favorite. That's a very good point. That's a very, very good point. A lot of people, a lot of drug channels, especially on YouTube, the ones that kind of talk about, oh, what drugs do, they always state very, you know, emphatically not to mix alcohol with GHB. It's also probably the reason why a lot of people get super fucked up on it, because I'm assuming a lot of people don't listen to the you know, to the cautions, don't listen to the recommended dosage, or don't listen to the, you know, advice on how to consume it safely, and just do it, you know, like they're doing any other drug and go fucking crazy. So I can just imagine, if GHB already puts you out, could you imagine how much it will put you out on top of alcohol, on top of mixing with other drugs? Must be fucking crazy. Big up God's favorite again. Not that I've roofied myself or anything. Big up you. Big up Young God Vibes Wagwanji. GHB is the only detectable art before 24 hours. Damn. So you don't have long to go to the police. Yeah, Jesus Christos. Okay, cool. So there's no real chance really that you're going to be able to get any sort of toxicology from getting spiked, especially considering the time you're out, the time you kind of realize what happened, file a report. There's no way. Hence why people are doing it, because it's quite easy to get away with it, especially when people are already fucked up. Big up God's favorite, yeah, and you won't even know if it's G, you're being drunk, yeah. Big up Young God Vibes. That's why SA is hard to prove. A lot of police stations, labs are backed up, don't even run the kit. Oh yeah, and even forget the rape kit. It's just a hard thing to prove because of the he said she said thing, especially when it's a sexual assault involving people who have been in a relationship prior. I'd imagine those are probably the hardest ones to prove, where you've had a past relationship with this person, and then a sexual assault does happen, a drape does happen. It's probably really hard to prove, you know, without any shadow of a doubt, this person did that to that person, especially when you've got those things involved there. You know what I mean? It's probably pretty hard to kind of ascertain. Which also goes to explain why the conviction rate in the UK is so low. I think last time I checked, it was like 7% conviction rate when it comes to sexual assault, which is fucking scary when you think about it. Really, really crazy. Plus, we've got that law in the UK. I remember that one girl that accused, is it Thomas Partey? I think Thomas Partey. I remember that one girl that accused Thomas Partey of some madness. She couldn't actually file the charges because she waited too long. Like there's a time limit for how long you can file charges as pertaining to sexual assault and shit. So on top of it being hard to prove, on top of, you know, the embarrassing kind of dehumanizing nature of having a rape kit administered and shit, on top of all the stuff that you go through, stress of the situation, there's also on top of it, there's a time limit, you know, when you have to kind of file things. If you don't file things a certain time limit, you can't even file the case or whatever else it may be, just off the basis that even the person is guilty, which is kind of crazy. So people get away with things just solely based on people not having the information on how to file these things in the first place. So it's all kind of scary. But yeah, let's see what happens. Continuing on, let's talk a little bit about this. NHS may offer weight loss jabs over the counter at pharmacies. Pretty crazy. If you see fucking Hedy Slimane skinny Aggie soon, don't ask no questions. Don't ask no questions if you start seeing my cheekbones. Don't ask no questions if you see my cheekbones. If you see me with my fucking Alton Mason sucked in cheeks, do not ask any questions. Don't ask me any fucking questions because this is a madness. It's claimed that drugs like Ozempic could be available after a short consultation for as low as £9.90. Jesus Christ, let's go. Let's read this now because I think with Ozempic, if I'm not mistaken, you can only get it. I don't know if you get it through NHS even. I think you can only get it through like private clinics and shit, right? So you pay a lot of money for it. So only the people that have access to private clinics or whatever healthcare will get access to it. The moment this hits the NHS, the moment this becomes available at your local pharmacy and you can get a prescription for it for £9.90, you're going to see so many people in the hood, so many people in ends, anyone that lives in the UK. Don't be surprised when you see a ton of people that live near you suddenly becoming skinny. This shit is going to hit the streets hard. If Ozempic gets passed in the NHS, it becomes available on prescription for £9.90. Everybody in your area that you knew was fat will be fat no more. I guarantee you. Patients will be able to get a weight loss injection in pharmacies according to reports. It's claimed that drugs such as Ozempic, Mounjaro could be available over the counter after a short consultation at the cost of an NHS prescription. That's fucking amazing, by the way. I love that. This would broaden access to the jabs considerably, as health services currently restrict injections to those regarded as having the highest clinical need. Okay, so you can get it from the NHS, but you have to be supremely overweight. But I guess in this regard, maybe if you have some trouble maintaining your weight or whatever, you can find a way to kind of figure it out. Let's play this clip, Coach of Sky News.
If you want to grasp the sheer scale of what's happening with weight loss drugs in Britain, there is no better place to come than the distribution hub for one of the 3 biggest companies selling them online. Here they are shipping them to 400 patients every hour. Since Wegovy was launched a little over a year ago, they have supplied 200,000 patients. Collectively, they have lost 600 tons of body weight. That's roughly the same as 400 family cars. Now, the private sector ships to 95% of all the patients on the drugs in the UK. The NHS has only a tiny share of the market. They've really struggled to roll these out to patients. So people are paying around £150 a month, either for Wegovy or the new drug Mounjaro.
That's not too bad, isn't it? So you can pay $150 a month via private healthcare on this, like, what's this website to get like a monthly amount of Wegovy. That's not too bad, £100. But I guess if you can get it for £9.90 on NHS, that's a big difference. But £100 a month for a weight loss drug is not that bad. I thought it was way more than that.
Mounjaro is slightly more effective. Patients lose around 20% of their body weight in a matter of months, but still Wegovy is better suited for some patients. But together they are completely changing the way we see obesity. Rates may actually have peaked. They've plateaued already, partly because of public health measures like the sugar tax, but the belief is that so many people are now taking effective drugs that rates could start to decline perhaps as soon as this year, and that would be a significant change for the UK.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens, man. I'm curious to see what happens when it does become available via the NHS, because obviously it's going to have, it's going to be available to way more people, because there's a part of me that feels like in the area that I live in, where I'm surrounded by like Paddy Powers and like chicken shops and kebab shops and Icelands and shit and, Greg's and whatever it may be. There's a part of me that feels like people around here who are fat will take something like something like an Ozempic, and they still will beat it. Like fucking Wings of Redemption. They would beat Ozempic. I think there's some people in this area, or there's some people just in general in life, who would somehow find a way to not make Ozempic work for them. They'll still eat their way through it. I think they would. I don't think it'd work on a lot of people. I think some people would actually be annoyed or be offended of the feeling of not being hungry, because I think that's one of the things, right? It's like an appetite suppressant, so you end up not wanting to eat as much. There'll be a lot of people that'll be angry that they're not feeling as hungry because they want to eat fried chicken, they want to eat pizzas and shit. So I'm curious to see if in some areas it doesn't actually work. People think it's gonna work, but there are some people who are so hell-bent intent on eating like shit, on just enjoying themselves and indulging themselves, that they just will find a way to make this miracle drug that works for most people not work for them. At the moment, there's a 2-year waiting list for Wegovy on the NHS. Last year, research by Sky News showed that the rollout is happening far more slowly than planned. Oh yeah, by the way, that's what I've got to say. That's a good point, because I've noticed, for those of you that buy multivitamins on particular platforms, messaging apps and darknet, you will know this as well. Am I the only person that's noticed an increase in the amount of sellers who sell adult multivitamins for party fun, who are also now selling stuff like Ozempic? I've seen a ton of them. Not too sure if they're legit, not sure if they're fucking, fake or whatever they are, but I've seen a ton of people who are selling Manjaro, Wegovy, Ozempic stuff, like, who also sell adult multivitamin party drugs. That's like a thing. I've noticed it. Like there's like a prescription tab. There's like a prescription drugs tab, and it's pretty big. And Ozempic sort of stuff is really big now. I've seen a lot of people buying it, and I've seen reviews. So people are saying, "Oh, this is really good. Thank you for the dose." It's like, wow. So there's such a demand for this drug that people are buying it on the darknet. It's fucking wild, absolutely wild. Because you can imagine, there's definitely somebody out there that's fucking mixing vinegar with water. You gotta be careful about that. Like, there's definitely some unscrupulous piece of shit drug dealer that's fucking putting vinegar and water into a syringe and then selling it to you like that as like being Ozempic, which is insane. Or some like natural remedy, because I'm sure there's some sort of natural herbal thing alternative that is a suppressant. So like, what's that tea? I think there's a tea, right? There's a tea that I think Korean people drink that's meant to be a appetite suppressant. So it won't surprise me if those motherfuckers will take that tea and put that in a syringe or something and then sell that to you as Ozempic, and it's not Ozempic. Thousands of people with severe obesity have been denied access to the treatment, with doctors previously claiming that the soul-destroying postcode lottery has emerged. According to the Daily Mail, multi-pound deal for the pilot scheme will be struck with a pharmaceutical firm with a view of issuing prescriptions through chemists and health centres. They would be priced at £9.90, the same as an NHS prescription, and subsequently less than the $150 a month cost obtaining these privately. Fucking crazy, man. So let's see how it works out. Like I said, I think there are some people that are gonna battle their way through Ozempic, but I'm curious to see how it hits areas, because if it does well, and areas like myself, like areas that I live in, which is one of the poorest boroughs in London, that tend to have a lot of fast food chains, it'll be interesting to see how that affects the fast food shops. Like, imagine if Ozempic becomes popular or becomes readily available on NHS, people start taking it, and then those same people that go to Nando's or go to Dixie's or go to fucking kebab shops, Chinese's, Indians all the time, start to not go anymore. What then happens to those shops? What then happens to the local economy that I live amongst? You know what I mean? What happens to those stores? What happens to these businesses? Like, I'm curious to see how that kind of evolves and develops. But the report's being described as speculative, with health experts warning obesity drugs must only be used under medical supervision by those who are eligible. Shut up. The government spokesperson said, as the government shifts the NHS from sickness to prevention, we'll be looking across the board at how these drugs can be made available to more people who can benefit from them. The NHS is already tackling obesity in innovative ways, including through community care models and digital technologies to help deliver these drugs as part of a rounded care package. Previous estimates from the National Institute of Healthcare have suggested that 3.4 million people in England could benefit from weight loss. Wow. There's 3.4 million people who are categorized as obese in this country. 3.4 million. No way that's true. Surely that's not true. Because who else, if they mean benefit from weight loss injections, do they mean just people in general, if you're like technically overweight BMI wise, or do they mean if you're obese? Because that's a crazy amount. 3.4 million people in England are fat to the point where obesity drugs will be beneficial. Jesus. But last December, NIC said that the jabs would only be available to 220,000 patients in NHS in the first 3 years, meaning millions of others could end up waiting 12 years for the treatment. Studies can show. Okay, let's see this guy. What's this guy saying?
It's just a slow, painful process.
Ken needs to lose 5 stones.
But I get to see my family all the way up the stairs, which helps make it a bit more bearable.
For Ken, every step is painful. He needs a double knee replacement, but at 25 stone, he's considered too high risk to have surgery.
Wow. I did not know that. Sorry for my naivete. I did not know that if you're a certain weight, you can't have certain surgeries. So he needs to have a double knee replacement because he's walking with a cane. He's clearly struggling to walk. But he can't get the operation because he's too fat. Holy shit. But then he can't lose the weight because he's fat. Wow. Okay, I didn't know that was a thing. That's fucking wild.
You can see him huffing and puffing just for coming up that.
He's been told to lose 5 stone to have the operation, but that's difficult in his condition.
I hate the fact that I can't even go for a walk with my grandkids now. I've made lifestyle changes. I eat sensibly. I don't eat big crazy.
All right, Ken. Come on, Unc. Come on, Granddad. Come on, Granddad. Come on, man. You don't get that size because you eat sensibly. Why does every fat person say that? Myself included. I've said that in the past. What is it with fat people and an inability to just admit you are fat because you eat a lot? Why does every person say, oh, I don't even eat that much, actually. I'm actually only fat because of like soda and like fizzy pop and shit. I don't actually eat that much. Like, what? How do you get that fat then? Come on, Ken.
Meals. I think the biggest issue is my knees are kind of wrecked now, and a diet doesn't really work if you don't balance it with sensible exercise.
That's not true. That's not true. I lost weight once purely from just cutting out from just watching my macros. You can lose a bunch of weight. It takes much longer, but you can lose a bunch of weight from just cutting out certain food and having a more restrictive diet. He just doesn't want to do it because it's boring. You know what I mean? I get it. I understand Ken's dilemma. In Ken's dilemma, he can't, his knees are fucked up. But then if you're overweight and your knees are fucked up and you can't move around too much, the only joy that you're going to get out of life is eating, because you can't really go anywhere. So imagine if you can't go anywhere, but then you're like making yourself eat like, boiled chicken and fucking vegetables and shit and white rice. You're not going to be enjoying life too much. So I understand why he's in this predicament, but let's not lie and say you can't lose weight from just not exercising. If you do watch your diet and you do get things into some level of normalcy, you can lose a bunch of weight from not working out. It's going to take much longer, but it's obviously harder too if you're just sat on your ass all day.
Last hope was the weight loss drug Wegovy, the only way he'd slim down enough to get his knees fixed and his old life back.
So this is the actual referral form.
The GP confirmed he was eligible and referred him to the specialist hospital clinic.
I thought that would be opening the door to let me get access to the drug.
Then back came a text.
Currently our waiting list is around 2 years and we are unable to offer medication. If you no longer want this referral, please contact us. It's all shocking, isn't it?
That's crazy, man. That's fucking crazy. Big up fucking Ken. Studies show people on average lose 15% of their body weight within months of starting treatment with Wegovy. The drug mimics a natural hormone and people feel fuller, faster for longer. Obesity costs the NHS $6 billion a year and it's into 200 different diseases. Half of obese people with related problems such as high blood pressure and diabetes die within 10 years. Yeah, I'm assuming it's worth the risk for a lot of people, isn't it? A lot of people are probably on death's door. A lot of people who are obese probably have no ability, no willingness, no desire to lose weight the conventional way. They are, already bad as it is. The only option for them is to take this drug. That's the only way they're going to be able to reverse any of the, bad decisions they've done over the years for making themselves that fat. Even if the side effects are bad too, they're willing to take that risk. I understand. You know what I mean? If you're that fat, especially him, like double knee, that's gotta fucking hurt. All right. However, he's damaged himself, whether he's got fucked up knees because of his weight, or he's got the fucked up knees, because that could be also an issue where he was never that fat before. Maybe he fucked up his knees, then he got fat. You know what I mean? By not being able to move around a lot and shit, and living a somewhat sedentary lifestyle, maybe led him to kind of pile on the pounds. So it's pretty difficult from that position to suddenly start eating healthily and working out when you're in pain all the time. You can't really move too well, and you've also got into the habit of just eating poorly over time. So I get why these drugs can help those people like that. So it's a real shame that people that actually need them, like this Ken guy, can't get access to them. But you're a celebrity, right? Somebody that's wanting to go to a fucking fashion show or something, can get a hold of it and lose a bunch of weight to appear, you know, at a fucking festival or on a red carpet. But the people that actually need it to just do their daily lives and shit, and to kind of be a, you know, to kind of move around and have a somewhat fulfilling life, can't get a hold of it. That's a really heartbreaking thing. So I'm hoping this story is true and it does get rolled out to the NHS, because it'll allow people, regular folks like Ken, to be able to get the fucking jab and lose a bunch of weight and maybe get some semblance of control and autonomy back with their lives and shit. So fingers crossed the NHS does go through with it. Fingers crossed the NHS does go through with it. Moving on. Let's talk about the Met Gala. Met Gala, Met Gala, Met Gala. As some of you guys know, Met Gala happened over the last couple of days, or was it yesterday primarily? This is a brief overview to give you an idea, impression, insight of what the Met Gala is about, because of the BBC. The theme of the Met Gala, this year's theme is usually connected to the Costume Institute's latest exhibition, and this year was super fine, tailoring black style, which effectively was called the most blackest or the niggerest Met Gala of all time. It's inspired by Monica L. Miller's book, Slaves to Fashion, Black Dandyism and the Styling of Black Diasporic Identity, published in 2009. This year's Met Gala dress code is tailored for you, a reference to the suiting and the menswear which features in the exhibition. In fact, this is the first time the Met Gala in more than 2 decades is focused exclusively on menswear. The theme this year is not only timely, said the Met Gala's committee member Usher, but also speaks to the rich culture that should have always been widely celebrated. Expect lots of references from both male and female guests to the role of black style has played over the centuries, particularly in menswear. The Met says the show presents a cultural historical examination of black style from the 18th century to today. So in effect, just based on the description of the theme, it definitely sounds like something that you would imagine a lot of the men would shine in. So a lot of the Met Gala themes, unfortunately for the dudes, don't seem to work that well. And plus a lot of the dudes aren't that adventurous when it comes to the Met Gala look. So it's no surprise when I did eventually see all the Met Gala looks that I think, although there's a lot of misses, I feel like a lot of the men, or a lot of the men-inspired looks on women, were the strongest. Personally, for me, I feel like they were strong. I think the men outshone the women definitely this year, but overall, it's a little bit up and down, But let's take a look at some of the looks, courtesy of Vogue.com. So this is Vogue giving us an idea on all the looks here. Is it all the looks or some of the looks? Let's just go through it. Met Gala. From runway to the red carpet. Actually, I want to see all of them. I don't want to see just the red carpet thing. Let's see if I want to see every single one of them. Let's see. But let's go through this one anyway. Lala Anthony here in an off-white gown. Decent enough, I guess. Wendy Murdoch. I like this look. This is really nice. Tom Brown from 2024. That actually looks really, really cool. That's really lovely on her. I'm not gonna lie. She fucking smashed that one. But let me see. I want to see all the looks. Where can I see all of them? Give me every single one, pretty please. Natasha Leon wearing McQueen for 2025. I don't think that is kind of on brand, but still, or not on theme for me personally. Sha'Carri Richardson wearing Valentino. I love how she didn't know who the Valentino designer was, but hey, big up her regardless. Big up Sha'Carri Richardson, but she looks good still. Maybe, yeah, I actually like she didn't wear the shiesty. I think she didn't. I think without the shiesty, actually looks way better there. So big up Sha'Carri Richardson. Then you've got Lana Del Rey wearing Valentino. For me, not the nicest. I'm not really liking that too much, but she looks really beautiful. So big up Lana Del Rey. You got Valentina Ferreira wearing Marc Jacobs. I guess that's a custom version of the dress here on the side from Marc Jacobs for 2024. It's a little bit longer as a dress, not shorter. I think it actually looks better that way, without the longer as a dress. Not in that short way that it does on her there, but still, I think that looks decent enough. Emma Chamberlain, I ain't mad at that at all in the slightest. She's got a look here from Courageous. How do you pronounce that brand? Courageous or Courageous? Courageous. I don't like the gloves personally. For me, the makeup is decent enough there. What else we got here? Lauren Santo Domingo looks pretty decent there as well. Christopher John Rogers, Monica Barabo there. But I want to see all the looks. Stormzy looks fucking brilliant, by the way. I love what Stormzy had on. Stormzy looks fucking brilliant. What was he in? Tom Ford. Oof. Tom Ford by fucking what's his face? Yeah, Stormzy looked absolutely brilliant. Let me actually see if I can get all the looks up. I should have got all the looks up. All of the looks. Give me every single one, please, if possible. Because I don't like this runway to thing is perfectly. It's all right. Okay, cool. There we go. See every red carpet look. There we go. first link. I want to see every single one and give you some of my impressions on some of these flipping outfits. Let's see. Big up British Vogue. Let's scroll down. Let's see what do we have here. So, what do we have? ASAP Rocky. ASAP Rocky wearing org and Bulgari. I personally love the umbrella. That umbrella with the gun thing is fucking hilarious, especially since he bust case, yeah, for that fucking gun charge. That's fucking brilliant. I love the little nod there, but not my favorite ASAP Rocky fit. I'm not gonna lie. I think he could have done way better. I maybe would have done without the jacket, but I think he could have come much harder. ASAP Rocky. I was kind of disappointed because he's usually really good at smashing these what do you call it, Met Gala red carpet looks, but not for me, that one. Pharrell Williams and his wife. Personally, I hated the flares. I'm not gonna lie. I think I was gonna tweet, but I didn't end up doing it. Maybe I left it in my drafts. I was like, I bet you any money Pharrell's gonna go to Met Gala wearing flares. He's just, I don't know, he's got a weird obsession with flares nowadays. Every single pant he wears is flared out, bell bottom out to the fucking nines. It's just so boring. I feel like if there's one time where you can do away with flares, you can do away with boot cut, is when you're doing a theme based on black dandyism, you know, on that type of menswear. You could easily wear a straight cut, elephant width, whatever, wide leg pant, instead of doing this fucking boot cut shit. I don't think that works at all. I also hate the shoes. They kind of look like plimp soles, but I do love the jacket. The double-breasted pearl beaded fucking blazer is absolutely sublime. Now that jacket is crazy. I can't imagine how long it took to make and construct and put together, but the jacket is absolutely sublime. But the outfit itself altogether, I'm not a fan of. Also, I'm not a biggest fan of his wife's look personally. I think the Louis Vuitton tights are extremely tacky. I don't think you need that keeper as well. I'm not really the biggest fan of having handbags at the Met Gala in general. Personally, for me, on the red carpet, you don't need that. Leather jacket as well, whatever. I'm not really for it. I fucking hate her look more than I hate his, but I hate his in totality because of the boot cuts. Continuing on, let's pause this. Lewis Hamilton's one of my favorites. The only thing I'm not the biggest fan of are the shoes. I think I would have gone for a different color shoes or a different style of shoe, but I think Lewis Hamilton looked absolutely sublime. He looked really fucking good. He fucking killed his look. Lewis Hamilton in Wells Bonner, Stephen Jones millionaire hat, and Milano Bannock, I guess, shoes. He absolutely smashed it. This kind of ivory white, off-white ensemble with the fucking hat as well, and the crochet and the brooch and the jewelry, tassels, the details, absolutely sublime. Tailoring, all fucking brilliant. The cut of everything is fucking sublime. So Lewis Hamilton definitely smashed it. Anna Wintour, you know, standard what she does all the time. You know, a dress, overcoat or over trench coat on top. Not really much effort made there. Pretty shit personally for me. And the dress itself doesn't look like it's steamed. The dress looks as crinkled and as unsteamed as my flag behind me, as you can see here, right? Lots of bits here that don't look like they went through a steam or anything. And I think there might be a stain. Look, there's a stain there as well, right? Yeah, there's a stain there. So I think maybe Anna Wintour was eating some ice cream, or maybe she was having some lunch in between or something. But yeah, it's a little bit, you know, a little bit grimy. Not the best. Looks kind of, you know, looks kind of Sheenish, you know, actually. The dress looks like she bought that dress from Shein. Where's that dress from? In Louis Vuitton. Wow, it's actually Louis Vuitton, but that looks like a Temu fit. Not gonna lie, very Temu coded. Continuing on, who's next on here? Rihanna. Rihanna looks sensational. Rihanna also announced her pregnancy, third child with fucking Rocky. I think no one's surprised by that. I think everyone assumed. I think the memes were running when Rocky got acquitted or got found not guilty of the gun charges. Everyone was saying on the timeline that watch how quickly Rihanna gets pregnant, and boom, here she is pregnant. So congratulations to them. I think she looks fucking brilliant in this, by the way. Who's that by? That's by Marc Jacobs and Cartier. Like, she looks absolutely incredible in this outfit. The hat, the cut of that blazer, the way they did the skirt and made it look, essentially, it looks like a blazer, basically. It's been wrapped around her to look like a skirt. Everything about it, the corset to kind of hide the bump. The cravat with the fucking collar on it looks incredible. She looks great. But to be fair, I think Rihanna's pregnant fits are always hard anyway. I love how she doesn't make the, like, for me personally, I love Rihanna's pregnant fits because she doesn't make the pregnancy the whole entire fit. It kind of is a part of it, but it's not the entire thing. A lot of women, when they get pregnant, you know, they kind of walk around as the fucking deities, with the pregnancy being the main thing, the star of the show. And she just kind of, you know, all in totality makes her look good. But in general, Rihanna, you know, always looks good in clothes anyway. So it's hard to really say anything hard about that. Even the shoes are a nice little detail there. Zendaya looked fucking phenomenal in Louis Vuitton, Bulgari and Jimmy Choo. Again, it helps with her proportions, with her size and shit. She fucking killed this look. Her legs look incredible here. The cut of the trousers, the blazer, everything is on point. The hat, like, she fucking killed it. The only thing I would have added if it was me, only thing I would have added to this look is a cane. It would have been a little bit naff, it would have been a little bit corny, a little bit lame, right? A little bit too on point. But going back to the theme, if it was me, I would have added a cane to this. Add a nice cane, a bedazzled cane, a chrome cane, a black cane, like something. It would have been fucking great to kind of tie this whole look together. But she did fucking kill it, personally. She looks so fucking good there. Kim Kardashian's look, I was a fan of it, personally. At first, I thought it was chrome hearts, but it's not, if I'm not mistaken, right? Oh, it is chrome hearts. Oh, it is. I thought it was Louis Vuitton. Cool, it's not, it's chrome hearts. I think maybe because I saw chrome, so okay, cool. It's chrome hearts. I'm personally a big fan of it. If anything, the only thing I don't like is maybe there's too much jewelry going on here. It's a bit too busy around the neck. She should have picked one, whether it's this fucking choker thing or this necklace, but she should have picked one. I think there's too much going on there, but I think the leather corset dress thing and that skirt that trails down there, it looks fucking incredible. It basically looks like it kind of looks like they peeled this entire piece of leather off of a crocodile or something. Do you know what I mean? Like they basically slipped over a crocodile and cut her in it or something. It looks fucking incredible. I also love the pearl wallet chain thing on the side here. That's a really nice detail, which is why I think she should have maybe gone completely, you know, chainless necklace on the neck, or just picked one, because it's a bit overload to have this choker, have this necklace, and to have that wallet chain, belt chain thing going around there. It's probably a bit overload, but in general, I really love the look. I think it looked fantastic there. Kim smashed it there personally for me. Of course, Stormzy in Tom Ford looks fucking great, fucking amazing. He absolutely killed that look. Absolutely killed that look. So big up Stormzy. Whether or not it's on theme is something else to be debated, but I think he killed it anyway. This is the designer for Ferragamo, right? Yeah, Maximilian Davis and Kylie Jenner for Ferragamo. I see a lot of people on the timeline saying they didn't like the Kylie Jenner fit, but I personally did. I think she killed it personally. I think it's right on brand, right on theme for me personally. I think she did a really good job, or they did a really good job together. I think she was sensational, this Ferragamo fit. But she must be tiny in real life, because Maximilian Davis looks small in pictures, and she's shorter than Maximilian Davis in heels. So Kylie Jenner must be tiny in real life, innit? Like maybe like 5'5" or something. Do you imagine how short she must be in real life? Because that guy is definitely short. Shit. Kendall Jenner, not for me personally. I think this maybe wasn't the best fit for this particular theme. Didn't really work well for me in the slightest. Who's this by? This is by a designer called Torres Hiju. But you know, nice enough, but I don't think it really fits with the theme too tough. Gigi Hadid again, you know, doesn't really fit with the theme at all. Personally, for me, I don't really see what's going on there. Nice gown nonetheless. Might look good at the Oscars or, you know, at the fucking Golden Globes, but probably not the best for the Met Gala. Who's this? Jenny and Chanel. I'm not mad at this, to be honest. I'm not mad at this, especially this is designed by the Chanel team. Matteo Blasi hasn't taken over just yet. So for Chanel team to be doing this, it's not too shabby. I do like the trousers underneath this like big skirt ensemble. I do like this idea of like giving her this kind of menswear fit, but kind of making it women's wear by letting the shoulders be exposed. The pearl detail here in the front, not really the biggest fan of. I like the hat, but I do like it in totality. I'm not gonna lie. Which looks great there. We got Lisa in Louis Vuitton and Bulgari, which I like personally. This might be my favorite fit, or the only fit of Pharrell's for Louis Vuitton that I actually liked. Personally, I would have done without the bag. I'm not a big fan of having bags on this and Met Gala in January, so I would have done without the bag. But I don't mind it. I think she looks better in the tights than Pharrell's wife does. I think it suits this outfit or this look completely. There's also an argument to be had for, if you're gonna make this, if you're gonna give her this kind of like corset thing to wear underneath, what could have been what was the limiting factor to just give her a skirt? You know, I think it would have looked just as good. A nice little pencil skirt would have tied itself really well with this particular outfit, especially because it's kind of lacy looking, right? I think that would have worked really well. But sans the bag, I kind of liked what Lisa wore there. Then you got Rose here in Saint Laurent and Tiffany. I'm not the biggest fan of it personally for me. Nicki Minaj, I think, absolutely killed it personally. I think she looked great in this Tom Brown ensemble. I think she looks so good. I love the pared down makeup. I love the hair. I love the blazer. I love the exposed bra thing going on here. I love this whole ensemble there. There's brooch flowery type of thing going on at the back there. I love how it, you know, cinches in on the waist. The skirt is fucking beautiful. A lot of people are doing this at this Met Gala. These long flowing skirts that kind of cover the feet. I love that look as well because it kind of gives you a certain silhouette, especially when you're walking. You kind of have to walk with these little small baby steps. I really fucking love that. So it looks really nice. I think Nicki Minaj looks fucking beautiful. Who else is here? Dua Lipa and Chanel. Not the biggest for me. Hate this. Personally, hate this. She kind of looks like a vampire. She kind of looks like an Albanian vampire. Is she Albanian? I'm not sure if she's Albanian. Another thing to say as well that I also don't like is the carpet. I think they scummed them with the carpet. I don't like the color of the. I don't know why it's this denim blue thing. I don't know why they decided to go with this color, but I hate the carpet. I hate the carpet. I hate the set design. I think it looks pretty shit. But Dua Lipa's look is really bad. Really bad. I don't like it. 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 Who else we got here? Ooh, big up Anne Hathaway, elite white lady. Very, very attractive woman, but me no fan of this one at all. This is by Carolina Herrera and Bulgari. Not for me. Bulgari jewelry is being done by a lot of people on this red carpet runway, isn't it? Who was this person? This is Shioma Nandi in Martin Rose. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this, by the way. I think this is a lady from Vogue, innit? I think, right? I think this is a lady that runs Vogue. Shiomi Nandi. Yeah, she looks fucking banging in this look. This is so good. Look at those heels, the trousers, that blazer. I wonder if that blazer is that blazer actually tucked in, or is that like a one piece? I wonder. That's a really cool look though. Oh, that's really nice. Double-breasted blazer, the shoulders, and then the trousers. That's fucking brilliant. I love that. Really, really love that. She looks really good. Lana Del Rey, not the biggest fan of her look at all in the slightest. Makes no sense actually for the theme. Not for me. Carmen Domingo, I think one of his worst actually personally. I haven't seen is it gonna show the picture on the underneath? No, we haven't seen the underneath, but this cape thing, it looks awful. I hate it personally. Hate it. Madonna. Oh, I didn't know Madonna was there. Okay, Madonna was there. Madonna's fit, I don't mind. I don't mind Madonna's fit. Madonna by Tom Ford. I'm not mad at Madonna with Tom Ford. I don't mind the lace gloves with a little pearl on. I think pearl or whatever thing, bubbles there. Limited jewelry. The hair and makeup is really nice. Yeah, I think Madonna looks good. I think Madonna smashed it. I'm not gonna lie. Based on the film, I think Madonna looks fucking good. Madonna looks fucking good, to be fair. I don't mind Madonna's fit. Hailey Bieber and Saint Laurent. I don't think that makes any sense personally for the theme. I don't particularly like it too much. Just the blazer. I guess a lot of girls went there like without pants and without skirts and trousers and shit in it, right? I'm not too sure what this is all about, but I don't really like it personally. It doesn't look good at all. Charlie XCX. I think the illustration looks better than the actual outfit itself. She's in Andela Muster and Burcherera fine jewelry. So I saw the illustration that this look was based on, and that looked pretty hard. The final look doesn't look as good, but she does look fucking good still. You know, don't get me wrong. Does it tie in with a theme? No. Does she look good anyway? Yeah. Doshi, she went to a lot of effort to hide this outfit. A lot of effort to kind of hide it from the prying eyes of the paparazzi in the media, and in the end, all we got was some shorts and a blazer, which was pretty, you know, pretty underwhelming. I don't like it in the slightest. I hate the fucking Mary Janes, right? I hate these fucking Mary Jane stomper thing that she's got on here. I hate the socks. I hate the shorts. The cut of the shorts is awful. Really makes her look really frumpy and shit. The blazer with the waistcoat and like, I hate all of it. I hate all of it. The only thing I love out of it actually is the tattoo. They gave her like this little fake LV tattoo on her right cheek, which looks pretty cool. It's not a tattoo. It's like a scar, an incision to it, like a fake scar thing. That looks pretty cool. I can imagine someone doing that in real life, actually getting the double G's or getting or even getting the BBs for Balenciaga, the LV in real life, actually, you know, cutting it into their cheek and shit and letting the scar heal. But I think Doshi's look was very, very underwhelming personally for me. I also wonder why they decided to go for the different prints. The short has a different LV print to the top. I wonder why they went for different monograms on both. Oh Jesus Christ! I just clocked the suit jacket has this like trail thing at the back. This tail that looks awful. So bad. Okay, I hate all of it. Sydney Sweeney, Miu Miu. Again, she looks gorgeous. Doesn't really tie in with the theme of the actual Met Gala. I saw a picture of her posting some old photo of an actress from, like, you know, when it was black and white back in the day as a reference, which is, again, doesn't make sense because what does that have to do with the theme of Met Gala? Maybe she means more so the era the actress was around, but I don't really understand the theme. I don't really understand where the inspiration of this ties in with the theme of the actual Met Gala, but, you know, she does look really good. You know, word is bond. Cynthia Enrivio wearing Givenchy. Not for me personally. I don't mind the top. I don't mind the top too much, but that's, again, that skirt combo. Like, I wonder why everyone was doing this. There was a lot of legs for Met Gala, innit? A lot of legs. A lot of this look that she has going on there. A lot of, like, long socks. I wonder what the idea behind this was in general. But I don't personally like it in totality. I think the top is okay, but overall doesn't really do anything for me personally. Another miss from her. Who's this? Zoe Saldana. I'm mad at that. Tom Brown. I think she looks really good in Tom Brown. This particular look in Tom Brown, I don't mind it at all. That looks quite nice on her. You got Pamela Anderson. Wow, is that Bedazzled? What is that? Tory Burch, Malona Balak, and Pandora. Wow, is that like is that encrusted in diamonds or something? That's a whole entire dress that looks like it's been 3D printed or something. Looks like it's covered in different types of stones or glass or something. I don't know what it is, but that looks fucking gorgeous. Does it tie in with the theme? No. Does it look great? Yes. I also love her little bob as well. I'm not gonna lie. I like her little bob in her fringe. Big up Pam. Oh, is that Lord, right? Big up Lord. What's this? Oh, they could have done Lord. So dirty. That's Tom Brown. Really? Tom Brown and who? In Cartier? That's Tom Brown. That's kind of... Maybe she puts on the jacket properly. But I don't like that at all. I don't know what that boob covering is about. I wonder what that... I don't know what that design is. This pleat design. Not sure what that's been taken from. But that bra top thing, the boob tube, I don't like it. I don't even like the look of the jacket. The jacket looks a little bit sixth form-ish. Right? Jacket looks a little bit like a boarding school jacket and doesn't really match the skirt too well or make any sense. Maybe if you flip the jacket inside out, that pin strap is quite interesting. Maybe if you wore the jacket inside out, it might look a little bit more interesting. The person behind her, sorry, looks a lot better. But yeah, I think they did Lord dirty. They did Lord real dirty with that look. That's not good at all. I don't like it. Miley Cyrus in Aaliyah and Cartier. Not really for me personally. Not really for me. I'm not really enjoying the contrast of these two different materials. This sort of like leather croc. I don't know what material this is, and whatever the material is of this skirt. It looks like polyester or something. I don't know what that is. Something really noisy. I don't like that. I also don't like the chains across the collar here. You probably don't need to have that. You could probably do without that. But yeah, not the biggest fan of her look there. Oh, you got the stars from what you call it? That hotel show. Amy Lou Wood and Patrick Schwarzinger. Patrick Schwarzinger's wearing Balmain and Amy Lou Wood is wearing Ahluwalia and Cartier Malona Balak. I don't like either look personally. Maybe Patrick Schwarzinger to a little bit, but I don't like any of the look. I don't like what he's got underneath there. What is that meant to be? Balmain. Yeah, I don't like that at all. The clutch is unnecessary. The gloves are unnecessary. The belt, I hate everything. I hate it all. Sabrina Carpenter, contrary to popular suggestion, I actually liked her look. I know a lot of people on social didn't like this Louis Vuitton look without the pants and stuff. With the suit jacket and I think this is really nice. I think this is really fucking... Actually, you know what? Thinking about it, maybe if though she took off the shorts and actually had what she wore there, maybe this will look better too. But I actually don't mind Sabrina Carpenter's look. I think her after party look for Met Gala was way better, but I don't mind this. I think she looks pretty decent, especially considering how small and pocket sized she is. She doesn't look frumpy. She doesn't look compressed. I think it actually suits her really well, this look with the heels and everything. I think she smashed it. Megan Thee Stallion looks great, but again doesn't tie in with the theme of the show of Met Gala at all. Personally, for me, I'm not too sure if this is a good thing. The way her breasts are about to explode on in that top, not sure if that's a good thing in general. Maybe it is. Who knows? But I don't think it necessarily needs to look that way. But yeah, they could have helped her out a little bit better. She could have looked a little bit more on theme. Does she look bad? No, of course not. But she could have looked more on theme. Maybe if they gave more of a shit. But yeah, not for me personally. Who else we got here? We got the lady from Euphoria, Hunter Schafer in Prada. Me like a lot actually. We got Nicole Kidman. Me no like at all. No thanks. What's her name? Chappelle Roan. Again, makes no sense with the theme itself. But, you know, this looks like an everyday fit for Chappelle Roan. I'm not going to lie. Look like she made no effort to kind of tie in with the theme. It's like an everyday theme, everyday fit for her. Chance the Rapper I thought looked fucking incredible. Chance the Rapper looked great, personally for me. I think this is really on point. I think he really kind of aced the whole theme. Big up Donatella Versace as well. I think she did him well. I love everything about this. The blazer, the jacket, everything. It kind of reminds me of a Jonathan Majors fit. It's very Jonathan Majors coded, this particular outfit. But I think Chance the Rapper looks fucking great here. It's also the good thing is what he got invited. I feel like, I don't know, maybe because I don't listen to much Chance the Rapper, but I feel like he's not that relevant. So for him to get invited to a Met Gala is a real big stamp of approval culturally. What it must matter, because he doesn't really put out much music nowadays. He's not really about like that on socials nowadays either. So to get invited to this type of thing is a big deal. And to have that, you know, one of the last maybe appearances out there with Donatella Versace on the runway too is actually a big deal too. So yeah, I like Chance the Rapper's look. Donatella Versace also looks brilliant. Diana Ross in Hugo Mosey. Oh, Hugo Mosey designs clothes now. I used to remember him. He used to be like a stylist guy, innit? I remember him on social media. I used to follow him back in the day. I'm not sure if I saw, maybe I should follow him on social, but yeah, Hugo Mosey was about. I didn't know he makes clothes. Big up Hugo Mosey. That's pretty cool. Tracy Ellis Ross, Diana Ross's daughter, is also there. Where Marc Jacobs, which I really like. I know a lot of people on the timeline weren't really big fans of it, but I love the theatrical, almost cartoony nature of this look. You know, the proportions, the sizes, the colors. Like, I think you really like it. I really, really, really do. This crazy oversized bow thing that also kind of doubles up as a belt around the waist looks fucking great. I really think it looks good. I think she looks really, really good there. Who's this? Nick Jonas and Priyanka Chopra. Yeah, not for me. I don't like Eva, to be honest. Eva look is pretty shit. Not for me in the slightest. Venus Williams. Yeah, again, not for me. It's too tennis coded. It looks like she's about to go hit some, you know what I mean? Hit a couple serves, you know what I mean? Work on a fucking volley or something. I don't like that. It's Lacoste. Okay, it's Lacoste. And the one day looks very sporty. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Me don't like it. The hair's nice. The makeup is also nice, but I don't like the outfit at all. Not for me. Especially those shoes. Those shoes are awful. Look at those shoes. What the fuck are those? They're like loafers or like loafer heel type things with these weird wavy type of design that's covered in glitter. Like, ugh. Yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. Hate them. Who's this lady? Oh, she looks brilliant. Wow. Jodie Turner-Smith in Burberry. Okay, this is a Daniel Lee creation. He killed this. If this is a Daniel Lee creation, he fucking killed it. She looks fucking great. I love that. Woo. Yeah, Jodie Turner-Smith looks brilliant. It looks like it's an all-leather trench coat that looks like it's been extended out into this dress shape towards the bottom with some big lumps here on the side here. Some nice tailored trousers. The shoes are fantastic. Tassel loafers being converted into high heels. The collar, the hat to the side. Yeah, she looks fantastic. Simone Biles, I don't know what that's about. Truly awful. I don't get what this is about at all. This is a horrible, horrible outfit. They did her dirty again. They did Olympic legend Simone Biles absolutely dirty. Her guy looks good though. The husband, I think that's the husband behind her in the white. She don't look good at all. Who else is there? Demi Moore in Tom Brown. I ain't mad at that as well in the slightest. I heard somewhere this is meant to be a tie. Like it's meant to be a tie design. Like I can't see it. Oh yeah, I can see it now. I can see it. Sorry, now I can see it. Before I couldn't see it. I guess that's the loop that goes in your neck, and that's the tie. That's the knot, and that's the rest of the tie. Yeah, it's meant to be a tie design. I don't know. It's okay, I guess. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Big up Demi Moore. Oh, Lupita. Lupita looks beautiful. I love the color. The color on her skin looks so good. Wow, I love this. Who's that? It's by Chanel. Okay, Lupita Nyong'o looks absolutely sublime in this. The color matches. or complements her skin tone beautifully. The cut of the blazer is fantastic. So is the trousers. I love the little schwal thing they got here. This little schwal on the shoulders. The rose, the jewelry, the nails. Yeah, she looks great. The Pita Longo looks really good. Cardi B, I ain't mad at, you know, I'm not gonna lie. Cardi B, I think I ain't mad at. She kind of looks like the Grinch. Looks a little bit wizardry, but I do like Cardi B. It looks very Congolese coded. She's in Burberry and Mesika. I think she looks very Congolese here, which I think was the general theme. That's what it should have been. It should have been people just copying Congolese Uncle Fitz. But she looks very Congolese here. I really do like that. I don't mind Cardi B there. She looks great. Edward Inafor and Serena Williams. Not for me personally. Not for me. Edward Inafor looks decent enough, but Serena Williams not for me. I like the hair, similar to Venus. Hair and the makeup look decent, but what is that? Is that like a duvet? What's she wearing? Serena Williams is wearing Moncler. Oh, God almighty, God. Moncler. Black dandies. What? You might just wear a Moncler jacket. Oof. Law Roach. The fucking stylist extraordinaire looks horrendous, bro. Oh shit, you can see the lace front in it. Maybe he's sweating, but you can see the line of the lace front. You can kind of see where he's applied the lace front wig here. It's not been applied too well. You can kind of make it out. Maybe it's a sweat, maybe it's the makeup, I don't know, but you can see exactly where he kind of, you know, stapled or glued that bad boy on. Also, this is a slight nitpick thing. I don't like this style of mustache. Look where his mustache is. Look at the space between the bottom and the top of his lip. Why does he do that? Usually a mustache grows here, but for some reason he trims it underneath. So the line, so there's a big gap from the top of his lip to the bottom of the mustache. It's so bizarre. I wonder why he does that. Very strange to trim your mustache. But overall, not a good look in the slightest. He looks very frumpy. Doesn't look like it fits him well. I don't like. I've always hated this, by the way. A lot of designers do this kind of split in the trouser to kind of give this boot cut effect or look without it looking boot cut, without it looking wide leg. I'd much rather you just give me a little bit of material to cover that bit. I don't like this open thing, especially on the instep. It makes the shoes look really odd as well. Maybe if the slit was at the front, that would work a little bit better. Maybe if this little slit was at the front of the of these pants that look like they've been look like they got some sort of suede or silk in it or something. I think that might work better, but as they are, not for me. I'm also not sure if white shoes go with that fit in general. But for someone that styles people amazingly well, he doesn't dress that great here. He doesn't dress off. Yeah, I don't like that personally. Not for me. Suki Waterson and Michael Kors. Yeah, decent enough. Ayo Aderebri in Ferragamo and Cartier. Probably a bit too busy at the top for me. Maybe I would have taken off the jacket, you know, or worn the jacket with something less busy underneath. I think with all the beads and the little cleavage showing and the whiteness of it, I think there's a lot going on here. I would have probably done something a bit different there. I thought Alex Consani looked really nice in this Swarovski ensemble. I think she looked really great there. Tied in well with the theme personally for me. Who's this? Paloma Elsa in Ferragamo. I ain't mad at that in the slightest. That red suits her well, especially with that makeup. It pops really well there. I ain't mad at it. A nice bit of Ferragamo there. Anok Yai in Tom Brown. Sublime. Anok Yai Supremacy. Oh, Jenna Ortega in that Balmain. The ruler dress. Really fucking good. Very clever. Very on point. Very subtle. But also saying a lot without saying a lot. Like, so fucking good. Yeah, this ruler dress is so good. I love this. I really enjoyed seeing this on the timeline. So big up Jenna Ortega. Big up Balmain. Bad Bunny wearing Prada and Cartier I also loved. I think they said on the timeline that this hat is a hat that kind of harkens back to the old farmers in Puerto Rico and shit. They used to wear straw hats when they're in the farms and shit. So that's a really good little nod to his heritage of his country. I'm not mad at that in the slightest, but for me, no bag and take off the gloves. I think this is unnecessary. But overall, I don't mind Bad Bunny's look. Oh, I think the guy behind, whoever that guy is, he killed it. This guy killed it. Forget who's this. Forget Heidi Klum in Vetements. This guy here in the back looks great. He fucking killed it. Whoever this guy is, he absolutely smashed it. Yeah, this is a great look there. I love that. Look at that. The hair, the jacket. Like, it looks like he come out of the French Revolution. This looks fucking awesome. I love this entirely. He killed it. Who else do we have here? Tom Ford doing his Tom Ford thing. Black tux and shit vibes. Always good. But, you know, not on theme really. But hey, who cares? Barry Coegan in Valentino. Looks a little bit oriental for me, right? Looks a little bit Ottoman Empire, you know? Looks a little bit Ottoman Empire for me. I'm not really the biggest fan of that one. But big up Barry Keoghan. Thames fucking killed it. Looking like a Congolese auntie. Absolutely killed it. Wearing Oswald Boateng. Fucking love what Thames has got on. The matching umbrella. Everything about it is great. I also love the fact that they replaced them. Instead of having a bag, shoe and bag thing, they just gave it an umbrella. The umbrella looks fucking amazing. Really, really good. Makeup is always fucking superb. Hair looks great as well. I love it. I think Thames killed it. Big up Oswald Boateng. Big up the legend that is Oswald Boateng. Doja Cat, I hated it personally. Not the biggest fan of it. Marc Jacobs look. This afro hat. Is that an afro hat or is that an actual hair? I don't know what that's going on there, but I hate everything about this look. I hate everything about it. Everything. Jeremy Allen White in Louis Vuitton. Didn't really try, so we'll skip him. Sophia Richie in Tommy Hilfiger. Not the biggest fan of that for me. Shakira looking like she's going to a quinceañera. What the fuck is going on there, Shakira? You're better than this. You're too gorgeously looking like this. Like, what the fuck is this? Yuck. The gloves, those cufflinks, those fake cuffings, the gaudy jewelry, the tread, like it. Jesus, quinceañera vibes. Like, god damn it, so bad. I hate that. Hate all of it. I like how they didn't credit the designer. It's just Shakira. No credit to the designer. It was that bad that even Vogue, British Vogue, Vogue.co.uk didn't credit the designer. Hilarious. I don't mind Maluma and Willy Cavalieri. I don't mind that at all. I would have keep the hat on though, brother. I think the hat would have really tied the look together. But I think Maluma looks fucking awesome. I love Maluma's look. Willy Cavalieri's look is alright, but I think Maluma's look is the best. That's fucking gorgeous. Look at that. I don't know what the hell that material is, by the way. What is that? Is that painted? Is that melted? Is that wax? But whatever that is, and the shoes as well, like woof. You probably don't need this wallet chain or this belt chain thing. Probably not necessary. But this looks beautiful with the matching hat too, the black shirt, the lavender purple detail with the rose, the massive green gemstones in the ears. Oof, he killed it. Yeah, really killed it on Maluma. Maluma looks fucking brilliant. That's fucking great. One of my favorites actually. That might be one of my favorite looks so far, Maluma's. You got Mary J. Blige and Stella McCartney in Stella McCartney. There's a lot going on there in Mary J. Blige's outfit. There's a lot going on there, especially, you know, around her neck. There's a lot going on around Mary J. Blige's neck, unfortunately. Not the biggest fan of it. Stella McCartney's look, let's say the better it is. Is that a Hermes bag? Big up Lauryn Hill. Coming down the runway holding a fucking Hermes. Is that I think that's a Kelly, isn't it, right? I think that's a Hermes Kelly bag. Big up Lauryn Hill taking a Hermes her little Kelly or Birkin, whatever bag it is, on the runway. Makes absolutely no sense, but you know, the outfit decent enough, I guess. This yellowy fluorescent lime greeny type of blazer suit ensemble is pretty decent. It probably doesn't need this whole trail though. I think the blazer and the pants do a good enough job. You probably don't need this whole shebang on the behind it. But hey. Oh, she went Lau, right? Yeah, definitely. Big up Myhala Herald and Raul Lopez were in Law. She's in Timberland and Solo for Diamond. So this is like I wonder if that's a new shoe they're about to drop. She's wearing this really cool pointed Timberlands thigh-high boots. I ain't mad at it. The designer for Law, what's his name again? Raul Lopez looks really fucking good. I love his look as well. But yeah, he did a damn thing. He did a damn. That's one of my favorites too. I don't mind that also. Who's this? Lizzo. Nah. I don't know who's the designer. Is that Tom Brown? Not sure who did that, but not for me. I ain't not the biggest fan of this Lizzo fit personally. Her hair looks really nice though, as does the makeup. She looks really good. Emma Chamberlain's fit, not for me. This lady called, what's her name? Natasha Lyon, not for me. Tiana Taylor in custom, Ruth E. Carter, not for me. I thought Raul and Common Domingo looked pretty decent, actually. I think Common Domingo's look underneath that cape. If this is what was underneath the cape, I think he smashed it. I think they actually complement each other really well, personally. Maybe I would have gone for a non-black shoe with a purple fit, maybe something white, maybe something else, but I think they both look great. Really, really nice. Actually, what are those shoes? They kind of look like ballet pumps, but not really. I wonder what kind of shoes they are. Really nice. But I think they both look fantastic, personally. I think they really killed it. That's dandyism for me. Those two, Common Domingo and his husband. Who's this? Monica L. Miller. That's the person who was basically responsible for the theme of the show. Probably, okay fit, I guess. Big up Al Sharpton. I don't know what's going on there, but big up Unk. Oh, this is great. Christian Latchman. Big up Christian Latchman. That looks brilliant. Wow. I love Christian Latchman's fit. All white with this kind of dark green undershirt. Almost, is it silk looking? With the collar over the top of the blazer. This massive rose or flower lapel on the lapel of the blazer. This lovely trainer behind. Yeah, I think it's really beautiful. Big up Christian Latchman. He smashed it. Lala Anthony's fit. Not for me. Look at this guy in the background wearing Jordans. Big up the Jordan crew. Who's this lady? Ruth E. Carter. Not for me. Ego Nwandi. Ego Nodim. Ego Nwodim. Not for me personally. Oh, this guy looks good. Keith Powers in Boss. Yeah, I like this. See, I think all the guys smashed it. I think by and large, most of the men killed it. I really do like this. I like the cropped blazer, contrasting here with the baggy wide leg pants. I like how he's done the tie here with this upright collar thing going on as well. Maybe you could have let go of the earrings, maybe not so as dangly. That would have been as good. But yeah, he looks great. He fucking killed it. Ava DuVernay, I think looks really beautiful here. Oh, I don't mind this at all. That's very good. I don't mind that at all. Who's this? Louis Partridge in Prada. Yeah, he killed it too. I think the pose actually helps as well. He killed it. He smashed the theme. I really like his shoes. Yeah, I think he smashed all of it. That pinstripe suit with the waistcoat and the shirt and the cravat underneath with that hat. Yeah, he killed it. Pick up Louis Partridge. Another favorite of mine. Sadie Sink in Prada. Oh, that's the lady from Stranger Things, isn't it? The young girl from Stranger Things, Billy. She's all grown up. Looks beautiful, but not for me. The dress, no, doesn't really match the theme personally. Maya Hawke in Prada. She's definitely giving face, but the look is garbaggio. Coco Jones. Coco Jones could have been good if they did again. A lot of trains. I guess they do that because they want to have a big picture, or maybe get a better spread in the magazine. But I don't think every outfit requires a train, right? Requires such a. It doesn't require all of this material. I think this outfit could have worked better if it was just the blazer and the pants. You don't need to have this massive train thing going on there. Sarah Snook. Not for me personally. What's she wearing? Doesn't say the designer. Again, if I have to be picky and say one thing that I do like, maybe the blazer. I don't mind the cut of the blazer. I think Pusha T looks brilliant personally, especially when you think about the tie-in with this being cocaine flakes or something right on his shoulder. I think it's like diamonds or something, right? to kind of get this effect. Who's the suit by? Louis Vuitton and Tiffany & Co. So it's probably encrusted with Tiffany & Co. diamonds here on the shoulders, but it does look like cocaine flakes and shit, which is pretty fucking cool. But the double-breasted blazer, the pinstripe nature of it, the white pearly buttons, the cut on the trousers, which is slightly boot cut, but not overly skinny like what Pharrell wears, is really good. The minimal jewelry, right? Nice watch, a little pinky ring. Yeah, he looks good. Pusha T killed it. I like Pusha T's look. And the braids are also very, very crisp. I think Pusha T looks brilliant there. This is the photographer, right? The photographer also looks really good. What's his name again? I forgot his name. Tyler Mitchell and Wells Bonner, Manolo Blahnik. Yeah, he looks really good. He killed it too. I really love the hair. Ties in perfectly with the theme. The gloves, the blazer, the little brooch here, this little shoulder schwal thing going on. Yeah, I like it. All white. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant outfit. You probably even could have gone with a nice blue shoe or another pop to kind of match this collar here. But I think he looks great as he is. Oh, big up, what you call it? Tramon Tillman from the whatchamacallit series. He looks really good too. I don't mind this as well. I love the pants. The only thing I don't mind about, the only thing I hate about the pants, if I'm going to be picky, is the cuffs. They could have probably cut it so it would end there. You don't need. I don't like how they cuffed it. These pinstripe pants don't need to be cuffed. They probably should have cut it in a way so it would just sit exactly where it's sitting there to kind of expose and kind of show off a bit of the shoe and the socks and shit. But yeah, decent enough. Whoopi Goldberg and Tom Brown, I'm assuming, right? Yep, that's really also beautiful. Very, very nice, very elegant. Especially with a hat on top of it. Oh, another really good look. The guy in the back here, I also like this guy here in the back. This guy in this, is it like a seersucker suit? Yeah, this guy in the back also looks really good, especially with that haircut. Yeah, the guys killed it. A lot of the men's inspired tailoring look really good. There's that Cara Young, big up Cara Young. Oh, that's a designer, isn't it? Big up the designer. What's his name? Charles Casey Hayford. Yeah, R.I.P. his dad, man. He used to always go to the Met Gala of his dad. So it's sad to see him not there anymore. I think his dad passed away. I think he had cancer or something. So R.I.P. to this guy's dad, the designer Charles Casey Hayford. But yeah, not the biggest fan of the outfit. I'm not gonna lie, especially with those boots. Are those like Dr. Martens? I think those might be Dr. Martens. Maybe some collaboration he's got with Dr. Martens, but not the biggest fan of that suit at all. Tory Burch and Janzika Bravo and Tory Burch. Oof. Janzika Bravo, man, you got done dirty by Tory Burch. She did you really dirty, really fucking dirty, man. That is an awful, awful look. You deserve better. I don't even like Tory Burch's fit, but her fit looks better. You know, I don't even know what's going on with these beads and this like whole neck, like over this dress, the bag, like. Ay, horrendous. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Like, I guess it's meant to be painted. Maybe this is part of an artist series or something. Because look, there's loads of faces there, isn't it? I don't know. Whatever. It looks horrendous. Who else is good here? Oh yeah, this is the guy that I was saying was great. Who's this guy? Jeremy O. Harris. Woo! One of my favorites. He fucking killed it. I don't know who designed this, but he looks incredible, man. He kind of reminds you of the look that Denzel Washington has in that movie, where he plays like some guy with a sword, swashbuckling, really handsome looking wise. Back in the day, reminds you of that kind of era. That is so fucking good. Look at the cut on those trousers. Look at the boots. Look at the blazer. Look at the hair. Wow. Yeah, this is really, really good. One of my favorites. This one. Big up Jeremy O. Harris. He looks so good here. He absolutely killed it. Absolutely killed it. Oof. From one killing it to not killing it. Who the hell is this? Who's this magician? Shanrukh Khan in Sabayashki. Like, what the fuck is this? He looks like a magician. Like, what is that? The K necklace, the hippie jewelry, the weird fucking cane. Ugh, I hate it all. The fucking there's nothing I hate more, by the way, than people that roll up their sleeves like this. By the way, a pet peeve of mine is people that wear long sleeve tops but they roll it up so they can show their forearms. Like, fuck off. Either you don't wear a top or you wear a top, but like rolling up that way, I fucking detest it. I hate it so much. Yeah, he looks horrendous. I don't know who the hell this guy is, but maybe one of the worst fits I've seen. Alton Mason, usually kills it, but I don't like this too much. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't seen it without the cape though. Maybe he looks better if you take off this, you know, wide shoulder cape thing going on there. I don't really like the cape too much. I think there's a do-rag he's got on underneath there. There's like a diamante encrusted eye patch. I don't really see what the point of that is. Yeah, I don't like it, me personally. Not my favorite Alton Mason fit. He usually kills it, but that's not one of my favorites. Someone's pregnant. Who's this? Kiara Advani. Congratulations on the pregnancy. Outfit is pretty mid though. Oh, yep, he killed it. Who's this? Edwin Thompson in Fiofilo. Yeah, he looks really good. This red color, those boots, they look like they've got a really extensive heel on it. The off-shoulder fur, that massive red brooch rose thing. Is it plastic or something? That was fucking incredible. The earrings, the floppy hat. Ooh, yeah, he killed it. This is really good. Fiofilo smashed it. This is really good. One of my favorites actually. I would put it as one of my favorites as well. That red fit is really nice. Who's this? Joey King. Not for me. We'll pass on that one. Are those things encrusted or printed? No, cool. They're attached to that. I'll give that as an extra win. Tyler Perry. No for me. Who's this lady? Mindy Kaling. No for me. Is that Carly Close? Wow, she's like a vampire. In Cartier. Not for me. Tyson Beckford, legendary model. Yep, he looks great in that suit and tie. You can't go wrong with that. Cabby Lamy. That's the influencer. That's the TikTok dude, isn't it? Right? That does the hands. Yeah, he looks really good in this. What's this? Who's that by? That's Boss. Wow, look at all those little clocks that are attached to his waistcoat. The I've seen a lot of pinstripe. I think that might be the theme of this particular Met Gala. A lot of pinstripe. I've seen a lot of brogues, two-tone brogues as well in terms of shoes, wingtip shoes, I'm guessing, right? So that kind of ties in uniquely with this theme. And of course, hats. Yeah, he looks really good. Cabby Lamy looks really good. I like his look. I like his look a lot. Who's this? Christian Cowan, and I guess this is Sam Smith's boyfriend, I'm assuming. Sam Smith for once looking good. I'm not usually the biggest fan of his outfit, especially when he's trying to press buttons, but he looks fairly handsome here. I'm not gonna front. He looks fairly handsome. Yeah, they look actually well paired together. The act. Oh, I love this actually. He kind of looks a little bit like Joker, right? Andrew Scott is kind of given. It's kind of Jokery, this outfit, but I do love how Miami Vice, you know, coded it is. Those two-tone black and white shoes. This almost minty green linen suit ensemble, the bright red waistcoat, the mustard brown kind of shirt, polka dot, was that black and white green, or was it black spots on a green tie, the brooch. Woohoo! That looks good. I like this. But a spot of color. It's very bright but also kind of muted. I guess because the green or that whatever that color green is kind of muted and washed out. But I like it though. Who's this lady again? Kerry Washington in Smikai. And who else is here? Natasha Punawali. Natasha Punawali. Is that her name? Punawali. Wow. What's she wearing? Is that Chanel? I think the bag is Chanel. I don't think the rest of it is Chanel. But yeah, not the biggest fan. She kind of looks like the what's that series on fucking Amazon? Is it Free Rings or something? She kind of looks like an actress from there. Not the biggest fan of that one. Who's this? Jordan Castile. Not for me. Who else do we have here? Bada bing, bada boom. Callum Turner, Louis Vuitton. That's Dua Lipa's guy, no? I think that's Dua Lipa's guy, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Decent enough cut on the suit. Not mad at it. Walter Goggins must be stopped. But to be fair, he kills this Tom Brown skirt. I'm not gonna lie. Walter Goggins must be stopped, right? He's in his bad bitch era right now. He's getting a lot of kind of hype and a lot of fucking attention. But I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at this Walter Goggins fit. This Tom Brown's fit is really good, and that Tom Brown skirt really fucking suits him. It fits him like a glove. He looks really good. Big up Walter Goggins. I wanted to hate initially, but I've come around to it. I like it. I like it. I thought that's OJ Simpson. I thought that's OJ Simpson for a minute there. Who's that? Kenny Leon. Pick up Kenny Leon. I thought that was OJ Simpson. Is he wearing AstroTurfs? Is he wearing like total 90s with that? Unc is wearing a suit with fucking AstroTurfs. You gotta fucking love it. You gotta fucking love it. He's wearing a fucking suit, a nice plaid suit with fucking indoor soccer shoes. You gotta fucking love it. Big up Unc. Who's this lady? Ashley Graham in Boss and Roger Vivera. Not mad at it. I ain't mad at this corset blazer look, actually. I'm not mad at this at all. This is actually a really clever way to kind of make her wear a blazer without wearing a blazer, right? This corset blazer top ensemble is actually pretty lovely. And this slit at the front as well is very, very well done. I'm not mad at it. Gives you a nice little detail of the legs and the peak of these diamond encrusted shoes. Oh, wow. Big up Ibi Kamara. Okay, I'm about to say, that's not Off-White. I'm about to say, because his Off-White shit is so bad. I like Ibi Kamara as a person, as a stylist and image maker and shit. He puts out some good stuff, but the stuff he's done at Off-White has been so garbage, but he looks really fucking good. That's another one of my favorites. Ibi Kamara killed this one. Yeah. This Chanel, honestly, I can't wait. I can't wait for Matteo Blasi's debut at Chanel. I'm so excited to see where he's going to put down the runway for Chanel. It's dying out for a refresh, but can you imagine Matteo Blasi's interpretation of the fucking classic Chanel tweed jacket? What he's going to do with some of this. Like, he looks really fucking good. Big up Ibi Kamara, man. This is a brilliant fucking look. The pearls, the fucking the jacket, the even just the detail of having the white vest underneath and not like a long sleeve shirt. The belt, look at this, a nice little detail. Another bit of jewelry around the fucking belt loops as well. The fraying on the side of the pants here. The slight boot, again, this is what I prefer. I don't like Pharrell Williams' skinny on the thigh boot cut thing, but I love this like straight leg with a slight flare at the bottom to kind of cover the boots. This looks so fucking good with these chunky boots as well. Like, he looks really good. Big up Ibi Kamara. And all of the little, he's got all the pearl earrings in his ear as well. Yeah, Ibi Kamara killed it. This Chanel look is really fucking nice. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful look. Who's this? Oh, that's a singer, right? Omar Apollo. Wow, he's got highlights in his hair now. I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at that. Don't mind Omar Apollo's look. Who's that by? Wells Bonner. Oh, look at those shoes. Look at those shoes. Beautiful. Manolo Blahnik, right? Yeah, I don't mind Omar Apollo's look. I'm not gonna lie. Is that like a leopard print diamond encrusted jacket, or is that like a I think that's some sort of jumper on the inside, isn't it? Yeah, with a diamond top. Okay, I'm not mad at that. Maybe it's a little bit much for what he's got going. Maybe he could have gone without that jumper, but it gives a nice little bit of pop in the middle. But I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at the suit at all. I ain't mad at this. I ain't mad at it at all. And who's this? John Baptiste in Cartier. Yeah, I guess. You could have left the trumpet at home though, brother. Nothing worse than somebody that carries an instrument around with them all the time. You know? It's like that dude that you see in hostels that's always carrying a guitar and annoying everybody in the common room with their fucking horrible songs. So when I see someone with an instrument, I run. It's like seeing somebody carrying around a fucking basketball or a football or something. You better run. So I'm not the biggest fan of that. Oh, who's this person? Yugbad. Whoever Yugbad is, killed it. Michael Kors. Wow, this is a great look. Look at the hat. Wow. She killed it. Yugbad, you look really, really bad. I love, look at the little detail on the pinstripe. Look at the little diamond detail, so it kind of pops and shimmers. Is that a suit? Is that a blazer there? I'm not too sure. The overcoat thing, it looks fabulous as well. All the little embroideries and this kind of faux fur collar. The hat as well. Yeah, this looks brilliant. I love this. So there's quite a lot of good looks actually. People on the timeline are thinking that the whole thing was shit. There's a lot of good looks on here. Hailey Bailey, not for me. I think she could have done with some trousers, some tights or something. I think it looks a little bit too frumpy and compressed. But there's something there. There is something there. There's something that could be pulled out of it, but it looks a little bit too compressed and frumpy. I do like, or what I do like about it is this two-tone color on the suit, on the blazer. One side of the double blazer is like this dark black color, dark navy, and the other one's white with the diamonds encrusted in it. But I don't know if it's too small, but it looks like the buttons are stressed, isn't it? Looks like but maybe it's a bit too small, but regardless, not the biggest fan of that one. Oh, there's Daniel Lee. There's the infamous Daniel Lee. Oh, not for me, bro. Not for me. Looks like he made his suit out of a pair of old curtains or something that you have in your granddad's house or something. You know what I mean? Or a sofa. I ain't the biggest fan of that at all. Not for me in the slightest. That's kind of ugly. I do remember there was a time back in the day where I forgot the streetwear brand, but there was a streetwear brand that used to make hoodies out of that kind of material, like out of your, remember your nan's curtains or your nan's sofa from back in the day, with this kind of like weird that flower design that's usually covered in like, it's usually kind of a suede-ish, and in the base of it, it's kind of a hard material. I forgot what those kind of curtains are made out of, but I remember a streetwear designer. I don't know what brand it was. Maybe the Hundreds introduced it. They used to make hoodies out of this sort of material back in the day. So I can imagine they all used to be really, really hot. If I remember correctly, they used to also have like nice little silk linings on the inside, so like red, green, to kind of match what the inside of your grand's curtains would look like. But that looks a bit too frumpy for me. Not for me. Ooh, Shabuzi. I ain't mad at Shabuzi's fit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not mad at Shabuzi. I think I've seen this without the jacket, but I also like it with the jacket. I liked it without the jacket. It's, if I'm not mistaken, it's sleeveless, so you can see his arms and shit. Actually looks a little bit better without the jacket, but I don't mind this look with the jacket. I don't mind it. Who designed this? It doesn't say who designed it, but I don't mind it. He's got these jade colored, Tiffany colored pearls wrapped all around his body. And he's got this really small cropped suit blazer that looks like it's got like some sort of tree bark graphic or pattern on it. That's also kind of cool. I really like that hat. That style of that hat is really fucking amazing. And also the matching pants as well that go with it, and some tassels or whatever, that go down the back. I'm not sure if that's a tie. I'm not sure what that's meant to be based on, but I don't mind Shabuzi's fit. I don't mind Shabuzi. You got Victoria Serretti. I think that's a model, right? Victoria Serretti. What's she wearing? Moncler. Better Moncler than what Serena Williams has got on, but still not for me. Oh, what's his face? Adrian Brody. He's so clapped in it. Like, he's so fucking clapped. He's proof enough. Like, if you just get famous, women will love you, because I don't know. I think this guy's muy clapped. Great actor. But the way girls talk about him is like, bro. But the way women talk about him on social media, like, are we looking at the same person? Or is it because he's really good at something? You know what I mean? Like, he's a really high level actor or something. Or are we looking at the same person? I don't know. But big up Adrian Brody. I ain't mad at his outfit at all. I like that overcoat. I think that might be Fear of God, or is that Ferragamo? I don't know if that's Ferragamo or Fear of God, but I don't mind it either way. Oh, what is that? Is that Moschino? Angelil. What the fuck is that? That is so bad. She's got like a leather hooded bomber jacket with like this corset top on, and it's got matching ribbons on the side. Like, ugh. With this pleated skirt, like, and these like fishnet type, like, ugh. Doesn't match the theme whatsoever. Maybe it's good for the VMAs, but not good for the Met Gala. I don't get what this is about. Well, I'd love to see what the mood board is for this particular outfit from Angelil or Angel. Swizz Beatz and Alicia Keys. I ain't mad at it, I'm not mad at it. Who's this by? Moncler again. I ain't mad at both their outfits. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not mad at both their outfits. I ain't mad at both their outfits. I don't mind Swizz Beatz' do-rag. I don't mind that headpiece that Alicia Keys has got on. It's very disco inferno. It's very Studio 54. It's very Studio 54. This particular look. Both of them. They look very Studio 54 ready. I don't mind it at all. I also don't mind this duvet. I think it's probably downfield scarf. I'm assuming it's probably a scarf. It's a really long downfield scarf thing. That also kind of, I guess, doubles up as a shawl kind of cape thing. I'm not mad at that. Dwayne Wade. Ooh. I think Dwayne Wade might have ate up his wife, man. I think Dwayne Wade might have ate up Gabrielle Union. I think Dwayne Wade snapped. Yeah, Dwayne Wade looks brilliant. I love that. I love that. I love the little tail on the back of the blazer. I love the cut. Maybe the only thing I don't love is the shoes. Maybe the only thing I don't like is the boots. That cut of that boot, that shape, I'm not really the biggest fan of. But I think the trousers fit in perfectly. The waistcoat looks great. Again, covered in some sort of bedazzlement, jewels, buttons and stuff. I'm not too sure. Mixture, I guess, of studs, buttons, and other bits and bobs. It almost looks like an off. Is it like Tiffany green? Yeah, it looks like, yeah, matching probably his nails. It's probably like an off kind of pastel, washed out green Tiffany thing going on there. That white jacket also is fucking beautiful. Yeah, I'm not mad at it. I think Dwayne Wade ate up his wife. I think he looks really good there. Big up Dwayne Wade. Oh, this is Margiela, right? Yeah, that's definitely that's Margiela, I think. Big up Jeremy Pope. I think that's an archival Margiela look there. It kind of works. I think this Jeremy Pope guy makes it work physique wise. I think everything fits in brilliantly, but I'm not really too sure how this Margiela look ties in with the overall theme. But I think the hair does a really good job of tying it in. The hair is very Boardwalk Empire, so that kind of ticks a box. Oh, yeah, she killed it. Who's this? Iman Hammam. Yeah, she looks smashed it in Magda Buttram. She killed it. This white jumpsuit thing. Is that a jumpsuit? Yeah, it looks like a jumpsuit. Oh, with the wide legs, and it kind of cinches in at the bottom. I love that cut. Whatever that cut is, I don't know how you do it. Pattern cutting wise, must be very difficult to do. Where you kind of make it bellow out on the thigh and on the knee, but then it kind of cinches in at the bottom, so you can still have because I think I forgot what designer did that. It kind of looks really good when women wear it and they have like high heels. So you can kind of get that really baggy fit without having to cover your high heels and show a bit of skin and shit, as she's shown here with these tabby type loafer shoes. I don't know what they are. I think they're tabby shoes. I'm not sure what they are. But yeah, this is brilliant. I think that's what Zendaya should have done with that cane. This cane as well looks great. Yeah, this is a great look. And that headpiece as well is fantastic. Yeah, she killed it. She killed it. Big up, Iman. And who's this lady? Gabby Thompson and Charlotte Tilbury. Not for me. Babyface. Oh, I don't mind Babyface's fit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't mind Babyface's fit. I do not mind Babyface's fit. I'm not mad at this plaid suit ensemble. I'm not mad at this plaid suit. Is this? I don't know what material that is. I don't mind this plaid suit ensemble at all. This is really fucking good. And that matching cane as well. Yeah, I'm not mad at that on the side. I think Babyface looks great. Only thing missing from this is a matching hat. I think if Babyface had a matching hat with this would be brilliant. It fucking pops so well. But I think Babyface smashed it. Not mad at Babyface. Big up the legend that is Babyface. Sha'Carri Richardson, not for me. Jeff Goldblum, not for me. Nessa and what's his face? Colin Kaepernick. Colin Kaepernick I fuck with. Yeah, I like Colin Kaepernick's fit. I don't like Nessa's fit. Is that Moncler, right? She's got on, yeah, some Moncler thing. Not for me. Oh, Marc Jacobs. Marc Jacobs popped out. Huh. Is he getting more pale? Or has he always been this colour? I feel like he was a bit more tan before, isn't it? Or maybe that's when he used to wear a lot of fake tan. I feel like he was way more tanner. Huh. What do I think of this? I don't mind it. I think he does well in it. I think he does well in it. Maybe Shah de Francesco looks a little bit better. I don't mind Shah de Francesco's fit. Maybe the only slight thing I'd do, maybe I'd put Shah de Francesco's hat onto Marc Jacobs. Maybe that's what he's missing. Maybe give Marc Jacobs a hat and this guy goes hatless. I think it works. Yeah, not mad. Oh, no, not good. Regina King deserved better. Regina King deserved better, man. That's horrendous. Ugh, yucky. Chance rapper, come on, man. Chance creator. Lower your trousers, brother. Cover the back of your heels. Please, brother, please. Ciara and what's his face? Russell Wilson. I think they look gorgeous together. Both of them. I love it. Does it tie in with the theme? Probably not, but I think they look brilliant. They look so good. Who's this? Angela Bassett in Burberry. Again, legend. She deserved better, man. Angela Bassett deserved way better than that. But hey. Ooh, Liu Wen. Who's this? Liu Wen. I love this. This might be Burberry again. Okay, this looks better than what this maybe is what Daniel Lee was trying to go for. This looks way better than her though. I think this is Burberry too. It looks like the same pattern. I think this is Burberry too. This looks brilliant on this lady. Looks really fucking good. The fit on the trousers, the cut on the jacket, it fits her like a glove. She looks way better. Maybe it's proportions as well. Maybe Daniel Lee's proportions are all over the place. Who's this? Charles Harbison. I ain't mad at Charles Harbison. I think it's hard personally to look good in the suit with an afro or with hair like that, because I've tried it before. Trust me, with my hair, I think this type of hair kind of limits the amount of smart casual or the amount of smart outfits you can wear. But I think he does it really. I think he pulls it off pretty well here. The yellow, the white blazer, the white shirt. You know, quintessential, standard kind of, you know, bow tie kind of outfit, whatever. White look. Who's this guy? Evan Ross. Not mad at Evan Ross's look either. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. Not mad at it in the slightest. I would have probably gone topless. If you're gonna do this, like, if you're gonna do this deep V-neck top thing, you might as well just go topless. If that was me, you know, risk it all. Just go topless. But I don't mind it. Big up Dev Hines, black orange vibes. That's probably Chanel as well, right? It's probably Chanel. That's probably Chanel. That'd be pretty cool. I thought that was a hoodie. That'd be pretty cool if we see Matteo Blasi debut at Chanel and he puts runway models in like tweed jackets over hoodies. That'd be so cool. Imagine if he does like a Chanel hoodie underneath a tweed jacket sort of thing. That'd be pretty sick. But yeah, I don't mind this actually from Dev Hines. I think he looks really good as well. Big up Dev Hines. Who's this? Kiki Palmer. Not mad at. Kiki Palmer and Vera Wang, I ain't mad at. Damson Idris, there was a lot of theatrics around his look actually. He came in wearing a full racing driver sort of outfit, and then two people pulled it apart and they unveiled this thing underneath. The other cool thing that people missed out on is that he drove a legit F1 car to the Met Gala. I think it's tying into that movie he's doing. I think, is it with Brad Pitt? I forgot who it's with. He's doing some F1 movie that's meant to be coming out soon. And they've been promoting it pretty hard, to be fair. He's been pushing that movie hard. So I guess to promo the movie, they had him drive to the Met Gala in a fucking F1 car, but no one really gave a fuck. I don't know why, but that was pretty hard. I didn't like the reveal. I don't think the outfit's that amazing, but I think overall, it's a pretty sick entrance to come to the Met Gala in an F1 car, in your F1 outfit, tear it apart, have another outfit inside, you know, underneath it, and have this diamond encrusted helmet thing. Like, really fucking cool. Oh, is one side of the, or is one sleeve of the suit plaid? This weird plaid thing. This weird plaid red color design. Okay. The rest of it looks like this satin red leather design with this slightly bootcut trousers and the driving gloves. Looks fucking phenomenal. But then the other side is plaid. Okay, I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it in the slightest. I think Damson just looks good. Big up Damson. Big up fucking Damson. He looks really handsome there. Vera Wang. I always find it funny whenever you see articles and they'll say, "Oh my god, can you believe Vera Wang is like 70 years old?" I'm like, yeah, she looks 70. I know she's just skinny and she's in shape in some regards, so she can look better in like trendier clothes. But this infatuation, the press and the media. But I wonder if it's just her and her team that put out these stories about her, because she looks her age. Like, oh my god, can you believe Vera Wang's like, yeah, she looks her age. Like, she doesn't look 21. Like, you know what I mean? She looks like she's about to die, but that's okay because she's older, isn't it? But big up Vera Wang. Who's this? Laura Harrier and Zach Posen. Oh, he's meant to be coming back in it with Gap in it, I'm assuming, if I've not read it correctly. I like her look. Wow, I love this. Those wide leg trousers, that waistcoat corset type of thingy going on there, with the lacy looking sleeves. I really like this. This is another favorite of mine. Who's this lady? Laura Harrier. Yeah, she killed it. I like hers. Pick up Laura Harrier. Oh, this is what's his face? Dapper Dan. Dapper Dan also. I don't mind Dapper Dan. Who's that? Who's that look by the way? That's by Dapper Dan and Cartier. So couture, self-made, bespoke. We don't mind that at all. Big up Dapper Dan the legend. Those shoes are really nice as well, by the way. Those black and white shoes, very church shoes inspired. I ain't mad at that. That's what's the actress name again? From Westworld, Tessa Thompson. She looks fucking sublime as well. I love this. I don't know who it's by, but I love everything about that. That looks really, really good. Big up Tessa Thompson. In particular, I love that. I think I haven't, so far, no one's had a shit hat on, if that makes sense. So far, I've not seen a single shit hat. So I think the hats have been 10 out of 10. Who's this lady? Nicole, who's that? Is that Nicole Scherzinger? Wow, face has changed a bit, innit? Big up Nicole Scherzinger. Beautiful, of course, but I'm not sure the look matches the theme. But she does look gorgeous. Big up Nicole Scherzinger. Who's this lady? Amelia Gray and Valentino. Hate it. I hate this like do-rag thing going on there. Hate it. I don't think you need to be eyebrowless. You know, you can put back the eyebrows for one night, babes. Oh, what is this? This is weird. This like this bodysuit thing with the pants and the I don't know what the hell's going on there. The bodysuit thing with the tights and the heels, not for me in the slightest. This lady here in the back though looks pretty decent in this black trench. This lady right here in this knee length or in this fucking shoulder to floor length trench coat with the gold details. It's looking like Straparelli. This lady looks really good here with the gold heels. I like what she has on, but I don't like Amelia Gray. No, thank you. The only thing I do like about it is maybe this cropped blazer. This cropped blazer with this white lapels and red lapels is quite nice. I don't mind it, especially with this little bow design here in the front. The blazer's quite nice, but the rest of it I hate. I hate this fake do-rag. I hate the gloves. I hate the tights. I hate these knickers, the shoes, everything. I hate it. Issa Rae looks good. Although I would have went with some boots if that was me. Maybe not heels. I would have went probably would have went with some nice boots. Don't think she needed the heels there, but I like Issa Rae's fit. Oh, look at the back of Thames' outfit. Wow, it's all ties. That's a really clever design. So that head wrap sort of thing that she got on her hair is there's bows. It's tied into a bow design, but it's all made out of different patterns of ties, different African prints and tie designs. That's really fucking cool. Very creative. I really like that. What you call it? What's her name again? Jamila Monet and Tom Brown. She always looks good in Tom Brown. She always looks good in Tom Brown. Janelle Monet. I ain't mad at that. Henry Golding and Oswald Boateng and Cartier is also. Oh, he looks good too. Yeah, the tailoring on this is superb because this guy looks very short, but Oswald Boateng did what he did when it comes to cutting this suit, and he looks great in it. It fits him like a glove. He doesn't look frumpy or shrunken. Yeah, he looks brilliant. Who's this guy? Henry Golding. Yeah, Oswald Boateng snapped with him. Great color as well. That yellow color complements his skin really well. The simple black shirt underneath, simple jewelry, a nice little gold necklace, nice little gold watch there, black shoes. Yeah, killed it. Big up Henry Golding. That's Aya Star, right? The Afrobeats girl. Aya Star, Oswald Boateng. Horrendous. Hate it. Oh. Are the shoes too big, or is that just how it's meant to be? So much space here on the heel. I don't like that at all. She does, yeah. That she deserves better. Aya Star deserves way better. I don't like this at all. So she's got one sleeve on one arm, but then no sleeve on the other arm, but she's got a cuff. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. I don't like this. Ozempic should have made his mind up. Either you go sleeveless or you go one sleeve. I don't like this double sleeveless thing. Clyro in Valentino. I like it. Maybe the best Valentino look I've seen so far. Even the makeup looks really great. And the hair too. Yeah, she looks really good. Big up Clyro. Yeah, she looks really fucking good. I love this, especially that dress, that skirt, sorry, it's really nice as well. Yeah, she looks really good. Oh, that's what's his face? The designer in it. What's his fucking name again? Laquan Smith. Is that his name, right? Laquan Smith? Yeah, that's him. Yeah. Woohoo! He looks great. Mamma mia. Whatever this fur ensemble is on top with the blazer and is that a blazer or is that a waistcoat? I don't know what that is. That vesting. He looks fantastic, bro. I'd wear the fuck out of this. The cut on those trousers, the black shoe. Oof. Yeah, he looks brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. He killed it. Big up Laquan Smith. Laquan Smith in Laquan Smith. That's a fucking flex. That's what you want. That's what you want as a designer. That's a fucking flex. Laquan Smith in Laquan Smith. Reggie John. Oh, that's the guy from that fucking period drama where everyone fucks a lot, innit? I forgot his name. Very magician looking. Very, very magician looking. Very, very magician looking. It's made by Brioni, Tiffany and Co. and Tag, who I guess Tiffany and Co. jewelry. But the Brioni, oh, I'm not too sure I like this, man. Not too sure I like this. Too magician-y for me. Too much red. Should have broke it up a bit with something else, you know? Maybe should have broke up with something else. And I think just in general, the stuff doesn't look like it fits as good as the other stuff I've seen. Maybe it's off the. Maybe this was off the racks. But maybe that's a problem. Maybe it's not the color. Maybe it's the fact that it doesn't look like it fits too well. Oh, look at Kate Trinada. Kate Trinada looks great. Is that McQueen? Okay. I thought that was Laquan Smith again. Or maybe Tom Ford. Kate Trinada looks fantastic too. Kate Trinada looks definitely really, really good. I love how Kate Trinada and Laquan Smith have the same sort of like, you know, beard style, mustache style. But yeah, Kate Trinada looks fucking great. Big up Kate Trinada. I ain't mad at that in the slightest. Yeah, I ain't mad at that in the slightest. Like I said, it's sometimes I think difficult to wear formal dresses and, you know, fancy stuff and whatever when you've got a bit of an afro. Maybe it's just my complex, but yeah, I think he smashed it and looks really good there. I love this. I love whatever this is in the front here around his neck. This really fucking beautiful. I love that. Burner Boy, what is he in? Oswald Boateng. I ain't mad at Burner Boy, you know. He looks like a Congolese uncle here. I think Burner Boy is right on point with the theme of the Met Gala. He looks really good, even down to the shoes. I think this is black dandyism on tilt. Like that yellow, that pop of that yellow with that red, like that is just outlandish, you know. It's just fucking crazy. Maybe some Congolese uncle would pair this up with a purple tie to really make it pop, or maybe a purple, you know, crocodile print fucking overcoat thing. But this is very crazy, very over the top, very out there, but very on point. He looks really good, Burner Boy. I like this. Big up Burner Boy. And who's this lady? Talkways Dyson in JW Anderson. Oof, not sure about that. I'm not sure about that, auntie. I'm not too sure about that. I'm not gonna lie. But I don't mind what she's done to her hands. I'm not mad at that. If she's like dyed her hands or covered them in some sort of paint and shit, I ain't mad at that actually. Oh, he looks good. The guy from Doctor Who. What's he came? Nkuti Gatwa in Oswald again. Oswald Boateng killed it, innit? I've not seen a single fifth from Oswald Boateng that's bad. Oswald Boateng is really good at Met Gala. I think it makes sense why he killed it, because black dandyism is Oswald Boateng MO. Wow, this guy looks brilliant. This purple suit that's got this again African print embroidery slightly kind of embossed in it as well. The really skinny thin lapels are really nice. It's a nice little touch. I like how he's cropped the trousers a bit higher so you can kind of show off the loafers in this full detail there. The cut, yeah, the tailoring on this is fucking brilliant. Wow, it fits him like a glove. He looks really comfy in that. And the white gloves as well, holding his hands. Probably shouldn't have the white gloves. I don't think the white gloves are necessary. Or maybe should have stuck it in his pocket here on the front. But beautiful, beautiful. And I think he's got on a slight bit of like purple lipstick here, isn't it? Just a slight, or red to kind of match the suit. Beautiful. Really, really good. Oswald Boateng killed it at the Met Gala this year. Who's this guy? Rashid Johnson in Gabrielle Hearst and Sherry Hospave. Okay, Rashid Johnson, not too mad. Sherry, not for me. Oh, look, Chris Rock came through in trainers. Hey, Jesus, bro. Fucking hell. Questlove, bro. Questlove got some hips on him, innit? Questlove got some fucking hips on him. God damn. Guy's built like a Mack truck. I didn't know he was that wide. Big up Questlove. Who's that by anyway? Who's that suit by he's got on? Gabrielle Hearst. Okay, that's her there in the middle. Big up Gabrielle Hearst and big up Chris Rock. Oof. Questlove. Yeah. I ain't mad at it, but god damn it, girl. He wide. He wide. Exactly. That's the reaction I got to Questlove's. That photographer in the background. That's exactly my reaction to Questlove's width. His wingspan. Because that's a big boy. That is a big boy. Who else is there? That is Precious Lee and Pablo Gerber. There's a lot of tits going on there. A lot of tits. Not for me personally. Doesn't really match the. Although that I'm not mad at that leopard print overcoat thingy, whatever that is. Not mad at that. Rosalia in Balmain or in Balmain. Ado Echek in Swarovski, pretty decent. Getting towards the end now, finally. Oh yeah, big up Andre 3000 with carrying the fucking piano. Brilliant, by the way. But it's supposed to be Burberry, right? Yeah. And I think it tied in with an EP he's about to release and some other bits and bobs as well he's doing as well. Andre 3000 killed it personally. I think Andre 3000 killed it. One of my favorite looks. Especially carrying this little black bin bag type thing he's got on there. But yeah, the piano is absolutely great. Andre 3000 killed it. Is that IO Star again? IO Star again. Taraji P. Henson in was that Monsu? Or Monsi? Not for me. Oh, he looks good. Stefan Diggs looks pretty decent here. I like this. Who's that by? Bianca Saunders. I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at that. Oh, big up Stefan Diggs. I love whatever this shawl thing is that goes over the, because it's all black and get this nice bit of pop with this fur thing under the top. He looks really good. Big up Stefan Diggs. I'm not mad at that in the slightest. Not mad. Big up Andre Walker in Fear of God. Yep. And what else have we got here? Central C was there also in Jack Moose, which is interesting because he always said he would never go to a Met Gala, but here he is. I guess money talks. Looks, okay, I guess. Black suit. Who's this? Miranda Kerr in Dior. Meh. Yes. Lakeith Stanfield in Ferragamo. This is another favorite of mine. He killed it too. This looks really fucking good. He absolutely killed it. Wow. Lakeith Smith in that Ferragamo fit. Wow. The hat, the blazer, this elongated scarf thing going on here. This fit on the trousers. Oof. Yeah. Really beautiful. Lakeith Stanfield smashed it. Who's this lady? Chimanda Nguzi Adechi in Pablo Gerber again. Not for me. Usher and his wife, I'm assuming, right? Usher and his wife. Oof. Usher looks brilliant, isn't it? Yeah, Usher looks great. Usher looks great. The bow tie, the blazer, the scarf, I think with his initials on it around the neck, the little detail with the chain on the pocket, the pinky ring finger, the cane, the little purple socks pop on the black. Oh, what a nice little detail. The little purple socks pop there in between the black loafers. Yeah, he looks brilliant. Actually, his wife looks great too. If that's his wife. They both look fantastic. Wow, 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 wow. Usher killed it. Usher's another favorite. Usher fucking killed it. Usher in Raymond. Usher in Ralph Lauren. Cool. Brilliant. So far, so good. So far, so good. So that was it. That was my review of the overall looks during the Met Gala 2025. As I said previously, I think in general, I think the men probably outshone a lot of the women when it comes to this, but it makes sense because it was like mostly a menswear based theme. But I think the rest of the people were quite confused on what to do. But I also think a lot of the pictures didn't pop because of the set design on the red carpet itself. I think the set design kind of let them down. This blue color didn't really let the outfits pop as well as it should. Maybe go with something a little more neutral, white, to maybe make something pop a lot more. But there are some standouts, as I've said before. Lewis Hamilton definitely one of the standouts for sure. And a few other people out there too. Rihanna also looked good. Nicki Minaj looked fucking fantastic. Zendaya looked fucking great. Kim Kardashian looked great. Stormzy fucking killed it, I think, personally. So a lot of great looks. Personally. I would recommend you check it out if you haven't already. Check it out if you haven't already. Continuing on. Have you guys heard about what Nike's doing with Air Force Ones? Nike seem to be allergic to innovation. They seem to be allergic to creating anything new. They seem to be allergic to pushing new silhouettes and really challenging their consumers. So instead, we just get inundated with retros, which is boring. Don't get me wrong. But I guess if you're going to do the retro thing, at least try and, you know, mix it up a bit. So Nike have this new Air Force One that just released the other day, actually. If I'm not mistaken, the name of the Air Force One is called the Nike Air Force One Low Dirty Triple White. And according to Complex Sneakers that's made the video, Nike is crazy for this one. The latest release of the dot swoosh division is the Air Force One Triple White, a shoe that looks like it's been stomped out and worn for months. The sneaker looks filthy brand new out of the box. Nike says the shoe's dirty look is part of the scratch away exterior that gets cleaner and crisper the more time you put into it. So we tried to clean them up. The Air Force One Dirty Triple releases the 7th of May, £130 and sneakers exclusive. So as they said, it's, if you can't see the picture, it's basically a pre-distressed, pre-aged Nike Air Force One. The midsole is all yellowed out. The top is also covered in dirt. If anything, it kind of reminds you of, like, you know, like white people, essentially. When they wear Air Force One, especially white ones, they don't seem to care about them being crispy and white like maybe, you know, maybe us minorities do. That's part of the culture, especially in sneakers. You kind of want to keep your Air Force Ones without wrinkles, creases on the front of the toe box. You want them to be shiny and box fresh. And if they get smashed up then or banged up, the most you could do with the Air Force One is maybe put them in a washing machine, but that takes away some of the, you know, structural integrity. Or sometimes back in there, what we used to do is that we used to take white shoe polish and get them looking really bright. But unfortunately, Air Force Ones out of the box, probably if you're going to use them every day, might last you a couple of months, right? In terms of looking still spanking new. And they look better, in my opinion, brand new. But people still like wearing them beat up because they're very comfortable. And I have noticed recently, when I've been browsing on places like Vinted to buy, like, you know, secondhand shoes, I have noticed an influx or an increase in people selling really crazy beat up Air Force Ones. Now, I'm not too sure if these people are selling these Air Force Ones beat up, just, you know, hoping somebody buys them, or if there's actually a secondary market for people to buy beat up Air Force Ones for festivals and stuff. Because whenever you go to a festival, one of the #1 shoes you see people wearing are Air Force Ones. Especially white ones, because they're, you know, they can go most things. They get beat up. You can just leave them under a, you can just kind of spray them with water or a wet kind of piece of cloth and kind of get most of the grime away and kind of rinse and repeat. So a lot of people do tend to wear them. So I wonder if a lot of people who are buying these really, because if you, honestly, I dare you, if you use Vinted, please check out Vinted and go and search for Air Force Ones and search via pricing as cheap as possible, and you'll see some Air Force Ones that have been brutalized, like with holes in the back of the heels, like, you know, the back of the heel is like all lopsided because the person's been walking weird and shit, covered in absolute dirt. The kind of things where I don't think you could even kind of, you know, resuscitate them or bring them back to life, revive them in any way, shape or form. So it's a very niche interest. I think most people like their Air Force Ones crispy, bright, fresh. So it's interesting that Nike are kind of appealing to a very small niche base of customers who like to bang up their Air Force Ones, because I think most of us don't like our Air Force Ones looking beat up. We want Air Force Ones to look brand new and shiny, but for some reason, Nike did these. So let's play the clip of what they look like when you try and clean them up.
We know you're going to be mad at this one. Nike's Dot Swoosh division is fully embracing the dirty white Air Force One meme. Dot Swoosh does drops related to gaming and internet culture, hence them referencing all those infamous images you see of cooked Air Force Ones online. There's a little toothbrush attached to these. They literally made a pair that comes fried out of the box. The catch is you have to clean them. The idea is that if you wear the shoe, the faux aging fades away into an actual clean sneaker. We don't have the time for all that, so we just grabbed the magic eraser and got to scrubbing in order to make the shoes clean. For what it's worth, Nike tells us that you really have to wear the shoe in order to get the dirty exterior to fade off. Like, you can scratch it, but apparently it's easier to wear away manually. We even tried to hit it with some Windex to see if that did the trick any better. Despite us working very hard on scrubbing the shoe, we gotta say we couldn't get the Air Force Ones.
By the way, I don't think that's true. I think that's waffle. They're saying that the shoe looks better when you wear them away, but you can't scrub away the dirt. That makes no sense. Like, how's the dirt gonna peel away from the shoe in a more natural, better way, quote unquote, if you wear it vis-a-vis if you take a wet cloth and try and wipe away the dirt? I just think it's just the idea behind it is interesting. I don't mind it, but it's a bit dumb, personally. Like, you're not gonna. I remember when the Tom Sachs Mars Yard came out, maybe the first ones. The idea behind that, having that outsole, was that outsole would pick up dirt very quickly, and the idea behind it was that to make sure people wore them and broke them in over time so that they didn't stay crispy, fresh white. Like, you know, Tom Sachs was against that. He wants people to use the shoes. So the idea behind that was that those type of soles, even if you wore it once, would immediately catch dirt and shit. And there's no way to kind of take that away, kind of, you know, kind of yellow and stain and whatever else it may be. So that makes more sense. But, and then sometimes if you do the fucking yellow staining on the midsole, it kind of harkens back to the days of old vintage shoes where they'd be found in warehouses and shit. And if they're stuck in storage somewhere over time, the polyurethane kind of midsole would yellow, innit? And you get this nice little stain effect and kind of give you this nostalgic feeling of like buying vintage shoes. But to cover the whole thing in dirt and then say the dirt only comes off when you wear them, doesn't make sense to me personally. It doesn't make sense. I think if it doesn't come off if you wipe them, I think the idea behind it is that the stain is part of the feature. So imagine if you do wear them, maybe the creases and shit and the stains will actually complement each other in a way.
Significantly cleaner. Maybe we really got to beat them up, wear them to Coachella or something to get the clean layer underneath. Not gonna lie, after doing all this, it kind of feels like we got tricked. Exactly. Like Nike trolled us into cleaning their sneakers. And to be honest, that totally makes sense for a meme sneaker like this smoked out Air Force One. Like, this is the final product and you can barely tell the difference between the shoe we cleaned and the shoe we didn't. The Dirty Triple White releases exclusively on May 7 via sneakers in the US for $130.
Like, I don't mind them as an idea, like as a concept and stuff, but I think it does go to show just how lacking in innovation and in fresh new ideas Nike are, you know? Because it's like, maybe this would have made more sense if they decided to go and get the old last of the Air Force Ones when they originally came out in the 80s and actually make them to spec again. Now, that would be pretty cool if they decided, because, you know, if you're going to do the whole retro thing, you got to give people something interesting to buy. And maybe they decided to go back to the drawing board and actually retro an Air Force One. Because I think they did it back in the day with the Air Force One. I think I had one before. It's like an Air Force One high that was like white with a grey swoosh. I think that was one of the first iterations of the Air Force One high that they re-retroed, but the shape and silhouette wasn't good. But if they did decide to go back to the drawing board and kind of make a reimagined Air Force One with the exact specification how they come out in the 80s with a very, you know, with a thinner sort of toe box shape, a little bit more of a sleeker, boxier design, that would be pretty cool. But this kind of dirty, fake dirty thing is a bit weird. The only other thing that makes sense for me, where maybe the inspiration came from, maybe this is slightly based on the Margiela sort of like covering their shoes in paint style thing, where over time when you wear them, the paint cracks and creases and crinkles, you know, where your foot flexes, so everybody kind of gets like a different sort of wear and tear on their shoe over time, and obviously the leather underneath also kind of wears. So I wonder if that's kind of part, because I can see here there are some cracks and some creases here and there that appear, but I don't really, you know, the shape of them is pretty decent. I do like the fact that you've got this white, because I don't think I've seen an all white Air Force One with a tiny swoosh at the front of the mudguard thing. That's pretty cool. Usually you see that, you know, on collaborations. I'm sure, I think Kith did a collaboration with Air Force One that had this before, and a few other people, but this is a kind of cool little code.jp limited edition sort of thing there at the front. I also like the fact that the eyelets look like they've been kind of stamped wrong. Like the you know, the eyelets, look like they've been stamped twice. The holes there to kind of get this weird sort of like, you know, exaggerated effect. But I'm sure that's it's probably to mimic when you wear your Air Force Ones a lot and you tie your laces really tightly. It can kind of, you know, make the eyelid hole kind of open up a little bit more. So I'm assuming that's what that's tied into. But I don't mind it. I just wish there'd be a lot more innovative and do some more interesting shapes, maybe some more original shapes instead of all these retros, because it's kind of getting a bit tired. I'm not gonna lie, but it's an interesting gimmick at least. It kind of reminds me of something that Mishkif would do. It seems very Mishkif coded, you know, that brand that does those safety boots and shit and other things and crazy Timberlands. It seems like something like that. But maybe as a one-off project, just to kind of put out there, it makes sense. But I'm sure there's a ton of designers working at Nike now that are trying to get original silhouettes, original shapes, fresh new models off the ground, and they're not getting any encouragement, they're not getting any approval. But then Nike are quick to, you know, bring out a pair of stained Air Force Ones that are meant to get cleaner the more you wear them. It's like, what? Like, what are you talking about? But anyway, they're available now. Air Force One triple white, available now to purchase. Available now to purchase if you're that way inclined. Moving on. Big up Stüssy. Stüssy have just released their summer 2025 collection. That's available to purchase, or that will be available to purchase at the end of the week, I think. May the 9th, it says here in the UK. This is Stüssy Summer 2025 collection. I think that's that Tyrone LeBon's son, isn't it? I think so. Is that his name? The photographer. I think that might be his son here. Yeah, that is, right? Stylist. Yeah, I think that's one of the kids. I think so. But yeah, let's see what they got here available. Oh, I like these sunglasses. I also love that short sleeve shirt. We've got an interesting. Is that a chino? Is that like an over dyed chino? I'm not sure what that is, but I don't mind the cut on those pants. I think that's an over dyed chino there. And that quilted jacket or shirt thing she's got on is also pretty decent. We've also got a camo army camp cat there. It looks not too. Ooh, is that a leopard print chore jacket? That's gonna go. That's gonna go. Is that a leopard print chore jacket? Is that what I'm seeing here? Is that a leopard print chore jacket? Because that's gonna go. That's gonna sell out instantly. I predict that one. I also don't mind how we styled it actually with the black pants and the flip flops. You've also got this. What the fuck is that material in this baseball jacket? That's really cool. Is that a coach's jacket? I think that's a coach's jacket. I'm not too sure what's going on here, but there's loads of distressing on the shoulder, on the collar, on the back. It almost looks like it's peeling. Maybe it's felt or something. I'm not too sure. It looks really cool though. There's also a really nice. Is that denim? I'm not sure if that's denim. Really nice hooded top as well. Oh, they're gonna be selling nice. Okay, I'm definitely gonna try and get one of these. As you know, I wear a lot of these like snood, kind of head wrap type things that can double up as a lot of things. You can wear it as a snood, wear it as a head wrap, wear it as a headband, wear it as a fucking wristband. So I think Stüssy are gonna make a few of them as well. This is digi camo, a digi camo version, which I'm not too mad about. Classic zip up hoodie there with the Stüssy logo. Oh, I love the color on this cargo pants. Nice. Hopefully I'm assuming they're gonna be unisex. That's a really nice fit, especially with these flat pockets. I love that. The flat pockets on the side, flat pockets here in the front. I'm not mad at that as well. There's a hooded trench coat as well that's available in this cream color. All white. The all white fit underneath with the red hat is also pretty decent. Got a Ranglan sleeve jumper here. I think the sandals are a collaboration with somebody, but I don't like the sandals in this color or the sandals with the socks. But I ain't mad at the lookbook itself. I don't mind. Oh, this is a nice fit. Yeah, that's a nice fit. We need more of this, by the way. Model's own shoes. So that's Model's own. With these pants and that shirt. That shirt. I'm not sure if is that herringbone. I think that's a herringbone style of a short sleeve shirt. That's really nice. It kind of reminds me of a Ben Davis shirt. Maybe it's a tag kind of reminds me of Ben Davis sort of style. And that little wallet chain as well is pretty decent too. You've got a 1990s trucker hat, which I like as well. Oh no, 1980, I think that says there. 1980, I think the founding of Stüssy. Trucker hat there, red and white color. I don't mind that in the slightest. There's a trench coat that features that surfing logo that usually Stüssy uses with Our Legacy. That logo that's got the surfer guy carrying the surfboard on the back of the trench coat. That's pretty hard. That blue jacket before that I mentioned also comes in this nice yellow lime color. That's also going to be very popular, I'm assuming, for this summer, especially with festivals and shit happening. That waistcoat is not bad as well. Matching hat. Stüssy jumper with the diamond print on the front. Is that screen printed? Oh, I like that effect actually. I like there's a knit jumper that's got a screen printed diamond Stüssy logo, but I guess because it's on a knit jumper, you kind of get this nice little crinkled effect on the diamond print itself on the screen print, so it kind of crackles in between. That's really, really nice. Shadow plaid button up shirt, nice cut on those denim pants. Polo. Oh, there's Stüssy polos now too. Nice, with the S swirly logo. That's a pretty cool little thing. I'm not mad at that. I ain't mad at that at all. Stüssy polo tops. I ain't mad at that. I wonder if they're gonna come in a lot of colors. Oh, this is a really nice. Yeah, I like that. Just swap this. This might be one of my favorite looks actually. This I don't know what you call cross training. I guess this kind of 80s sportswear zip up hoodie with this really cool Stüssy logo here. Stüssy 80 and Stüssy 80 here. I'm assuming it comes in a matching set, but I do like the fact that he's got the navy blue there and the grey shorts. I just swapped the Converses for a pair of like Air Trainers. You know what I mean? Like those 80s cross trainer Nikes and shit. They look good. That'll be my gym outfit of choice instead of wearing all the, you know, trendy wicking material type of shit people wear now. I'd definitely wear something more akin to this. That same jacket comes in this denim colorway. You've got a nice little army camo top there, a nice little DJ shirt in this flower motif, matching leopard pants to match that chore jacket I mentioned previously. Yeah, beautiful, 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 beautiful stuff all around. But obviously I think the standout piece is gonna do numbers that people are gonna be crazy about is this leopard print chore jacket. I think it's a chore jacket, but whatever it is, it's gonna do absolute numbers when it does eventually drop. Big up Stüssy, big up Stüssy. Stüssy Spring Summer 2025 available to purchase on the May 9th in the UK. Everywhere, May 9th basically. North America, UK, Europe, and Japan and Korea. So make sure you check them out. Make sure you check them out. Next on the list, let's go for Berghain. Let's end it with the Berghain list. So Berghain have just released their June program. And before we go through the June program, I want to actually give them a shout out because this flyer design for May by who's the artist called Propaganda, right? Absolutely phenomenal. I really like this. Really beautiful. Really one of my favorites. I really fucking like that. They fucking killed it. Really, 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 really good. But let's check anyway the June lineup. Let's see what they got here. What surprises they have for us for June. They start off on the bang. Personally, for people that I like, Reclaim Your City. You got Soul Night featuring DJ Pete, Jin Synth, and Magna Pia. Following night on the Friday the 6th of June, you got a Panorama Bar night happening. One of their, in my opinion, one of their best nights too, especially in Panorama Bar, featuring Kid Machine live, Automatica More DJs, Bordello Sound System, Franz Scala, John Nozdia, and Patty Vapor. Then the following Saturday on that same week, you got the first club night, which features Answered Code Request, Jacko, Mary Sakurai, Nastia Regal, Oscar Mulero return. Whoa, sick. Sitoak Mass, Timudo, and UVB. Oof, that's a pretty crazy line. I think that's gonna be full. I think that's fair to say that's gonna be pretty full. Oscar Mulero's fucking return. Great to see. Sitoak Mass as well. Hopefully they go back to back or something. That'll be fucking sick. That's a really cool lineup. Timudo and UVB. Panabar lineup, you got Amy Dabs, Bennett, Bin, legendary DJ Bin, Chris Cruz, Julie Magriano, Junkie Inui. Where do I know that name from? Where do I know Junkie Inui from? Or maybe I'm confusing with somebody else I know that's got the Inui surname. But where do I know Junkie Inui from? Junkie Inui. Okay, not know this person. Junkie Inui, since relocated to London, Junkie has become a prominent, Junkie has become a prominent underground scene renowned for deep minimal sets. Junkie is one of the youngest new crop of digger DJs. Oh, I hate this term, by the way. I hate the term digger DJ because who's not a digger? If you DJ, you're by default going to be a digger because you have to fucking dig for tunes. So this idea you can be a digger DJ is fucking weird. But let's see what Junkie plays. What does Junkie play as a DJ? Let's see what type of vibes Junkie's on. Junkie and Inui. Big up Junkie Inui. Let's see what Junkie is about. 6,177 followers. Okay, Junkie's part of Toy Toy Music and Cartus. Okay, that explains it. Okay, that explains the digger fucking proclamations. Okay, let's see a recent. Should we say a recent mix or let's see a recent? I want to see a recent mix. I want to hear what kind of vibe Junkie's on. There we go. Junkie podcast from 1 year ago. VBX35. Let's see what he's playing here. Fast forward a bit.
Frequency cleared.
I ain't mad at Junkie. I ain't mad at Junkie. Let's fast forward a little bit more. Okay, fast forward a bit more. Yeah, I'm mad. Big up Junkie. Big up Junkie. Pretty decent. I'm assuming that's their debut probably at Panorama Bar 2. That'd be a big deal. To finish off that lineup on Panorama Bar, you got Mike Starr, Todd Edwards, legend, and Saul. You got Steffi playing live and Virginia playing live. I wonder what that entails, by the way. What does Steffi and Virginia playing live entail? Instrumentation? Is it just added? I wonder what they're doing. And then the following week, the 12th of June, you have a Weirdos Night featuring Alex Wilcox, Carly Zhang, and Love Foxy. Following Friday the 13th, you have a Hammam Night featuring Donato Duzzi, legend, Kim Foxman, legend, Louis Devernay, Omer, Sadef Adasi, playing. On the following Saturday the 14th, Absolute, Altin Bass, Andy Martin, Aelcram, Bestie Hera, LOL Snake, Rolando. Panabar, you got Arm, Derek Carter. Shit. I saw he hasn't played in a while, isn't it? Or in a long time. Big up the legend that is Derek Carter. Derek Carter playing, Gabriel Kwarteng. Am I mistaken for saying that I have not seen Gabrielle Kwarteng? Was that somebody else I'm thinking? I feel like I haven't seen her play in a while there too. Maybe they're all coming back. Guinan, Hiroko Yamura, Mozhang, Richard Akiembi, and Solar. Yeah, there's a lot of black people playing. Fucking hell, for once. Good to see, mate. A lot of black people playing in Panabar for once. On the 14th. That's nice. A lot of niggas. On the following week, on Source 19th, you got Eric Lubes, Nicola Cruz, Space Drum Mediation. On the 20th, you got Your Love Night featuring Kabulom, Lakuti, Omo Loco, and Tamo Sumo. Great. Not mad at that at all. The following Saturday, you got Peter Van Hossen playing live, Abstract Division. Blasha and Alat again. They're there quite a while. They're probably the unofficial residents over there. They're doing fucking well. Big up Blasha and Alat. DJ Nobu, Dot Dat, Camellia, Kyle Geiger, Tasha, Panabar, you got Opal Sun, Cynthia, Francesco Delgado, Hard Antoine, Mary Moxeria, big up her. Massimiliano Paligara playing, Paramida, Zombies in Miami. 21st might be one of the sly ones. If you're ahead, if you're a real ahead, 21st might be a little sly good one. Thursday, saw you got Akembi playing on the 26th and Zur. You got a running back night, that's Gerd Jansen's label, featuring Cara Capricio, Gerd Jansen, Marcel Dietman, Morphina, and Thomas Hammam. On the 28th, you've got Ben Clock playing, Chami, Face to Face, OPH, DJ Maria, big up DJ Maria, Jelena, Norbuck, Pink Concrete, Ryan Elliott. Panabar, you got Alinica, Charles Moon, Shida, Fred P, Naomi, Paulette, Linda Selva, and Roman Flugel. Fucking hell. Pretty decent June. It's a pretty decent June because you have to imagine June's also the time when all the big festivals start, innit? I think all the big festivals start around June-ish, so a lot of good DJs are probably going to be tied up playing festivals, non-competes, blah, 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 blah. So this is a pretty strong program for June, not going to lie. Obviously, standouts will be the 7th, right? Standouts definitely going to be the 7th. No, is it 7th? Well, yeah, 7th. Oscar Valera returns. Sato Max. UVB playing. Fucking brilliant one. I think the opening night as well is great too. DJ Pete playing and shit. For some reason, the Garden isn't open. I don't think, innit? I don't see a lot of listings here for the Garden, which is a shame. Maybe they're going to list that later. The running back night is also pretty decent too. And the one on the 21st, which is this one, right? Yeah. The 21st of the 6th is another standout. Peter Van Hossen, Abstract Division, Blasha Alat, DJ Nobu, Dot Dat, Camellia, Kyle Geiger, Tasha, and Panobar, Opal Sun, Cynthia, Francesco Delgado, Hart Antoine, Mary Moxteria, Massimiliano Paligaria, Paramida, Zombies in Miami. Zombies in Miami are one of my favorites, by the way. Zombies in Miami are one of my favorites. Proper. I don't know if they're a couple, but they're a man and woman duo, and they're really fun disco-y party sort of vibe. So seeing Zombies in Miami will be fucking fun. Big up them. So 21st is definitely something I'd recommend. The 7th I'd also recommend, and of course the running back night at the end of the month as well. That's also pretty tough, but yeah, really good lineups in June. Absolutely smashed it. Big up Blood Club Berghain. Absolutely killed it once again. I really like the lineups in June. I really like the lineups in Blood Clot June. Okie dokie. And then the last thing I want to end it with is, of course, this clip courtesy of Mixmag. Big up Mixmag. I'm sure some of you guys have seen this already on the timeline, but it's been pretty funny to kind of, you know, see this kind of creep up on my timeline over the weekend. Because for sure, this guy definitely ended up taking too much. So this is courtesy of Mixmag. It says Paul Kalkbrenner attacked by a member of crowd during Elrow Town Madrid set. Fucking wild. As it says there, a DJ attacked during the set. I don't think I've ever seen this before. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen people maybe get too fucked up and touch the decks, you know, get a bit handsy with the DJ, but I've never seen somebody jump from the crowd over the stage, the decks, to go and attack the DJ. I've never seen that in my life ever. And it felt like an attack. It didn't feel like he was going there to hug him, to kiss him, to say to him, pull up that tune. Oh my God, you're playing amazing. It felt like he went there with an axe to grind, you know? He kind of went there on some I'm gonna fucking take you out type shit. So this is a video clip of it taken from Ibiza1 Radio Instagram account. He legitimately attacks him. And there's no security. That's the thing about these DJ places, right? These events. There's all these fucking hangers on. There's all these clout chasers in the fucking booth trying to fucking suck off the DJs, trying to, you know, siphon off some free drinks, trying to look all cool and show up on the timeline. But there's nobody out there protecting the fucking person that's playing. No one protecting him. No security, no nothing. He's just out there having to fend for himself on the fucking booth. Absolutely heinous, man. Absolutely heinous. He still, big up him though, he still carries on though. He doesn't stop the show. The show must go on. And you know what's funny about these sort of things? I'd imagine there's probably a huge amount of people there that probably never saw it. They're probably so fucked. They had no idea what happened. They probably completely missed this guy who leaped, because that's pretty far. Look at the stage. That looks like a big distance. That guy had to like climb over quite a lot of things to get to the fucking booth, and nobody stopped him. There's probably a ton of security, you'd imagine, maybe some camera people, staff in general walking around, and from down there all the way up until up here in this little booth that he's in, nobody stopped him before he fucking jumped into the booth. You could have literally fucked up this guy. Luckily it didn't happen, but he could have really hurt himself. No, he could have really hurt him, not hurt himself. Look at him, he just emerges. Look, he just emerges from the crowd like a fucking zombie. Jumps right up on top of the booth. And you can tell it's mean-spirited, by the way. You can tell instantly it's mean-spirited based on his fucking demeanor, based on the tenseness of his muscles. You can tell this isn't like a high five, I want to take a selfie with you type of shit. This is sinister. I don't know if this DJ fucked this guy's girlfriend or something, but he was on mission to fuck him up. Fucking hell, bro. Crazy. Yo, big up Carlton Litton. Thank you for the super chat, brother. I appreciate you. No comment or no message on there, but I appreciate you. Big up Carlton Littonton. Let's see another angle. Fucking hell. By the way, that guy in the back, you're a waste of space. This guy here, you saw what he was gonna do and you waited for him to jump first. Like, you gotta jump in there first of all. Like, All of these people who probably begged him for guest list, all these people that are probably in his DMs sucking him up and shit. If you want to be a friend, fucking put your body on the line, man. Kind of protect the guy from some crazy guy that's clearly off his nut on some drugs and shit. Instead, they're all just standing there watching it happen. No action. And they're all men, by the way. So many men there, but nobody fucking taking action to protect him. This guy, the bald guy, he's a legend. He came from really far. But the guy with the gloves on top of his head, he took so long to react. Yeah, big up the bald guy, by the way. Big up the bald guy for choking him. Big up that bald guy. Didn't even take a straight up choking the guy. Fuck that. Choking him out straight away. Exactly. Yeah. But look at this guy. He saw him. This youth saw him. He was closer. He could have probably helped, and he just waited. Look, he saw him. He didn't make any action. The bald guy is the first to react. Bald guy tries to stop him before he even gets to the DJ. Big up bald guy with a white top. Bald guy with a white top, you're a fucking legend. I'm assuming that's probably somebody. I bet this guy is probably involved with Paul Kalkbrenner. However you say his name, sorry. I bet he was probably part of his team. That's why he's probably that invested. But this guy in the back saw everything play out and waited until the guy got there. He could have stabbed him by then, man. Then he reacts. Like, too late. Also, put your drink down, bro. Look at everyone's faces. Everyone's so shocked. But they shouldn't be surprised though, with the way people idolize and celebrate and talk about DJ. This should have happened long ago. I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often. Especially given how people get so fucked up at parties. I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often, to be fair. It's actually a credit. It's actually a credit to the community, quote unquote, at large, that this isn't more of an ongoing affair. Because, Jesus Christ. Another angle? I hope they fucked him up in the back, though. I hope they didn't get him a bottle of water and try and get him help. I hope they stomped him out in the back. He'll probably sue though if you do that to him. But I hope they gave him a couple kicks, a couple punches in the back. But yeah, fucking what? You don't ever see that, do you? I would love to know what the story is behind this. Obviously, the easy explanation is that he was fucked up. That's the easy explanation for it. But I'd love to know if the story is to do with maybe him and Paul Kalkbrenner actually have a history, you know? Like he fucked his girl or something, or he fucking released a demo of his and didn't give him credit, or left him on scene when he sent him a mixtape, or when he tried to reach out to play with him or something. Hopefully it's personal. Hope it's not just some guy who just got too fucked up and, you know, did too much and thought Paul Kalkbrenner was a monster or something. Hopefully it's something like, you know, they have a history. That would be so fucking funny if true. He saw him, it was on site. That's what on site means. Doesn't matter if you're DJing, doesn't matter if you're pissing, if you're out of your kids, I'm gonna fuck you up. So yeah, that guy is a fucking psycho. What an absolute fucking psycho. But yeah, people are crazy out here. People are blood clot crazy out here. Anyways, my friends, that has been Jackson's English Show episode number 901, I think. Thank you for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to have your company as per usual. Really do appreciate it. For those of you listening via the podcast app, you will hear my tune of the day, which is going to be Stormzy, Sorry RACH. It's just dropped recently, actually. I'm not the biggest fan of Stormzy personally, but I think the subject matter itself, he kind of touches upon the whole McDonald's controversy with him supporting McDonald's after being quite adamant and being quite, you know, pro-Palestinian and kind of going against it and supporting McDonald's and whatever it is for the check and getting a lot of backlash for it. He kind of addresses that in the flipping tune, and the song itself just sounds like, it kind of sounds Neptune-y, you know? I don't know what with the production, and it's more him rapping. It's not like it's not drill, it's not grime, it's more of like a rap thing. And he kills it. I love the video as well. I'm not sure if it's Gabriel Moses that did the music video, but it looks like a Gabriel Moses treatment type of thing, especially with the backdrop. But I really recommend you check it out. Again, I'm not the biggest Stormzy fan, but I think their Stormzy track Sorry RACH is really good. So that's my tune today. For those of you listening via the podcast app, for those of you who are watching, unfortunately that won't be able to play because, you know, copyright restrictions and all that malarkey. So just check it out anyway. Stormzy Sorry RACH, RACH, available now on all your digital streaming platforms. For those of you I'll see you guys later for the random show later on tonight. You should find a listing for it already on the random show channel, so check that out. And like I mentioned before, we're streaming every single day on the Tazs channel and the random show to get up to 500 members on the channel. So if you want to join, make sure you hit the link down below to join for as little as $9.99. Also, I think it's $1.99 or something. I think the memberships are, but you can find the link in the descriptions to join and become a member, so you can hit that 500 members goal by the end of the 31-day marathon. Thanks so much for tuning in. Appreciate all of you, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Take care. Peace.